The right face. My little face. Give me a minute. No, I think. Yeah. Um, I rebuilding the radar army right now. I already fucking did that shit. That was fucking awesome. Look, what am I doing today? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Okay. I think I have to restart the server because I think there's an update. And because of that, I also need to fuck. I restarted the server because of the update. Because of that, I also need to update. Trying to build something over here on this island as like test stuff for like it's not done. It's not done by any stretch of the imagination. It's just like over here. I'm just trying to like test things out. This is what I've got so far, but I want to build it to stretch all the way out to here, you know? Actually use all this space. I don't want there to be a bunch of negative space if there doesn't have to be, you know? So I kind of want these things here, but I'm thinking maybe I'll push them back here so they look more like separate buildings. So I want this whole island to be like separate buildings, but also kind of together in a way, like in themes, you know? So like this is the breeding area. And it'd be like the breeding district, and then there'd be like a warehouse district or production district. A production district, I could be. How you doing? I'm mostly talking to myself. No worries. It's all good. Good morning or afternoon or whatever time it is right now. Afternoon, night, evening, whatever time zone it is for you too. Oh, I do have to hydrate. I haven't had any water. I should take my meds. Oh, that's a good idea. Thanks, Hop. My Hop's just like hydrate. And I'm like, oh my goodness, he's making my whole life better. What's today? It's Friday. Oh my god, I don't know what that means. Anniversary. Tomorrow's anniversary and their debut.
I'm gonna be married for a full year.
Yeah, join the call, babe. So I'm not just talking to myself. Trying to get my monster. You want monster, babe?
Yes, please.
There you go. We both need it, dude. We've been pulling some late nights. Are you muted? Did you mean to join muted? Alright. I'm taking my morning med. It's 5 p.m. But I just woke up, so morning. Anyways. I sent you a Spotify link too, babe.
I mean, in Instagram.
That's building things here, not really. This is just like off time kind of shit. Figuring stuff out. Yep, that's how we wanted to do it. I say off time, though. Fucking gonna keep fucking with this shit until I'm happy with it. Guarantee this breeding base is gonna be the fucking first thing that's built. Like the shell of it, the breeding base is probably gonna be the first thing that's built, guaranteed.
Oh yeah.
At least the shell of it, right? Because I won't be able to build the breeding part of the breeding base until like level what? 20 minimum. We have to actually do the boss.
Oh yeah, we have to kill Lily.
But if we can, like, spawn over here, if they have that enabled, we should, I think. You agree?
Yeah. If they don't, that's fine.
Yeah, they don't come over here easy. It's not a hard place. It's a beginner area.
Yeah, it's not hard to get over there.
The hardest part about getting over here is gonna be like
Through where our old bases used to be.
getting through. Basically, I'm gonna try making a rush for this area. But I don't have to. Hi, Nat. I heard you on the phone like a minute ago. Are you still on the phone?
I heard Mom say something that ended.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, I'm good now. I can show you what, I can show you what I was talking about. Like, I'm still working on things. Like I said, I've got ideas. I'm not done with it or anything. You know, so like, I'll show you like ideas that I mean. Like, I'm still playing around with build ideas. This is not perfect right now. I'm working on it. This is like a work in progress. Okay, but like this right here, and then we've got this over here, and then we got this over here. So I meant we can have 3 bases in this one island. And that way we'll have it more of a together thing. And I have ideas for things. We have ideas. Okay. Yeah, this is what I meant. This is what I meant. I wish that we could put like 4 here, which we did say that we might be able to. But it would have to be like all the way down here, and it would be like mostly ocean, which wouldn't be very pretty. So, that's how good of an island that was. No, you bitch! You can't have it, it's mine. I already claimed it. I guess anybody could technically steal it, but that's the whole reason I wanted to like post about it. I was like, I will, if I don't say something about it, I'm going to stress out. I'm going to be stressed out and be like, oh my God, I've got to rush to go get it really quick because otherwise somebody else is going to take it. And I freak out about shit like that. So.
I don't think people would take it.
No, I mean, I don't think they're going to take it now that I have said, hey, do you guys mind if we take this area? Because I think they're nice. I don't think they're going to take it for real.
Well, that's nice, and they're gonna cooperate. Yo.
I mean, look, the only reason I'm like this far ahead right now is because like it'll just start off as like a breeding base. So it's gonna for sure must be early base, close, then migrate out. Oh yeah. I mean, that's also a possibility. But like we've done that. I mean, our first bases were here, I think. Wait, no, where is it? Here's where we built like our first bases originally. Like mine was like here and his was like here. That's where we built when we first played Power World, right? Second playthrough of Power World. Let's see, when 1.0 first dropped, I think we still started out here and here, and then eventually migrated to different areas.
Yes, we did have like a really early base at those locations, yeah.
Yeah. And then, because I knew I wanted to build something here because of like what I did in my single player world. Fucking loved it. Well, I also built something here. So basically my progress was I built something. It was very, very short term. Mine was very, very short term because built something here until I basically stored something. Didn't build anything crazy because I knew I was going to build something here, right? Stayed here until I was comfortable enough to move up here. right? This time, this particular run, Tristan went ahead and he started his base here. And I started my base here. Because we both were like, let's prioritize getting metal early on, right?
Yes.
And
And my base still
he
remains
still
there.
kept his there. I stayed here for a long time. But what I did first was I split my base into a work base and then I moved a breeding base over like here. This did not last long at all, right? And
Oh,
then
hello, Nikki.
basically it was just I need to separate the two because I have way too much going on at one base. So I did that and then moved this base eventually to
Oh, yeah.
Sacagawea, where I wanted it to go. I knew exactly where I wanted to go, and then this stayed here until I found the workshop location, which originally was here, but then this base location was haunted, so I moved it here.
I am still in the process of waking up. I don't even know what reality is.
This is a difference between a morning person and a not morning person. Uh, Hi, Nikki. Totally fine. I completely understand. Get some good sleep, okay? Sorry for streaming so late. We just kind of passed out.
We napped. We
Yeah,
had a good nap.
it was a good nap. But now, we are going to wind up at some point starting a new world. Right now, that's not what we want to do.
Not on the radar
Not on the radar currently for this world.
at all.
We do want, maybe, how are you feeling about doing world tree stuff today?
I am more than happy to do World Tree stuff. I would just like to wake up a little bit
That's totally
first.
fine. That's why I'm just chatting right now.
Oh yeah, I am.
Might be a little crowded to start with people migrate out and make some really awesome bases. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Um,
I am so friggin' excited for it.
so am I. But my thing is if I don't have some kind of plan going into it, I'm gonna stress out. So
Yes.
like I'm not planning on using what I'm building here right now. Oh, Tristan's gonna go see it. I'm not using this. This is my test build. This is like I'm putting down the shell of what it is I want to make.
I hope you have a good sleep, Nikki.
And making sure things fit and look nice together. Yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah, Akio had to do that before even 1.0 dropped. She was basically running around testing stuff
yep.
in different builds, different areas, different locations.
Because if I'm not happy,
Different
because if I'm
models.
not happy with a build, I will literally, like yesterday, I got nothing done. I got like nothing done yesterday because I was thinking about Pan's server and thinking, oh shit, her server is going to be coming out in like 1 to 2 weeks. Obviously, I have to find a base location and test some shit out. So that's when I went and tested an entire fucking build over here on this goddamn Sunlit Isle and then fucking hated it. That's why when you're like, oh, I think it's Sunlit Isle, I'm like, you can fucking have that shit. I don't want it. I hate it. But I built something here and then I tore it down and then oh dude, I built an entire fucking thing over here that was 2 bases worth of fucking foundations and shit. First thing I did when I woke up this morning. You turned yourself into a panic, didn't you? Oh Jesus. Does she do that? She didn't do that. There's no way.
Is she?
Does she do that? Anyways, so
I mean, it'll fit
basically,
the name.
yeah. It took up like this much fucking space, like this entire section I had foundationed. Hello? Is it a tiny little black boy? Is there a tiny black boy walking in our room? It's a cat. It's a cat, and he is a boy, and he's black, so I can say that.
He's got beautiful eyes.
He's so cute. He was trying to cosplay as Tristan earlier by sitting in his
He's
chair.
sat in a chair. Um, yeah, I am very much just a plop this down whatever and efficiency.
Yeah,
Get
just
set up.
so I asked him. I was like, "How do you feel about sharing a base?" Oh my god, I thought it was him coming to visit this place. It is me. I'm here. I'm just in my map. I'm so stupid. I
That's
was like,
okay.
"Oh, you've gone to go to the base that I'm building to see what I'm doing." No, that was me. I'm there. That is my
It's getting
marker.
mysterious mushrooms,
That is
but
fine.
I am also wanting to come
You
over.
can come look if you want.
I,
I'm just
I've got permission. Oh my god, that.
no.
Ooh,
This.
nope.
Shut up! Shut up, Tristan.
Look, I was trying to cut down some mysterious mushrooms,
Uh huh.
and I wholly noted them.
Uh huh. Holy Nova! I fucking hate you right now.
Holy
Stop! Oh my god.
shit.
Oh my god, I hate you. It's gonna be fun. You're gonna be fun. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build because I'm trying to make sure like in-game stuff is here. So I will put stuff here to and stuff like that. So like
You still didn't take a cat. Hey, buddy.
I was thinking about this as I was falling asleep. I was like, oh shit, how are we gonna get up into these buildings? And then I was like, how does a ladder work? Because like I know I.
Legendary gross. Do we have one of these?
Oh no, we don't.
This would have saved so much
Oh
time.
wait, yeah, that's right. That's right. I did see the legendary grocer. I considered getting them, and I was like, no, our crop farm's already massive. We don't need that
Mysterious mushrooms are useful. I'm gonna get them, and cavern mushrooms are also useful. I'm gonna get a ton of them.
for it.
Everything else is meh. If we see him early game, fantastic for research.
What did I do? I'm so confused. Did I not finish building it? And so it fell apart.
Yeah, it will be fun, really fun. I know Aiko was very much wanting more of like a flows naturally with the terrain kind of build.
Yeah.
She tried like one of your testings was like in the in a castle.
Yeah.
In like some ruins.
Who sleeps? Yeah.
I hope you have good sleep, Sneaky. I don't know how long we'll be streaming for because of tomorrow. We're gonna have to go.
Tomorrow we're having a lunch for our anniversary. We're going out to lunch, and it's not going to be super late for us when we do. So we want to make sure that
I know.
we get plenty of sleep.
I want to get sleep, but we are planning on having a nap after we get back.
Yeah.
Just so.
And we're also got to still make sure we're going to have a nap, but we also still need to make sure we have everything set up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, we don't even have a subathon timer set up right now, but what we did get is a light bulb. And that's the most important thing.
Got a what?
A light bulb.
Oh yes, we did get a light bulb. The light bulb is incredibly important.
It's a smart light bulb, and we set it up already. So now I can say, Alexa, turn on the love light.
My eyes.
I can blind Tristan.
Good morning, Jesse. Alexa, turn off the love light. Thank you.
Well, his is okay. So mine's called the unicorn because the base shape of my lamp is a unicorn head, and his is called the love lamp because the base shape of his is it's round, but it's like got like hearts in it.
Got so many
It's like
hearts.
it's
so
heart holes. So it's got the love lamp.
It's a holy lamp.
Oh my god. This is your revenge?
Yes, I am seeking revenge.
Octavius, oh shit. Oh shit. I actually don't know if it's doing that. I have to check the settings too, damn it. Okay. I'll have to check the settings to make sure that even still works.
What check settings for what?
Look what she's spamming.
Oh no. Yeah, we're not sure. Last time we redeemed all when it wasn't working, it didn't go through. Which could have just been an error, but could also be.
Yeah, so I'm worried about you doing that and not. Trigger.
And unfortunately, in the process of testing, it uses like you
Yeah.
can't get the point back. So
Points.
it is indeed worth showing love at my wife. She deserves all the love for the rest of her life. And
I'm just
unfortunately, I
trying to
don't.
make sure. See, execute first valid trigger, throw on redeem clear on. There we go.
Oh, they have a setting now for it.
I think it was already there. I just didn't know what it was.
Okay, well, cool. So that should.
All right, I'm gonna close the window now, and I have to load it back up. It's been going, man. She's still doing it.
Yep.
She's a sadist. She's gonna hit me so hard.
Oh, she saw that you found the setting and toggled it on, and it's sped up again.
Oh my god.
Slowed down. I was like, every so often. Now it's just on repeat.
Oh no. Oh lord. Oh, this is gonna hurt like hell. You know what's super funny is because of this, because of the way this is set up. Oh shit. Right now that's where it's being thrown at. Oh, that's why, because I had to I do still have to fucking reload Steam. Did you update the game, babe?
I did not.
I also didn't update the game. So I have
I mean,
to
it wouldn't apply anyway because we have to close the server and
I have
everything.
to close the server and I have to leave this
Silence
UI up.
research.
Okay, so leave that here. Okay, hold on. So that's there currently for the moment. Are you out of points? So we're leaving that there for the moment because I have to do a few things. Okay, spout's off so I can load up VTube Studio, but I also need to close out of the game. Okay, I'm gonna close out of the game. Let's take this one step at a time. Exiting out the game. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I am going to close the server
Close the server.
or restart the server.
You're doing the crip walk right now.
I'm gonna quit the game because I need to go to Steam and I need to close Steam. Delete. I don't know how to load up the task manager otherwise. Make sure Steam is fully fucking closed out because otherwise it's not gonna update my game. And it's a tiny, tiny, tiny update, but it's an update. And I'll make sure to do this at the same time.
7 stream streak. Nice, Octavia. Nice
Good
work,
job,
mate.
Octavia. Okay. Now we're gonna reload Steam, and when we do this,
It's another.
run as administrator.
As
Because otherwise it's not
this.
gonna write to my NVMe because apparently it doesn't believe that I own it. Restart the fucking server, bitch. It's not even giving me that fucking option. Restart server. Okay, there you go. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let's see, make sure that this checking.
My power has been so laggy since the update. Oh, yeah, I heard some people talk about some issues with the update. I need to pull this up. Hello, sorry, we can't look at each other.
That's fine.
That wasn't my problem.
He hates me. It says up to date. Let me check the.
It's near unplayable if you're streaming. Like, ooh, that's they probably made whatever memory leak they have going on in the game, but a lot worse. Yeah, I have noticed that there is a memory leak if your game is just open for too long.
What is being said? Ah.
Well, they're saying that it's been laggy since the update.
Well, we do have a server. Do you have a server? Ooh, shit. The servers are okay. It's game
Like
lag.
game
No,
lag,
no.
not
Oh, okay.
Hopefully we don't have that issue.
I'm lurking on you, Whippa, just so you know. I don't know if you know that. I've been lurking on you since before I started streaming.
Oh my god, you're playing.
I'm watching you.
No,
I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. I see you in your little red and black hoodie. In your Catrice. In your hold on, what are you looking at right now? Grisbolt. In your I saw a second ago a Neptilius. In your
oh my god, Mimog.
You have Celine? Did you steal my Celine?
Eat the Mimog. It'll taste like
I want to see something better. Show me. Show me something cool. He sent his stuff out for war. I don't know what he's saying. Hold on, I should unmute him. Oh my god, he's a girl!
Oh my god, it's a Nurse Joy.
You're beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful.
Whipper said, how did he look?
Oh, I heard him. I unmuted him.
Oh.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Adorable.
Absolutely gorgeous.
I'd give you all my powers to
Look, if anybody else is going to be sporting the pigtail, look. You pull it off. I can't say anything.
Oh, you've got an ancient hatchery. Nice. Yeah, we need to get into the world tree.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Alright. I should probably finish pulling up Tits. No, I need to finish pulling up YouTube Studios. What I need to do, Bridger. Let me launch that. Because I just gotta have it up. You know, this is how I test shit. I gotta make sure everything's fucking loaded. I did it again. I play with your heart. Alright, you'll know when my V Bridger lives. Oh, wait, maybe
We love you too, Whipper.
I guess. You'll know when it loads because my tits will suddenly take a position of where she's sitting.
Show your spout.
Yeah, my spout's off.
Good. Yes, Tits, the program. Twitch interactive throwing system.
Oh, she's not sitting. Shit.
It's how you can talk about tits legally on stream.
Legally.
Those big old videos.
Otherwise, it's illegal.
Yeah. 100%.
Not doing what I wanted to. Okay, now I had to figure out the fucking note card. Hold on.
Okay. I'm sorry, Whip, but I gotta meet you again, so like not having multiple voices everywhere going insane.
There we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's okay, you'll be listening.
Yeah.
You're jamming to our music more than yours.
What?
I'm glad you enjoy it. Like, honestly, all the music we've been playing lately are just absolute bangers.
Well, I was like, okay, so we've done 80s, we've done 2000s lately, we've done 2010s. Let's do 90s. Alright, let's see. Should be working. Let me test my own throw before redeeming all. Nice. Funny fact is where I'm sitting, it's actually hitting Tristan in the head. That's beautiful. Okay, you guys ready? I know Octavia's still here, yeah? Let's see how many it is. Over 100.
I just shouted out Whipper on both of our streams.
Ready? Hold on. Complete all. Ready? Complete. Oh, lordy. That's a lot of arts. That's a lot of arts.
That mostly me.
I know. Haha.
Oh, thank you,
I'm
Octavia.
glad we were able to turn that back on. That was always fun. I like that because like that's basically the punishment for not paying attention that tits wasn't working. Is
Yeah.
we have to redeem all.
It is so wonderful that that's working again.
Yeah, I agree.
I wonder if
It's a
they
lot more fun whenever we have the
they
B
must have
pluses.
had some update that like
They update it constantly.
yeah, but it must have turned the toggle off or added the toggle. Because I can imagine some people don't like it because they're just wimps. Oh, I
Oh,
should have
maybe.
asked for the server back off.
Oh shit, I don't know. It says server's running, yeah.
Cool. I'm rejoining.
I just started, I was like loading it up. I was like, yeah, let's fucking go. If it doesn't work, it'll tell me.
I am in the server.
Technically speaking, I guess I'm not rebuilding the raid army. It's just really slowly and out of chickens.
The one thing I'm scared about, like with hard mode,
Yeah.
is getting to the point of doing ultra raids
Mm-hmm.
will be raid wipe heavy. You will have fully decked out raid teams just getting wiped if you make a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know exactly like what the end goal for hard mode is going to be. Because like what do people make their end goals for hard mode?
Sure. Yeah,
Like if you only have one life, what are people considering to be okay, cool, I beat it. You know, what are people considering to be end
yeah,
goal?
with a regular hardcore. I am
Because I think if you hit that, like I think ultimately like the big okay, we did it kind of thing should be like whatever it is you consider to be it, you know?
yeah,
Is it going to
yeah.
be, "Oh, I defeated all of the bosses, the towers. I defeated all the towers in hard mode." That's still an achievement. You know, I'm not sitting I never want to take that away from somebody.
Hmm. That in and of itself is gonna be
I don't know. Yeah,
an
exactly. That in
achievement.
of itself is going to be tough.
It's just how far do we want to take it if we do it? And there's
But it's going to be a
there's
personal
no
choice that's going to be figuring out like where we're at and stuff like that. I totally expect us to still be trying out all that hard stuff. Just because
yeah,
it's us, you know.
and there's absolutely no need to limit ourselves to like
And it could absolutely wind up turning into, you know, we defeat just the hard boss, that we defeat we find it that we're struggling to defeat tower bosses, and that winds up being like our only goal because we're like, God, we want to get the fuck out of this, but also, you know, we do want to have some kind of goal before we finish this. Fuck this shit, you know.
you are here, Octavia, and we love you.
I love you at least. I don't know about him.
Oh no, yeah,
Tristan
yeah.
hates you. He
Sorry,
told me specifically.
I hate you. I despise.
I don't know why you hate Octavia, okay? That's my
I
sister.
despise
You can't just fucking hate Octavia like that, bitch.
Aiko's family, all of them, including her found family.
Clip that. I'm sending it to my mom.
They all the worst. They're like really kind, and it just it's
It makes him feel bad. Makes him feel bad that he's such a dick by comparison.
I am the worst person in the universe. It's
I'll be your wish, I'll be your
it's like looking in a mirror.
fancy. I'll be your love, be everything
I have
that
really
you need.
handsome reflection
Wow.
in the mirror.
Wow.
As long as I'm not the one standing in front of it. I'm just speaking from your perspective.
Nah, bullshit.
You don't think I'm handsome?
Oh my god. I don't think I'm handsome. Why would you sit there and say I was handsome, babe? Do you know what I mean whenever I say that's a handsome woman?
Wait, did I call you handsome?
Yes.
Oh my god, what a scumbag. I do not know what you mean when you say that's a handsome woman.
A very masculine looking woman.
Oh, yeah, but I do know what you mean by that. Which that is honestly, for some people, a massive compliment.
Yeah.
I imagine...
I didn't say they're ugly. I said they're handsome.
Exactly.
It's not what I would consider to be, like, beautiful. And not what I would necessarily consider to be cute. I personally, like, sometimes, depending.
What
Sometimes
is
it's
the
sexy.
female equivalent of gym bro? Because I imagine there's quite a few. Imagine there's quite a few.
Yeah, Tristan's a very pretty man.
She calls me pretty all the time and beautiful.
Because he is, and he's cute too.
And cute and like stinky. But
Well, that's
that
also
one,
very true.
that's standard.
Yeah, obviously. If I don't call him that, I'm just lying to him.
Exactly.
But is it good stinky or bad stinky?
I mean, I know for you it's always good. Anytime the bot says you're at like 100%, I'm like, oh, that's good steak. I will sniff
Which one looks better? That over there or that over there?
I would not use pretty to describe myself. But that's because I have zero self-confidence. It would not be a compliment.
I don't like these two things here. Okay, I think I'll bring this down.
Ooh, e, ooh, ah, e, ooh, ooh, e, Do you think?
What? I mean, I do sometimes. Why?
Oh, I'm glad you do. That's all.
Okay.
My life goal is to think.
Don't worry, I take you to bed, Tristan, and hold you tight. Oh, whoa! My Herbie, no, he's mad!
No, I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to anyone that isn't Aiko. Aiko's the only one that gets to hold me at night.
A lot of the times I like being the big spoon. Weirdly do, because it means his beard isn't on my face.
She hates my beard.
I love his beard, okay? I do love his beard, aesthetically speaking. I just don't like it to touch me all the time. Especially while I'm sleeping. It's itchy.
Much better if it's like tied up, braided.
Yeah, if it's braided with golden.
Gonna be golden. But unfortunately...
What's everybody trying to steal my man?
Why is everyone trying to steal your man? Don't worry, honey. I've got a 100% rejection rate.
Oh, good.
And that's just gonna continue. They can keep trying to steal me all that.
Damn.
Whipper, Horton... Wonder who else is gonna try and steal your
My
man
god,
in the
Taru hasn't jumped in the chat yet, man. Don't know what's gonna happen there. I know that he's really dedicated to Pan, and maybe that'll be maybe that'll be exactly what keeps his eyes on her. You know, we gotta find out. Is he gonna be the type that tries to steal my man?
I've never rejected so many people in my life.
It's true.
It's gone from like a 0. Actually, there is a funny story I have that, you know, somewhat hurt, but at the same time,
right.
I didn't give a shit.
Right.
At that point in
I
time.
remember.
Basically, In high school.
Was it high school? No way, it wasn't high school.
This might be a different story. I don't know if I told you this one.
Okay.
What's the story I told you about?
The girl who went, ugh.
Oh, no, that one was primary school.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like,
No,
that didn't feel
this
like...
is a story of me rejecting someone.
Oh, okay.
So in high school, there is a... I think it was year 10. Yeah, I transferred to that high school in year 10. There's like a... What year is prom usually held?
Senior year? The 12th?
12th year?
Yeah, I mean, like, you can have a junior prom. I mean, juniors can also go to prom sometimes too, depending, and then so it's
Is junior... What year would junior
11.
be?
11 and 12 are
Okay.
both basically. You can invite a sophomore if you want to, but I don't think you can invite a freshman. I don't think freshmen can go.
Some schools have like a year 10, like it's not prom, but it's sort of like prom.
It's like a
It's like a
homecoming?
dance thing.
Okay.
Maybe, I don't know. It's called something different in Australia.
Okay.
I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
And there was a
Hi, Psycho.
hello, Psycho.
Tell a story.
There was basically one of the popular girl's friends came up to me and like was like, so this popular girl was wondering if you want to go to this dance. I was like, what? Huh? What? I was like, I probably won't. I won't be able to afford it. No, I'm sorry. I have no plans on going. Turns out she wasn't asking me out. There was a Tristan in the year below us.
Oh,
No, she was on the last account.
oh, that's funny.
And yeah, if I didn't just flat out reject her, that would have been embarrassing. But that's my story of rejection. I got mistaken identity. So not being interested in people through high school helped me out a lot.
He's a little preoccupied mentally.
Yeah.
He's too busy thinking about Whippa.
Didn't even know Whipper at that point, but yeah, I was just thinking. All I was thinking about was Whipper. There's nothing else I could have possibly been thinking about.
It was really hard when we first started dating because he was like, "Are you Whippa?" And I was like, "No, I'm not Whippa. I'm Aiko." And he's like, "Oh, fine."
I had to settle.
True. I was reading Horton's comment, not what you, not responding to what you said. You have to settle because I'm not.
Really making that rejection.
True, you never would have found me if it wasn't.
To be fair, we've had this discussion before as well. Like, if we met each other earlier in life, we would not have worked out.
Yeah, it's true. It would have been illegal at quite a few stages.
At the stages where it would have been legal, it would not have worked out. We were both not in places ready for each other.
When I was like 18, you were like 9, I think.
Yeah, roughly. Depending when
Yeah.
At any point that you were 18 before November, I would have been 9.
This is what we're trying to avoid here. Because we can't have floating foundations whenever I'm wanting to build this. So I need to make sure that this build is possible
I
before I can
like
build floating foundations.
I like my person being emotionally mature, and sadly, that
That means he's got to wait for them to age up a bit.
that means that everyone's
And
still
unfortunately, all the women he's got to be with, he likes being emotionally mature. Have got to be through some shit, some fucking trauma, dude. Thanks.
you're welcome.
I did this.
I
I did this for you. I subjected
I
myself to
like
trauma,
traumatized.
traumatized, and but actually, still had to take the time to figure shit out. Because sometimes some bitches get traumatized, and they just use that as an excuse to be a dick
It's
forever.
actually very common for people to be traumatized and then let the trauma take themselves over.
And then it's just an excuse for the rest of their life. Like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That's another thing. Okay, so okay, we've talked about this friend group for a while, so I'm not gonna talk about. I'm not gonna sit on this for very long. What I am gonna say is there was, what they tried to do is they tried to say that I use my BPD as an excuse, and that's why they don't like me, right? That I'm a bitch and I use my BPD as an excuse. I will say I fucking hate people that use their mental health as an excuse. I understand that sometimes it is a reason for things. I
And
I
you never have.
understand that there are going to be like, okay, there are going to be times when you have depression and stuff like that. That's understandable. Go through your shit. I completely understand. If you've got depression, completely fine. I completely understand this. I want people to say, I don't want people to think they cannot be depressed or whatever. Or I think I don't take mental health seriously. I absolutely 100,000% take mental health seriously. What I don't like is people who say, like, who, um, who are absolute dicks and then say like I've got BPD, I'm just an asshole, you know. I'm like that. No, fix yourself, okay? Because you have to like. I understand that there is an extent to it, right? Or there's a limitation to it, right? There are going to be some people that, regardless of how much I work, aren't going to like me, and that's fine.
Huh.
I'm not going to
There's
100% change myself to suit your fancy or whatever.
there's always some level of change in yourself
Better yourself.
um to better yourself and to like
And a lot of people will sit there and they'll be like, they'll use their
also
being an asshole as an excuse. Okay. So, like, what I do is I try to, at the very least, try to work on myself to a point where at least I can tolerate me. You know, there are a lot of people, like, okay, there are going to be instances where you can't always do something about it, especially if, like, you're living in a country where mental health isn't exactly an option, blah, 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 blah. But
there are some countries where it's a massive social stigma still.
yep. Ooh, yep. People who use it to manipulate others. Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. Oh, you just don't like me because of my depression. You hate people with depression. And you're like, "Oh God, man, I do." Oh, here's a big one. Here's a big one, okay? So, I'm going to tell you this. So, I had this friend. Okay? I had this friend. And I'll even give you their
Oh, this
name.
yep.
Their name was Danny.
Yeah.
I will say that. Their name was Danny. And basically, they realized that if they told me that they were thinking about killing themselves, that I would drop everything to go make sure they were okay.
Hmm. That's like one of the most extreme forms of like emotional manipulation with regards to mental health. It is
That is
disgusting.
officially something I do not accept. That is something I don't fuck with that shit. Right? After after you've done it, like I will still to this day, if you need help and you call me, I will be there for you. But if you keep doing it to pull me away from whatever it is
With no intention of bettering
with
yourself.
no intention of that's what I mean by no intention of bettering yourself. If that is what you're doing, you're using me as a therapist. And that's why I always tell people, I'll be there for you, I'll talk to you, but I am no substitution for a therapist. I am no substitution for medication. I will absolutely be there to talk to you, but I'm not going to be the person that you message about, oh, I just need to vent. Oh, I just need to vent. Oh, I just need to vent. like I don't get paid enough.
It's not just about getting paid, it's like you're not equipped to deal with it. It can affect your mental health as well.
Exactly. I've got mental health problems. I'm not trying to, like, it destroyed me having to stop talking to that person because I was scared constantly that they were going to wind up killing themselves if I stopped talking to them. But it was destroying my mental health.
And unfortunately, there are some people who we've seen it in like true crime stuff. It's like they go through with it.
Next to Gus stayed in that relationship for 10 years, but I had
Disgusting manipulation.
Exactly. And I rotate these. They need. I think I might be able to. Hold on.
Yeah, it's just like.
So he needs a 5 background, 4 background, 5 background. Technically.
Puts you in a position where if you say no, you're.
Then you're gonna be like, it makes you feel like you're gonna be responsible. It's gonna be your fault if I kill myself.
It's not. It never is. If they're in a dark enough place to actually go through with it, it is not anyone else's fault. It might have been people.
Keeps people scared though. Keeps people scared, keeps people on their toes. It's not something I want to be responsible for.
But yeah, Aiko has never wanted to use her BPD as an excuse for anything.
Tristan's used my BPD as an excuse.
I used your BPD basically just saying...
She's got BPD, that's why she's a dick.
I might have gone a bit too far.
If. I've never gone too far in my life.
I got a bit too far, she got BPD, that could be...
I was angry. Everybody has their moments. I get angry. This is something that happens with me as a person, regardless of BPD. I do have anger issues.
Anger is a completely normal feeling. Especially anger towards dicks who are trying to gaslight you.
I will murder.
It's just purely just...
Don't believe that anything should happen.
Don't place your friends in a box where they are your stability for mental health.
Ooh. Ooh, who was it? Wasn't there one of your friends who said that, like, because you didn't talk to them, they were like, oh.
Uh-huh.
That was big. That was a big no-no.
Like,
they're like, you haven't talked to me since you've been in the US, so we're not friends anymore because my mental health has been blah, 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 and you haven't been there for me.
My mental health is not in a position to deal with trying to fix the friendship, I believe is what they said.
Yeah, as if that was ever your responsibility.
No. 100% not.
What am I doing?
That right there as well is more manipulation. It could be unintended manipulation, but it's still manipulation. It's just... It's putting your friend in the therapist.
You've been there for me. I want to be there for my friends. But that's just it too, is like I have my own mental health stuff to worry about, and then there are gonna be times where it's like I just wanna I'm not gonna be in a position where I am mentally equipped to deal with somebody else's business. So if you've put me in a position to where your entire mental health is dependent on whether or not I'm available to you, it's not gonna be good for anybody.
No.
Because that puts an immense amount of stress on me.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, you can rely on people you can rely on people to talk to vent, to just have conversations with.
Yeah.
But your friends
Yeah.
are no substitute for a therapist.
Yes.
Ever.
Or medication. Medication's nice. Drugs are nice. Therapy is good. Combining therapy with medication is good. Now, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. Okay, firsthand experience. I was so fucking scared to get on medication. I was terrified to get on medication. So I did everything I could. Talk therapy for years. Well, not talk therapy for years. A lot of self-reflection for years until I was able to get therapy. And then finally got talk therapy. And then finally got on medication, right? Medication is where everything started to actually turn itself around.
Yeah. Because depending on your mental health issues, it doesn't matter what your mindset is.
Yeah, like I am a much better place mentally and like talking wise, I can talk things out. I feel like a lot more mature and stuff like that, but I still lose it.
Yeah. Like the different forms of therapy. We had this discussion when looking for another therapist,
Yeah.
like the what dialectal based
Yeah,
therapy,
dialectal behavioral therapy.
behavioral
That's what
therapy,
I need.
much better for people with BPD,
Yeah.
rather than standard therapy. Typically, is like a trying to adjust your mindset kind of thing, and that doesn't work for everyone. I feel that that's hit or miss with me, but it's been working with my therapist so far. I do think I'm at the point where I could stop seeing my therapist as well, but I don't want to just like not have that as an option. So like I'll just extend the time between appointments, or have clusters of appointments around big events. Like after my next appointment's after my after the subathon, like a week after it or something, or towards the end of the month.
I don't necessarily want this up that high. It just is. I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this because I want to like utilize as much of this space as I can.
We even have in the Discord a whole channel dedicated to Tea Talks. If you need to vent about struggles going on in your life, that's the place to do it.
And the whole reason that it's there is so that people who are feeling up to being able to talk to people like, oh, like I'll listen, I'll help some people out, you know, something like that. They can go read it, and if they can offer something back, they can. They'll message. But the thing is you should never expect it. Never expect that if you say something in Tea Talks that somebody's gonna be there. Don't ever use that as like an emergency line, because there might not always be somebody there.
Might not always be there, might not always.
It's one of those.
Like, people aren't necessarily in a mental space themselves to actually help. You do have to be mentally prepared to be able to go through some of the stuff people have gone through. It's rough out here. You can't.
It's rough out here in the streets. Sorry. I have problems.
Yeah.
It's like I have ideas. I want to use up this circle. And also this is turning very rectangular. Okay.
Let me go. My tummy is making sounds. Are you hungry? Am I hungry? I think I'm hungry.
I've been fucking telling you I'm hungry. What the fuck you mean? Wait, no, I haven't. That was last night.
That was last night. And then... Have you got anything to eat today?
No.
Oh no.
I don't think so. No, I haven't. I will figure out how I want to do this build. It is complicated. It is confusing. It is pissing me off. It's like have ideas, but the thing is some of them keep going into like, oh, it just looks exactly like just the bottom floor of my basement currently. I like this thing. This thing I want to keep here. Or not necessarily even keep there, but I want to utilize something like that. I don't mind breaking that down. We can put that somewhere else. I don't want this to be one big thing. I want it to be multiple structures. Okay, that's a big thing. I want this to be multiple structures. And I'd like 4 different structures and not one big structure for just breeding stuff. Why? Because I want this entire island to be lots of structures. Jesse! I don't mind it looking like a district, though. You know what I mean? You don't
It's
see
gonna
Jesse.
be really nice having like everything clustered, so we don't have to go through loading screens to get to other bases.
Exactly. It'd be really nice. So I'm thinking like warehouse stuff for sure. Breeding stuff for sure. And then what? The other one's the resource farm?
Yes, resource, warehouse, breeding. We can even have a full dedicated farm.
Oh yeah, I figured the farm was gonna be part of the resource farm. Like I mean, like we could mix it up. Like it can be some of it's done here, some of it's done there. Cause like I'm not gonna need just the breeding farm for like just breeding.
If we had like a dedicated ranch base, that could be ranch and crops.
Ranch,
Oh, actually
but
no,
that's what I'm saying with the amount of pals that are there, right? That's why I said we
yeah,
could split it up between the two. So like
yeah,
for the breeding area of the base, it could have wheat, right?
yeah,
And wheat and maybe also carrots or no, wheat, lettuce and tomatoes,
yeah,
right? And then the warehouse section of the farm can be can have carrots and potatoes and carrots, potatoes, and onions, right? And then the shit, then the farm can have berries. The
yes,
ranch
yes.
farm.
What pals do you use for your farm? I need a better planner. I think my only like dedicated planner is Aloha, and I just fed books into it simply because it has the increased egg production speed assigned to breeding farm.
I don't want to talk about mine because mine, I always pick mine aesthetically. What the fuck do you mean overlaps with the object or character? What does that mean? There's nothing here. Oh, it's
It
wood.
means. Oh,
It's
I know
wood
what
that
it
I
means.
don't see. It's invisible wood. Okay, never mind.
Where is the fat chicken?
He's at my base somewhere. He's probably electric. No, he's walking around.
Pretty
Vibing.
sure I have a fat chicken to put on my
Oh,
base.
right. I did put a fat chicken in your base.
Why not have? Let me search by electricity generation. Oh, it must be in my dimension storage.
I choose my pals based on aesthetic, and that was another thing we talked about too. We're like, okay, well, this is what we want to do at that, but also like, here's the big thing. This motherfucker, he uses a lot of, oh, these pals are really good for this fucking task, right? So this bitch has got Alpha Jormantite Ignises over there as his furnace. I'm like, I hate that. I hate the way it
I've been
looks.
stopping them out. I don't like them. I don't like the German tides as just base pals because
They're
they're so
so
fucking big.
fucking big.
But I just don't have the books to get a dedicated small boy.
Yeah, well, obviously, that's why we work towards it, and we just kind of live with the small boys. Here, I feel like it's a lot more open to what we could do here. Like, I'm currently working on the breeding stuff. It's a lot more open to what we could do here, but it's still like it to be moderately compact because it's going to be 3 bases all kind of together. So we don't want it to be disgusting.
I'm gonna get a fat boy in my base. It's a lucky dynamo. So table to butch. Insomnia. But yeah, Braloha's a good planter to have in your
Aw.
base simply because its base planting and gathering is pretty decent, and its passive is amazing.
That's a great passive for breeding. At this point, I think we're just putting shit down to see. Like, this takes up maximum space. So what can we do here? What can we do here? That kind of thing. Let's put the perimeter.
Cool. Trying to see if I have a lot to do today.
Wish you the best of luck.
I wish you the best of luck as well, Octavia. Sleep is one of those things that if you have shit on during the day, you sort of fuck. Energy drinks is the only thing I can recommend. Caffeine or something.
Good luck with your caffeine consumption.
I do think early on we're gonna have like more efficient stuff, but then I would love to have just like a bunch of cute small
Oh yeah, no, early on we're gonna have more efficient stuff, kind of like how currently my Walaska is powering my cryogenic crusher.
Yeah.
Right? Because I have him, I have not bred anything specifically for that position yet.
I would love to have like
High five.
all the cooling handled like Jolt Crysts. That'd be cool.
That'd be adorable.
It would be so adorable. But like,
I'd be down for it, you know.
For the ancient furnace though, we can have like a matching Ignis pair.
Ew.
Cooling.
No.
Put good chillets.
No. Oh, you know, actually, chillets would be kind of cute. Okay, I'm not against chillets.
High five.
Chillets are the only thing that are gonna pull me away from the Reptiers at this stage.
There are a few other.
No. I'm saying chillets are the only ones that are gonna pull me away. Also, it does not look like since the update that wood actually shows up on the ground. It just has to. I have to know that.
That's a big deal. I am gonna go talk to my mum about.
Okay. Okay. You know what's up, stories? Everything. He's gonna go do that. I'm still trying to build this like future base. It's like I'm calling it a future base because it is not a current base. This is my pre-build for Pan and Taru's server. You guys aren't really surprised when these numbers are pick up over there, but they will be. So that's all that matters. I need to go unprepared because if I don't, I'm gonna go in with no ideas and then I'll wind up just breaking stuff all over the damn place. And by nice, I mean not nice at all. It'll be terrible. I hate it. I hate everything about it. And then I'll be sad because they're gonna come over and look at my base and I'm like, ew, gross. This place is disgusting. This is nasty. I hate this place. So, anyways, I need to make a place that looks nice before, so they can't judge me negatively. I feel like a lot of my personality is into my. What do you mean my weapon's damaged? What the fuck you mean my weapon's damaged? Oh my god, I broke my axe. That's funny. Oh, what's that story? Okay. I gotta go to the workshop and fix my fucking shit, because... Give a Quebec. Give Quebec a nod. He's the one who will be funding the server along with donations. Okay, yeah. I don't know who that is, but I believe that I will do that for sure. Axe is fixed. Big axe is also fixed. Oh, epic! Yeah, okay. Oh, Quebec. That's what it's called. Epic Quest, Quebec. Please come here, will you? We're not staying. Yeah, I might be down. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, let's see. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. Maybe. Okay.
Chicken.
What kind of chicken?
Chicken thighs. First in season and stuff.
I see.
From what she was explaining, it's the thigh on the bone still. Which is fun.
Okay.
No idea what she's doing with it.
It's not the other kind that she did the one time with the cheaper cut. That's like a lot of bone or whatever the thing is. That what is ribs?
Oh no.
Okay.
She specifically said that were thighs.
Okay. I was not a fan of the ribs.
No, they were just they were just too small.
Bony.
Very bony. Ribs are good if it's a creature that has big ribs.
Already good. You just got a Renji Condensed level 10 kindling. Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
Also, we're doing great. Tired, but great. Come let me, baby. Why do you say my name?
Make sure you Quebec a nod to. He's the one who will be funding the server donations. Oh, the epic. Oh, yes. Yes, he's raided us a couple of times.
Yes, yeah, I knew him. I just didn't know how I knew him.
He typically plays Dead by Daylight with Pam.
Yes, that's right. I'm just terrible at remembering shit. Don't mind me.
Yeah. When they swap the Pale World, that's when he raids out usually. Yeah.
My place on the ground. Get it there. Get on the ground.
Hannah's
Go
such a wonderful
down.
community.
She
We
does.
love all of you.
Says, I'm thinking together. I'm kidding.
What was that? You think they're alright? You hate them? You want to kill them?
No, what? That's so drastic. The fuck, babe.
Oh my god, she's going to skin you in Pale World.
Better watch out.
She's gonna make the meat cleaver in Pale World and not gonna use it on any pals. You even use that in PvP?
I don't know.
That'd be funny if you could.
That'd be hilarious.
Let me... Still in the process of leveling my Neptiliuses. I've almost got them there.
This being...
Literally down to the last few.
This is right. Say my name, no there's one. Say baby, I love you. Say my name, you're rocking kind of thing. And calling me baby, why you said change? Say my name, nope. There's a rose, say baby, I love you. Say my name, you're kind of shady. And calling me baby, say my name.
If your favorite pals, No, there's a specific...
There's a specific expedition exemption list.
Yeah. I just haven't exempted all my raid pals yet. Oh no, the Traumatized Ignises can go.
So,
I still need a lot more work on that. Fortunately, you can't select what's in your party to exempt, so you have to have them out of your inventory at one point, at some point to send them.
Because it won't send the pals in your party anyways.
Yeah.
I'm so confused.
If
Because this is not correct. I see. Okay.
I like the Fabric sea bases because the people there and everything just give good XP.
Yeah.
And then you also get the really good rewards. Like gold tier treasure maps and chance to get like good schematics.
There we go. That's better.
Oh. All in this room.
Different roses, same old story, different genre, so in love. Should've felt like a glove, should've felt like a ring, like a diamond ring. Talking of a true love, should've all worked out, but it didn't. I can't. There's trouble. You keep seeing love with the wrong one, and you can see love. You can't see she does it, but you just keep on holding on. There's your trouble.
So capture some bronze cherries. Oh, we get some bronze cherries for your alpha thing.
Elphaba?
Nah, it's not wicked.
I named her Elphaba.
Who'd you name Alphaba?
My bronze cherry.
Oh yes, you did, yeah.
Cause it sounds like alpha. I would have named her Alfalfa if it was a boy. It would have been Alfalfa or Alphaba.
Celery locks, Pangolin locks, they're just keeping me stun locked.
Why?
I literally can't do anything. I'm dead. I'm dead in the water again because they keep putting fucking...
Makes no sense.
tornadoes on me.
Why? Why can't I place here? Nobody knows. Apparently this is just a place I can't build, I guess. I don't know. Maybe there's a tree here that I don't see.
We need anything for World Tree, but we're not sure about World Tree. I think everything you need for inside the World Tree, you get in the World Tree.
Why? Why? I don't
Hell's at
understand.
a very high level, so
I don't understand.
having some good fighters is definitely highly recommended. I know there's things... Well, 79 haven't been there yet. Yeah, we're level 80 and haven't even fought the whale.
That's something we're gonna do today as soon as. Hey, this spot's so haunted. Can you come here? Can you see if there's something that you can see there that I can't?
Yeah, I can come down. Give me a second. Just gotta get to a white train. I know there's farming you can do in like farming routes, so like having pals that increase drop rate of certain types is good, but it's basically just we don't know what is good and what is bad.
I don't know what that means. Do you think men aren't allowed to appreciate songs?
You caught any stereotypes of Oh, I didn't.
Alright, everybody, I'd like to make an announcement. Tristan's clearly not a man because his favorite color is pink. Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
No, I've lost my penis privileges.
I'm going to be building buildings according to the structure
Yeah,
of this
come
right here.
here.
Alright, come here. Okay. This, fine. This, why not? Why not fine?
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to place a foundation here.
There is a tree here.
Can you chop it down for me?
Why not the shrub also count?
No, I don't
Okay,
think
should be able to. Oh,
Thank you. I was like, I feel like there's something there that I'm just not seeing.
yeah, there's a couple of trees that have like grown through these foundations.
Really? I'm not seeing them at all.
Do you want me to cut down all the trees in this
Yeah,
area?
that'd be great. Just like that. Is there anything where she's standing besides her? Okay.
No.
Okay, cool.
She is by herself.
Okay, that's
there were a couple of trees here, but you gotta.
Okay, cool.
You wanted to I'll cut down this one. If you encounter this problem again, I will happily come over and eradicate trees. I am the anti-Lorax.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Anti-Lorix. I appreciate your help.
Good point, man.
Hey,
I
look,
like
it's a
trees.
trader who sells, or a power recruiter who is trying. Oh my god, I don't have one of these yet. I'll take it.
Oh, nice.
I now have a Splatterina.
Oh, cool. Like, hello, Jesse. Wiggling about.
Wiggle. Okay.
Wiggle. Yeah.
Basically, I'm trying to see, like, what I could do. Like, I'm basically outlining this entire section with foundations to be like, okay, what can I destroy? How can I make shapes out of what I've got here? Trying to make the maximum shape size.
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. It's very much just the way society's conditioned men to not have feelings and not.
You will never find any semblance of toxic masculinity here.
Yeah.
We will joke about toxic masculinity, and that's it.
Yeah, it's very much like for quite a while. I used to be like, is it okay if I'm a guy and I like the color pink?
Yeah.
It's just like whatever you want.
Also, Tristan is 100% straight, so
Oh yeah.
so if you think, oh well, Tristan, it works for Tristan because he's bi or something like that. No, he can be straight and like pink. You can be straight and be emotional. Tristan's more emotional than me. Not in like it depends on the emotion. Okay, when it comes to anger, I'm more emotional, but when it comes to like sadness or crying, he cries more than me. I feel like I'm
You don't have happy tear.
I don't have happy tear. I can't happy tear.
It takes a lot to get you to happy cry.
But Tristan can happy cry. And it's so sweet. And I love when Tristan's happy, and I love that he can happy cry, and I love that like he's got these deep emotions. It's fabulous to me. I fucking love that shit. Right? We're in the end, all people shouldn't matter. We're in the end,
Yeah,
all people shouldn't matter what
exactly.
you. Yeah, exactly.
Feel what you want. Feel what your human emotion can feel.
Yeah.
I don't want to suppress any of my emotions.
And you don't have to.
I'm complete apathy.
It's true. He did. He went through a period of complete apathy where he fucking felt nothing. And I've been there. I've felt absolutely nothing for. I've been apathetic. It wasn't even for very long, and I had to switch my medication. That's how I knew I needed to switch my medicine, because I was like, I feel nothing, and I was like, this is terrible. I fucking hate it.
I had apathy for like over a decade.
Yeah.
It's
Now he can happy cry. He's happy all the time. It's like
uh-huh.
absolutely fucking let your freak flag fly. I'm kidding. It's not a freak flag. I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean.
I still don't think all my emotions have returned. I'm not an angry person. I don't feel like anger and hate normally, quote unquote. I don't know what it would be to feel that normally. Like I can get frustrated, but usually with myself. It's not I'm with angry at people. It's like, oh, I should have done better in this situation. Like this person was easy to kill and shoot off. I missed. I should
He,
have got it.
the most anger I've ever seen this man is people in this fucking round are trash. He'll get mad at his teammates in league or some shit.
Yeah, it's just competitive. Like competitive games, you see people with very interesting decision making
I
skills.
told him I was like, this is why I don't ever. This is why I wouldn't be able to play this with you,
You would
because
get
I'd be the trashy person.
not even that. You would legitimately get angry.
I would get angry too. That's another reason I don't do PvP games is because I get pissed. I will hate you forever. I'd be like, wow, I've been working my ass off on this, and this is what you've done. This is what you've fucking done to me. Why do I even fucking try?
Get me out on.
I'm a gamer rage person. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Aiko is a high
Gamer rage. I am familiar.
person.
I am familiar with this feeling.
This feeling of wanting to kill all your teammates because they are shit.
Oh yeah. Oh god. If you want to get me an rage, all you literally have to do is get me an ESO and have me do like one battle round. Actually, no, less than that. Okay. You have to, or more specific, you have to get me to do a capture the flag battleground. One of the capture the flag ones.
One of the objective based and not kill everyone.
Because those are the ones I'm good at. If you get me, it has to be something I'm good at. Otherwise, what am I gonna say? Like if I'm in a death match or whatever, I'm the shitty person. Right? I bet there's probably a lot of people there yelling me. Yeah, I'm also a healer.
You're supposed to be the damage.
I just run around going, I heal you while you kill things. Heal, heal. And I'm goofy about it, right? I don't try killing anything. But if we're in a capture the flag type situation, that's where I get rage. Because I'm like, why the fuck are you just killing people? Why are you killing me? You know, that kind of situation. It's not even the fucking point of the round. You just keep killing me.
Like, spawn trapping and things like that. Very shitty move. It is a legitimate strategy, but like, when all you're doing is killing and not even taking any of the objectives, what's the point of you being there? What's the point of you killing anyone? You're losing. No, but my KD, KD. I've never cared about KD in a competitive game. It doesn't matter. It doesn't get you wins. It helps towards getting wins, but it doesn't matter.
My KD is always trash. My KD is like in the negatives. I heal the enemy. By accident.
Probably would if you could.
I'd heal everybody. I'd be the best healer.
Equal opportunity kill.
Exactly.
Imagine if you could just be a third party to the New World Wars and you could just do whatever you want to a team.
That'd be amazing.
Like that was New World's big selling feature, and I don't even think they implemented that well. The server I was on, no one won the wars because they were just deadlocks. It was all just deadlock after deadlock.
Really?
Yeah, all the towns and everything got like maximum defensive structures, which would one-shot complete innocent players.
Oh wow.
And it was like, yeah, no, the map, the base has never changed hands, and the ones that did were always taken back and then immediately in a stalemate again.
Yeah,
No one
we
won.
did pretty good at holding the bases. Once it, yeah, I guess that, because like I was on the winning side, so I didn't actually perceive it probably as bad as it was. But I did I did notice that the only time that people actually started winning is when they started cheating.
Yes. Yes.
And that was shit. That was bullshit.
That was.
Does anybody remember the hatchet exploit?
Uh-huh.
Ugh.
Literally.
Run around, kill everything, and everything's just gonna stack. And as long as you don't hit anything between that time, it's all gonna stack up, and then you're gonna hit for that much more damage.
Yep. And the meta was a Warhammer Hatchet. Everyone ran Warhammer Hatchet. If you didn't have Warhammer Hatchet, you wouldn't get in the war. Unless you were a healer.
I was a healer,
Or-
so I got in the war.
It was very much just... On the server I was playing on, the big guilds only fought people in the war from their guilds, even if they were under level.
I was very popular on my server, but also people loved to hate me, and they said that everybody only hung out with me because they were simps, which is weird.
People suck.
The only reason any guy could be friends with me, right, is because they're a simp for me.
There are people who legitimately think that a guy and a girl can never be friends. There's always some ulterior motive, and it's gross.
Just because, you know, I have friends or whatever, you know.
Yeah, so when Antilius's... just need a level now. Oh, I need to fix up a couple of their skills. You need to get your skill fixed. Your skills good.
Okay, I think that's it as far as the outline. So how do we separate this into different buildings?
Yeah.
Okay. I have some idea.
Here. Get Serenity. Here, I already have Serenity, so I get one of it. It's...
Does anybody else in chat have gamer rage issues? Is it just me? It's only me. I'm the only one.
I have raged like twice at Dark Souls, I think. I broke a controller once.
Ooh.
And then I was like, oh, I should play this game until...
Calm the fuck down.
I calmed the fuck down, and then next time I play it, I had apathy, so I did the most extreme.
Used to be
challenge.
really bad at Rocket League. Okay, so get this. My nephew wants to play Rocket League with me. But I can't. Like, I physically cannot. Because I play that game specifically if I'm so beyond pissed off and I need to just, like, button smash. Like, I'm not good at Rocket League at all. 100% terrible at Rocket League. However, it is amazing. It is
Have a good day at work.
Have a good day at work. Thank you so much for coming by. It is amazing at, like, helping me blow off steam.
The whole community is extremely toxic. It's like, oh, you can't fly to the sky and do like a perfect aerial from like halfway down the court straight into the goal. Oh, you're shit. Stop playing. Uninstall. It's like, huh? It's... I feel like it's got the same fan base that soccer does in real life. It's just people who throw a fucking riot over their team losing. Like, I don't know if it's a controversial opinion or not, but soccer as a sport has a fan base that is a bunch of pansies.
I'm laughing because Mark plays soccer.
Doesn't matter if they have
How do you think his knee got so fucked?
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Josh used to play cricket a bunch, and
Think got fucked from the military? No, that shit from soccer.
sports are how you fuck your knees.
He used to be in the papers a lot. Like a big old fucking scrapbook. I don't know if he still has that scrapbook. Or he was in there a lot.
But yeah, oh, Dead by Daylight. I've heard that it's like if you play in a way that is like if as a killer you play in a way that guarantees you victory, like guarding the person on the hook to ensure they die, that's being a bad killer. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know how it works.
Like it's camping and that's frowned upon in the community. I'm like, what? That makes no sense. It's doing your best to win is frowned upon.
Now don't go wasting my precious time. Get your act together, we could be just fine. I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna, really, really, really wanna sing. I wanna be my lover. You gotta get with my friends. Please don't get with my friends, okay? Look, I don't know why. What that fucking means. Please don't. Please don't get with my friends.
I think it's supposed to be become friends with my friends, but it definitely sounds like you're supposed to fuck my friends. It's like
Don't
what?
fuck with my friends, please.
That's more of how the game is designed than other people's morals. Yeah.
You stay, I give you a try. If you really bug me, then I'll say goodbye. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna, really, really wanna say good. If you wanna be my lover, gotta get with my friends. Make it last forever. Friendship never ends. If you wanna be my lover, you have got to give. Taking is too easy, but that's the way it is. Here's a story from A to Z. You wanna get with me? You better listen carefully. We got M in the place that likes it, and if he's a cat, you like him, see, likes him, easy be. And as for me, you'll see, slap your body down and wind it all around. Slap your body down and wind it all around. If you wanna be mine, this is the best like British accent I can do, is just by singing along to this.
Friendship never ends.
Babe,
Yes, my love.
can you come here and tell me what's blocking me from being able to place this wall?
Give me 1 second. I am getting a.
Slap my body down and wind it all around. Slap my body down and wind. I'm just gonna start swinging my axe in this general vicinity. Go away, ghosts! Go away, ghosts! It's a ghosts hunting over here.
Yeah. I will teleport in a moment. I'm just getting a treasure. And a meteor fell over here.
See if I did. See if I killed the ghost. Nope.
Oh my god, I got a life fruit. Yippee!
Side it down. I
Over here.
Up here. Up here, babe.
Up here?
Yeah, there's a wall. And I'm trying to put a wall here.
I see. Should be good now.
Thank you. Why do I not see these things?
It was a tree that, usually if it's the leaves, like right here, there's a tree that has a couple of leaves.
Yeah, I could see that.
That's fine, but like, the wood itself on that one, like, bent into the wall, like, the rest of these should be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe not.
Did you say one? You literally just topped down 2 trees in one hit on my screen.
Oh yeah, those 2 trees like touching each other.
Oh, okay.
I was meaning to take down one of them, and I took out 2 of them. I said, fuck it, I'll take all of them down.
little mind free. Look into my eyes. Sometimes see you in the shadow.
Yeah.
This move. If you want to like test out workshop builds, check it. Pick a different circle. Test some shit out if you like it. See if you like something.
Could if I want.
You don't want to?
I'm currently getting trigger maps and doing camps.
All right.
I will maybe at some point.
Okay.
I feel like
Alright, as long as there's light from a neon moon. What?
I'll have a better time once like your thing's set up, so it can be like, okay, do I want to keep it in this style, keep the theme so it actually looks appealing, or do I want to?
Well, it's just gonna be separate buildings, kind of thing. So
Okay.
that's the big shtick.
Big sticky. Not the little stick, the big stick. How are you, Jesse? We went live like literally just as you woke up, I guess.
There's always one here for lonely. Just want your broken dreams dancing out of the beams of a neon moon.
Didn't you sing this song in one of the karaoke nights?
No.
No?
No.
Okay, that
so.
must be. Because I am as drama and then I can step out. Oh.
Your broken dreams dance in and out of the beams of a neon moon.
I hope you're someone who can function off of 5 hours of sleep, but
If you're not sorry, sucks to suck. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. What's wrong with me? You used to do a lot of karaoke bars with one of your songs. Oh, yeah, it's a good one.
I love hearing Aiko sing.
Do you think it fits for a karaoke song for me? Like honestly, like don't sugarcoat it.
I think, like, pitch wise, yeah, it's fine. I don't know about the lyrics, but it sounds like a good song. I like half pay attention to lyrics when I'm listening to a song.
Broken dreams dance in and out of the beams of the neon moon. Yeah, it's a little sad.
Sad song, yeah.
Honestly, that's a fucking mood. Jesse and I are same. The more sleep we have, the more tired we be. Wiggity 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 wig. I'm so cute.
I think you could sing that song very well, my love. Then there's a higher possibility for migraines. Well, that's why you function off of pain meds. Yippee! But no, yeah, I can't for sure can't sleep. We had a nap, and it took me like an hour to wake up. Do I even have a servant turret with that? I don't even have a servant turret. Celestia, stop! Okay, I mean, sure, kill them all. Leave no one behind, not even children menacing. XP. I'm very weird with short amount of sleep. Sometimes I'll have short amount of sleep and be like energized quite a bit. But most of the time, my body's just like, how is this functional? Less than 10 hours of sleep?
If I get 10 hours of sleep, I'm dead.
Okay, I go photo mode and let me stay so far.
Oh,
says
Lord.
Horton will judge you.
So I've got this building here, and I'm kind of trying to, I'm gonna be like trying to recreate this shape here, 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 and here. And then I've got to build little outposts, one for like, I've got to need to have a little farm area, and then I've got to have an electric area for the incubators, and then I have to have an incubator area. So I think incubator area is probably going to be more towards the center and have like a bunch of them because like that's one of the things I'm constantly fucking low on incubators. But basically this is just going to be for like max stuff. So what do you think? I'm seeing where things are going. We'll see.
This entire build Ico's doing might not be what we end up going with this. Just testing.
Yeah. Like this is like my 7th build this morning.
Yeah.
And my like 40th build in 2 days.
Yeah. Ico is.
If I don't do this, this is all gonna happen. If I don't do this, this is basically what happens. Okay. If I do not do this, I will spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours doing this on Pan server. And I will get no leveling done because I will just be sitting there building. I'm not worried about leveling right now because I'm level 80. I have the time and I have the luxury of not needing to level right now. So I can, and I have a fuck ton of resources. So, and a fuck ton of weight. So I can test. This is the best time for me to test things. Looks great, honestly. I'll be sure to steal the idea. I'll kick your ass. I'll kick your ass if you steal my idea. Look, seriously, the whole reason is because like my workshop I kind of don't love. I don't love my workshop. It is a build that functions currently. I don't love it. I rebuilt the workshop like 20 times in my single player world.
Workshop's always the hardest one you've found to build.
I struggle with the workshop a lot. But what is it? The base that I love the most, this one up here, that I basically is just a modified one I got from a tutorial. And although I love it, few things. One, I didn't make it myself. Two, I want to mix it up, but because I'm streaming, like I could just build in the same spot over and over and over again, but it'd be more entertaining as a streamer to build in different areas and also try different things, you know? Like I don't want to have to build the same thing over and over again. And if I do wind up building the same thing over and over again, it's definitely going to be my build. So that if people want to build it, they'll call it the Ico build, not the Crimson build, because that's what it is currently. If I do wind up building something, oh my god, I want to build this build, the Ico build. Not the build that Ico stole from Crimson Builds, you know what I mean?
And then slightly modified.
And then slightly modified to accommodate for fucking Wumpo batons. Which is exactly what it was modified for. A fucking Wumpo. Because why? Because the Wumpo is fine. The Wumpo is not an issue. The alpha Wumpo. The alpha Wumpo chunky.
So chunk.
So chunk. And very tall. So I needed to accommodate for the alpha Wumpo. And I'm glad I did because I wound up getting another alpha Wumpo.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I could look at separate bases at this point and go, yeah, I did that one. How's it gonna make her happy if you can?
Huh? Yeah. Well, I want to add color too. I think that'd be fun. Because one of the things I really do want to work with is color. Because, like,
Like, I love to paint things in this
I
game.
really do, but like my current build, it's like it doesn't really work well for coloring it, so.
But yeah, very much if Ico is in Pan server and is doing all this, it's happened in this one where it's just us two.
I'll get angry because Tristan is leveling, and
Yeah.
because I'm not leveling at the same time, I'll get
Or,
stressed
like,
out, and I'll.
Hell, you did a lot of breeding early on, and I got like 2 levels above you at one point when you were like 4 above me.
Yep. And it stresses me out. It stresses me out. Tristan and I, if we start at the same time, he cannot get too far leveled above me. But if he's doing things that give him levels and I'm building, which doesn't give levels, then I'm fucking stressed out.
It's never wrong.
It's something I'm working on. It's part of my issue with being competitive. And I find myself, and that was another thing too, is I find myself being competitive in games that are not competitive. Have you ever thought, did you ever think that you could possibly ever be competitive in Stardew? Because guess what? You can. You can. You can be competitive in Stardew. What do you mean? At the same base? Yes, of course we're at the same base. And all of our resources are combined. That doesn't mean I can't be competitive. It means I'm fucking like, how the fuck did you just get 6 ancient seeds in 2 hours? I've got 0 ancient seeds because I've done 0 mining because I've been too busy fucking working on this shit.
I literally had a day where within a one in-game day I got 7 ancient seeds. And that threw Ico for a spiral. It's just
I have to have a very patient husband. And it's something that I'm working on. And I need to reiterate, it is something that I'm working on. It is not something that I'm like, oh, I have BPD. That's just how it's going to be. Guess I'm just going to be a dick sometimes. It is something that I am working
acting like she's a lot better than she used to be. You have improved a lot.
Thanks, babe. It's because I love you and I want to see you succeed too. Also, sometimes it's a lot of fake it till you make it.
There definitely is some fake it, like especially when I get something rare and she's like, "Oh, I'm happy for you."
I was like, oh, I'm so happy for your heart. I'm so
There's
happy for you.
zero emotion behind it. Oh, nice work, yeah.
So happy for you.
Sharpens knife.
Look, I try.
But
I try. I'm
it's
not
also
perfect.
it's also more extension from like relationship trauma stuff.
Yeah, where people
She-
handed me shit, and it's just like not fucking fun anymore. It's like
Not even necessarily just handed stuff.
basically made me feel like I was incompetent and good to come on.
Told you to fuck off. This is my base. I don't want you here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you, of course, in like co-op games, you never learn how to do the co-op side of things, or you unlearn how to do the co-op side of things.
I hate you.
Me?
No, I hate this little bitch right here.
I need to see who's this little bitch.
This messenger of love.
Oh, what's she doing?
Look,
She's beckoning.
she is being a character in my way.
Hang on.
No, it doesn't matter. I've killed her before. It doesn't work. I've killed her before because that's where she spawns. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna kill her right now out of spite. Because I'm mad at her.
Wonder if, can you... It probably
Look,
won't.
she's not in the way right now. Oh my god! Hold on, I did for like a second.
Okay, yeah, you can't replace stare with like.
Yeah, it won't let me place it there.
corner thing
It says it's
stairs.
blue, but it won't let me. Nope. I have to build accommodating for that bag. Ooh, with you. Honestly, I could probably make this work. Stop. Did you kill her again?
No, I want to aggro her and see if I'm pulling her out of range. Got it.
Oh my god, the cops are after you.
We were. So if you aggro her and pull her out of
Oh,
the
you
area-
did! You
Yep.
got the letter down. That's amazing. Okay. Fucking sweet.
It's just while she's respawning all actively there, it's like, fuck you.
That's cool.
You bitches can't chase me into this dungeon unless I can, then that would be hell. Oh, what's this notification I've received? I'm now eligible to get the Captain America nameplate for Marvel Rivals.
That's it.
They did try to follow me in, but I ran out of wanted time as they followed me in.
The fuck was that?
Okay. So that is good to know with NPC. I wonder if you'll move at spawn point now.
I don't know. Is she dead?
I don't know. I ran off. I didn't kill her.
I want it there now, but I know it's possible.
Possible, which is good. Knowing that it's possible means you know that you can deal with an NPC being
Yep.
a temporary.
The thing is, the only against it I have is that it's already fucking big. Like it's calling. It's like this is me. I'm the biggest and baddest of all the fucking buildings here. I'm the most important of all the breeding things.
And honestly, it will be on Pan server because we won't be able to have an excessive amount of bases to have everything separated that we currently do. Which is gonna be...
No, I just meant this one breeding pen
Oh, there's one specific breeding pen
that is like clearly acting like it's more important than the others.
Oh my god. It's the main character.
They put it to where the other ones go down like that. I think if people get up there, I don't know.
Just had a random thought, but do you know a subreddit I haven't seen for a while on my feed?
Mildly penis.
I haven't seen. Yeah, I haven't seen that one for a little bit, but no, not that one. It's choosing beggars. I haven't seen that one. I like seeing that one occasionally.
I'm gonna destroy this ladder you placed. Not because I don't love it, but because... Or stairs you placed. I'm glad to know it's a thing, and if I need your help again, I'll do it, but...
Mm-hmm.
Just trying. I was thinking that I could do...
I'm being so jealous.
What?
You can think, I can't.
Wow.
I want to be able to think.
Do whatever you want to do.
What I can do is stink.
The best stinker ever.
Am I your stink charmin?
Yes.
Let's go. Found a spot that's got sulfur, coal, ore, and quartz. I think this might be my first starter base. Ooh.
Is that what you're doing right now? Are you scouting?
I think I might know where you are at as well.
Oh, I know where you are too. Wait. I know there's sulfur and coal. Possibly ore.
This place has quartz. Is it up, like, north of the Cal Alliance Tower? And that, like, the tip of that island? I know it's got,
Is there something standing here?
249, negative 98. Oh, no, it's not there. 249, negative... Ah! Oh, over by the Jormuntide. Oh, that actually looks like a good base location on the map. I haven't gone there and visited myself, but I might go and do that. I might go and visit where you're looking at. Because if it's got all those resources, that's really good.
Yeah, Tristan might want to steal it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go put a base there immediately. As soon as the server's up, I'm just gonna get a stone and a palisite. Not palisite.
Palazite.
A Paldium. And then run off there and immediately place a Pell box. That's all I'm gonna do. Not gonna build anything there, just place the Pell box.
We just want the bell box.
Yeah.
And then leave.
I might place a sign saying, a sign saying, Horton is...
Okay.
Get the curtain.
Bye, Lucy.
Hello, Lucy. Good morning. Why am I speaking so weird?
Those are weird.
I'm so weird.
Okay, that's already like definitely dialed it back quite a bit. In terms of give me attention, give me attention.
Huh?
Now it's
Oh, the base?
yeah.
Oh, cool. Hey, how's everyone doing today? And just woke up. How are you doing, my love?
Hungry.
Hungry. I can hear this. I can hear the food through my nose. Yeah, I can
We are
smell
gonna
it.
wind up taking a small break because, like, basically we like having dinner with my mother-in-law, and she cooks. So another reason.
Oh.
Look, if somebody's gonna cook food for you, the least you can do is eat it with them. Unless, of course, they're McDonald's workers, and in which case that is completely up to you.
You can eat at the counter. They might tell you to move on, please.
Just like eating with whoever cooked food for me. Can you imagine?
Oh, this isn't. Yeah, this
I'd like to
is a nice
speak.
space
I'd like to
though.
speak to your head chef, please. Yes, have a seat. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, not good.
Not good?
No, because I can smell it more now, and like now my stomach's starting to turn.
Oh no. Typically, when you can smell it, it means it's almost ready.
That's good. Oh, I'm so hungry. Guys, I'm dying. I'm dying of starvation. I'm so dramatic. I know.
Why is dying? And I can't help. Yeah, it sounds like you're dishing out. Should be there in 24 hours, save you some.
Is that how long it would take you to get here?
That's actually pretty far.
Well, it depends on where he is.
Oh wait, yeah, didn't you say you're from NZ? Are you from NZ?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Probably be that long to get a flight that isn't. Oh, that you can still get.
Something going on. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Loot. Give me a loot. Thank you. South Dakota. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be like way longer than 24 hours. My flight was 32 hours from North Carolina, though, so.
Yeah, if you go from. If you go to the west coast and go that way,
Go to
it
San
takes-
Fran.
Yeah, from SoFo, San Francisco.
Who was it that was from New Zealand? It is clear now that we don't know.
It's someone with a green name.
That doesn't help. Sometimes their name colors change. It only stays like if you like select the color specifically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure it's someone with a green name they've selected specifically. Surf's Up was a fun movie. Yeah, to go from San Francisco, it's like a 17-hour direct flight from there to Melbourne. But those flights are pretty irregular. I am gonna teleport to
You know, you make
base.
me feel cooler.
What's that?
You make me feel cooler. Because I always thought people, like Americans that traveled internationally, were cooler than me. And I traveled internationally. So you make me cooler in my
Let's.
own eyes.
There we go. Dinner is ready.
Okay.
Hello, Mom. We'll be out in a moment.
Okay. I'm going to do this. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that little gazebo thing going on there. Figure it out. The rest of it. Mia
Me a job.
going to a meeting today to help get my Mia job. My me. Okay.
Oh, what? Oh, did that? Okay. Okay. I couldn't see the message.
Boom.
Yes.
Dinner break. Love you. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be back soon. Love you all. I'm gonna be right back with the food. No, not lap. This one's food.
Screen. I'm still using the little
Food.
it says dinner break. BRB.
That's okay.
Pants are falling down. Oh my god.
Saw the kangaroo punch somebody in the face in a video. I'm cool eating it.
Even off to the side for like being dead for like half an hour is potentially deadly. But they're supposed to basically kill them and then put it in a pot. Like, as they're put in a pot, they're supposed to kill them.
Did you not mute yourself?
I don't know.
You didn't. How we're walking upstairs. We're talking about lobster, guys.
Yeah,
We're
we're
talking
supposed to
about
kill
lobsters.
Lucy before we put him in a pot. It's the only way to serve human.
Oh, I gotta take my dinner break thingy off.
I was on my be right back screen, so I didn't have my mic coming through.
Yeah, you were coming through Discord.
Oh no.
Everybody heard our
all heard our
conversations about
conversation about
lobster.
We
And
were talking about farm animals, basically,
yeah,
chicken.
ethics of eating different kinds of animals.
Yeah.
Krishna.
Rip Lucy getting forced to go to an interview.
Oh no.
Or a trainer or
How
something.
dare he?
We will remember this.
We will. Sorry.
We will, we will.
We
What you gonna
will.
do?
We
What
will
gonna
rock
do?
you.
We will. We will on you.
Nope. This one.
Let me go. Set these mimogs properly.
Don't mean no
Before
vacation.
to have runner.
Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication.
What the diet?
What?
Oh, I'm just reskilling my mimogs.
Yes.
And you can have dainty kosher eater sure. I transport mimogs at my base out.
Yeah. Giving them more skills.
I'm giving them like running skills and then like dainty eater. I could give them insomnia, but
give them
depression.
nimble.
Yeah, nimble. They all have swift.
Swift and runner. Those are gonna be the
Swift and runner.
speediest mimogs in the Wild West.
Swift, runner, and nimble. Make it super zoomy.
Oh my god, I just had them.
You okay?
Yeah, basically, okay, so I went into my menu and for some reason I had, you know that weird effect that like zooms in on an anime character's face where everything like zooms in and everything else zooms out?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I felt like just happened.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like,
Typically-
that was uncomfortable.
I will say because food stuff, we like basically slept. You haven't really eaten much all day until dinner, and you were hungry last night. If hunger comes soon, still, we can get something.
Okay. It was a light dinner, I feel. Or was it a light dinner? I don't know. Maybe I'm just perceiving it as light dinner because I'm a fat fuck.
it is a more proportionate dinner to like
What we've been eating lately.
should be having. Most people overeat because that's just how
Yeah.
a lot of your serving sizes are.
I am American. This is how we eat.
Not even necessarily.
Wait until we're fucking full.
um. But yeah, I'm not saying that later we should order something from a certain store that'll come and be round and cut up into 8 slices, but I won't be against it. But to be fair, I'm never against it. Believe. Oh,
Baby, it don't matter if black or white.
do you think there will be another Michael Jackson in the future?
I think if anybody were going to be considered like a new Michael Jackson, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Bruno Mars would be a good Michael Jackson. Like, you know what I mean? What do you mean by that? Because I'm not talking like controversial. I'm talking like good
No,
singing.
as an artist.
I think that Bruno Mars is already fucking killing it in that department,
Bruno Mars?
in my opinion.
Yeah, Bruno Mars does some great stuff.
Yeah. No one can replace him. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying replacing him.
But like with how influential he is in a generation.
I don't know if does Bruno Mars influence a generation?
I don't know. I feel like he sort of was in Michael Jackson's generation as well.
No.
Like towards the end of it.
No.
No.
No, Bruno Mars? What the fuck do you mean? He's now trying to figure out who Bruno Mars is.
I've heard of Bruno Mars.
Yes, you have.
Started professional career around 2002.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson was still alive then. He started performing as a child Elvis impersonator.
Okay.
Even earlier than that.
How old is Bruno Mars?
Horton says Bruno sucks.
Okay. Beg to differ, but that's fine.
Bruno Mars is 40.
See? Damn.
Yeah.
I thought he was about my age. Well, I guess he is about my age. Dude, I need to stop aging. He's 4 years older than me. I'm losing it. In 4 years, I'm going to be 40, guys. I hate everything.
You are perfect.
I hate everything. I'm dying. I'm dying inside. I hate it.
It is like asking who would be the next queen. Not asking for as a replacement, just like how influential they are in a.
Or the next Beatles. You know, they just had a lot of influence. Does music not just not have that same influence? Like, I would say...
I feel like a lot of music, specifically in certain genres, have more influence in certain communities.
Ariana Grande is the next something.
Yes.
Considering Britney Spears.
Yes. I would agree with that. Probably... I mean, Britney Spears is still around, but I don't think she's going to get back into music.
I don't know. Let me know when you find the Fountain of Youth, right?
Yeah.
Horton, how old are you? I'm just
In
curious.
olden times, the
Never mind,
greatest
don't tell me, I don't wanna
fountain
know.
of youth could have been baby blood. Have you tried consuming babies?
Not yet. I must try. 33? Oh my god, thank goodness. Oh, that's right, we did talk about this
Yes, we did talk about this yesterday. Or the day before.
these days.
They're like, a month older than Pan?
Pan's 33. Okay, well that makes me feel better at least. I mean, you guys still got like 7 years before you're 40 though, but still. Pan calls you old because you're not. Oh no. I'm gonna go cry. I'm gonna go die.
Don't worry, you can all call me old.
Just in your baby, shut the fuck up.
I am ancient.
Wow. Well, if you're ancient, what does that make me?
Your favorite creature.
Favorite ancient creature.
You are an ankylosaurus.
Wow, now I'm a dinosaur. Wow.
It's your favorite.
Not even old. I'm a fucking dinosaur. I'm gonna fucking kick my husband's ass.
Yay, yippee!
This is exactly what he wanted. Masterpiece.
That's what I said in my head when I heard that. Can you videotape it?
The fact that you said videotape it ages you too. Just saying.
No.
Love that.
Submit it to Funniest Home Videos. My ass whooping's gonna be really funny for everyone else.
I do that sometimes too. I do say videotape it sometimes. And I'm like, oh shit.
Same, yeah, it is very much, the youngins don't say that these days. What do they even say? Fucking clip that?
Clip that chat.
Genuinely among,
They'll just call their friends chat.
yeah, they genuinely call their friends chat and, like, people that are interacting with chat. It's really weird.
If anybody can call out anybody for being old, it is me. I am allowed. I love calling random young people old. This is great.
I get so offended.
Everyone's like, I'm not old. And I'm like, yeah, you are fucking ancient. Going die. That sounds terrible. I would never say that, but you know what I mean.
Start preparing your will.
Exactly.
Literally, the moment you are born, you are old. You start aging, you are old.
I love calling people who just turned 18 old.
Oh yeah, it is wonderful.
I say as if that's a weird hobby to me. I just hang out with tons of people who just turned 18 just so I can call them old. Jesse's ancient. Jesse's like ancient, you know, like
At least, it's better than what other people sometimes do with hanging out with people that are turning 18.
talking about David.
Yeah, we're talking about David. Deforted. That's my favorite way to call him. Deforted.
Because it sounds like he said he forted. Deforted.
We are made for each other.
least 60, yeah. You identify as 42.
My muscles sometimes identify as like 70. Ugh.
I will say.
You're only as old as you feel, so I'm at least 60.
I will say the only thing that I feel gives away my age is my knees when I do squats. My knees when I do squats are so mean. They're just like pop, 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 pop. I'm like, stop! It's embarrassing.
Sometimes you can hear her on stream, like if like when she had a squat routine.
Oh Lord, it was so embarrassing.
But to be fair, like your bones are really loud when they crack, which is awesome.
It's not my bones, it's my joints.
Oh, your joint, yeah, your bones are cracking. Cracking in the bones. She's never had a broken bone.
I've never had a broken bone. I actually, as far as like the whole feeling old thing, I really don't. I don't think that I am healthy, but I don't necessarily feel old either. And especially if I keep to a not schedule, weirdly, if I keep to a not schedule, then I feel better. I feel more like some people are like, "Oh, I need to get like 40 hours of sleep a night," you know.
Oh man.
You have fibromyalgia, it's different.
My whole perception of like the oh my joints, my like energy level sort of thing is it's completely thrown off because of fibromyalgia. It's literally like yeah, I I always feel like I'm really old because some days I sleep for like 18 hours, other days I'm in so much pain I can barely walk.
My knees are my biggest issue. And because of that, and sometimes energy level, but my energy level is very specific, okay? I want very specifically, I wish I had K-pop dancer energy.
Yes. She's mentioned this before. It is I feel like you've got the inner K-pop dancer energy,
It's
but you don't have the
outer.
the physical capability to.
It's like I want to do K-pop dances. They look so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I don't want to get up.
Please don't do K-pop dances in public if you ever get the K-pop dancer energy.
I will if there is if there's a group of K-pop or people doing K-pop dances and I know the dance.
That's okay, but don't be the people who just
No, I'm not
like
gonna
put a
start.
camera down, film themselves doing K-pop dances in the middle of the street, and then get upset whenever anyone walks in front of them.
No, I ain't like that.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Your knees aren't in line with your feet.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Is that like a medical condition? Or is that just like from bad posture? Or well, I guess leg posture? I don't know. I'm the only one of my siblings that hasn't done their ACL. Well, my full siblings. My half siblings don't know.
I don't like these roofs.
Knock knees and bow legs. Oh, okay. I feel like that's something they can correct if they help early enough, but your bones are set.
Babe, can you do me a favor? Can you bring me some hardwood and just like put it in the chest down there?
I will indeed bring you some hardwood in a moment. I need to go back to... Both times you asked me, hey babe, can you come and do something for a second? I mean, in the middle of the ocean. I'm on my way back to my base.
Okay. I'm trying to see if maybe I will like these roofs better if it's in the Japanese style.
Oh my god, Horton, you perv.
Pervert! If I wanted that kind of hardwood, I'd mute my mic.
And stream, just mute mic. You are after that,
This is the kind of shit like I wanted to test out before 1.0 dropped, but I wasn't like high enough level. So I created another
Yeah.
thing and gave myself 20 times XP so I can test it out, but it was just it's still a little bit of a grind, I know.
There's a song by a band I can't remember called Innuendo. Don't worry, I'm there with you on that. I don't remember any songs by any band.
I know Gorilla by Bruno Mars. That one's a sexy song. That one makes me blush.
My favorite song is AC/DC by Metallica. That's a song, right?
Do you guys have a song that makes you blush? Because mine is 100%. 100% Gorilla by Bruno Mars.
You're saying girl, aren't you?
What? Gorilla.
Gorilla. Oh, you are saying gorilla. I thought I was just hearing.
No, Gorilla.
Something Mummies was a band. Raw Weasley something.
I want to listen to it. Okay, hold on. I want to see. Hold on. Oh, this is Fred Weasley. POV, George Weasley has a crush on you. POV, you're dating Fred Weasley. George Weasley vibes. Fred Weasley plus Fred Weasley vibes. I don't think it's Weasley. 17 tells me it's not Weasley. Weasley might not be the right one.
Do you have a chest anywhere? Here?
Yes.
Is it within
Nah,
somewhere near me?
I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know where I put it.
Is it in one of the? Oh, I see it. I see it. I'm going.
Where was it?
It's by one of the breeding farms.
Oh.
The lower one to the west of the
Is it the one I'm on top of?
I don't know.
No,
where you
I'm
are.
not.
No. The one to the west, directly from the Pell box.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. You've got
Thank you.
almost a full blood.
It's amazing.
2/3 of a stack up here, dude.
That way. Tell me why ain't nothing but a heartache.
Oh, fuck, Raw by Weasley Green.
Nothing but a
I just...
Oh yeah. That was just the name of the playlist. That's great. I want it that way, and then you're fire, the one. Because I'm just wondering if I just don't like this because it's orange. I really don't like the color orange. It's too late, and I want it that way. Tell me why. Except for if it's a cat. Nothing but a heartache. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Don't play that on stream. That's fine. I'm not playing Gorilla on stream either. I requested somebody else to play it on their stream, and then I was embarrassed for requesting it. Like that's like the song that I was talking about, Gorilla by Bruno Mars. Go listen to that one if you haven't heard it yet. You tell me what you think.
Echoes my blushing bride. Jesse's trying to pressure us into it or not.
I'm 18 plus streamer now. I could.
We could. We could do whatever we want. 18 plus. We could kill someone.
However, I do know that I felt really embarrassed whenever I forgot who it was. Somebody was playing Gorillas on stream per my request, and I was embarrassed. So I'm not going to do that specifically because he requested not to, and I don't want to make him embarrassed because that shit was like, I didn't. I just sat there in horror, even though like it's like I don't know. It just makes me blush.
We will listen to it after stream.
Yeah, we'll start a stream. You feel like the song's already in your playlist. You know what's another good one? Earned It. Earned It's fucking good. But that one doesn't make me blush in the way that as much as Gorillaz does. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never wanna hear you say I want it that way, 'cause I want it that way. Wrong, but I listen to Gorillaz. Gorillaz like a monkey. Big monkey. Go listen to that one. Tell me what you think.
Imagine if the song was Gorillaz. Now talking about Gorillaz and me.
Oh god.
I feel like that would be a country
Excuse
song.
me, who is it? Hello?
Is it a baby?
I'll go check to see if it's a baby. It's probably a baby.
Oh my god.
Come on in. How are you doing, officer?
Oh, is that Officer Peppers?
Officer Bevis. Yep, I mean, they're right. They're the same, right? They're both wearing black.
Yeah. He's only wearing it. You can take it off.
Officer Kit Kat.
Hello, kitty.
I'm gonna tell you guys a secret. I used to have a crush. My first ever crush was on Casper, the ghost. The friendly ghost.
He's a very friendly person. In ghost form.
Okay, fair enough.
Movie Casper or animation?
Movie Casper.
Kitty. I feel like we had this conversation when we watched Casper.
Yeah, I had to show you. I had to show you my first crush. It was very specifically the part where you turned human, though, so I'm not super weird.
Just only, like, mildly.
I only like dead boys, not ghostly ones. Well, technically, I guess at that point he was undead.
Yeah, maybe Bruno isn't so bad.
Oh, you heard it? Did you go listen to it? Weirdly, also, here's another one. Okay, so yeah, you heard it. You're like, oh yeah, all right. There is this guy who is on trial currently for murder, right? Murdering a girl that supposedly he groomed and allegedly he groomed and then murdered and left in his car.
He uses the word allegedly because innocent until proven guilty.
Yep. So allegedly
Come to your own opinion if you read the text messages.
So, anyways, I'm sitting there and we're watching the story about this dude, and I'm like, I wonder if I've heard anything by him. I wonder if his music's any good because like the way that she was describing like his kind of music, I was like, oh, that sounds like the kind of stuff I'd like, right? And I looked it up, and I was like, dude, this guy's literally on my playlist. Like this song that they were like focusing on a lot called "Romantic Homicide," literally on my playlist. Amazing song, right? I understand that he's probably a really bad guy.
Allegedly, probably a bad guy.
I said probably.
Probably allegedly, yeah.
Probably allegedly a bad guy. But his music's fucking fire. And I can't deny that.
To be fair, there's a decent amount of singers in
Too much.
like rap who are literal criminals. That like there was this one rapper who literally made all of his songs about him killing people, and that's how he got caught. He described a crime scene that he wasn't connected to by the police, but was like
They're
they
starting
had no evidence connecting.
they're starting to use lyrics of songs in court
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, because some people are stupid enough to literally confess their crime. Like, even literally
Like
Oh.
literally.
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 Yeah, it's like it's insane. Of course, the police are gonna like be like, "Oh, you described this crime scene perfectly. That wasn't released to public. Oh, we're now interested in having a sit-down interview with you in a police station while you're on cell."
Well, that's another thing too. Is like this guy that they're like reading. They're like, if you look at the lyrics to the songs that he's written, it's like he's writing to this girl,
Mhm.
right? And everybody's like, "Wow, he was just straight up confessing in his songs."
And a lot of the
And that
a lot of the actresses they hire to play the girl
looks like the girl.
looks like the girl. Oh yeah, it's really fucking stupid when people post clips of themselves breaking the law in their car. Like, oh yeah, the cops definitely aren't going to track you down by your social media.
I feel like this is weird. Better like this? Oh, it might be better like this. Maybe and like this. Cause hold on, maybe.
My old man used to describe outrunning the cops in his Chevy all the time, crossing state lines so they couldn't follow.
Mm-hmm.
That's slightly more acceptable than doing it in a public setting, where you're literally confessing to a crime, like literally.
Yeah. I've been to jail before. I tried to cross state lines.
She has been to jail before.
Yeah. Do I sound like a criminal, guys? Did I strike you as a criminal?
But no, because you weren't found guilty.
True.
They dropped the charges.
Look, I like to tell people that I was arrested for Grand Theft Auto. Was I convicted? No.
No, but it's true that you were arrested.
Yeah.
And the charge was Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah. Exactly. That looks better.
Well, did you also get hit with charges about like firearms or something, or was it just?
No, I would have got hit with charges about firearms had I gone back to Arkansas, but they told me not to go to Arkansas, so I didn't. They're just like, just stay out of Arkansas. I was like, okay. So I did. and I've ordered Arkansas for years.
And by now it would
Oh
be
yeah,
past
it'll be
the
done
yeah. But that's a fun story Ika gets to tell.
Most I've been in jail the drunken brawl on a few nights in a drunk tank. No, I was in a week. I was a week in jail in Arkansas, and a week in jail in Virginia because I crossed state lines, and yeah.
To be fair, you shouldn't have listened to the advice from your mum.
My mom, I love my mother. I love my mother. Her advice, she says that she's like, I told you not to talk to them and that we was going to meet you there. I was like, you did not tell me not to talk to them. You specifically told me to talk to them and that they just wanted to hear your story, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, that's how they wanted to get me back in there, to arrest me. I was free. I was free.
Walked into a police
Then I
station.
walked into a police station my mom's like, oh, they just want to talk to you about the guy you were with. So I went to talk to them because she's like, oh, it's not about you, it's just about him. All right, I'm gonna go talk to him.
There's the reason why you have the right to remain silent, because anything you say can and will be used against you.
What I could do is I could decorate each one of these buildings differently, and Tristan can tell me which one he likes the best.
You could.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how am I gonna do this one?
I'm currently just unfogging my map.
Okay, that's fair. Oh, baby.
I've been a good boy. I've never been in jail.
Pussy.
The SAS won't take me. I haven't broken any laws. I haven't gotten into fights. I listen.
No, yeah, I'm learning from my mistake. Well, not learning actively. I'm good. I learned
To
my
be
mistake.
fair-
Okay, here's my mistake. Okay, do not cry about the fact that your boyfriend's going to jail and say you could just like not go. And if you do that anyways, and then he says, okay, well, we could just not go then. Let's fucking go on the run then. Don't be like, okay, that sounds great. And then fucking go with him.
Mm-hmm. Look, Mania does some wild things when you don't even know you have anything. That was before you... did you think you might have had like something like bipolar at that?
No, at that point in time, I had no fucking clue. I knew the most I knew was depression, and I knew I wasn't sad. So, well, I mean, I was sad about the fact he was going to jail. But other than that, I wasn't like depression sad. I was just situationally sad.
You were manic.
I was manic, yeah.
And you didn't even understand that you had something that was mania.
Do we put the eggs away? I don't even know where I got those eggs. I hope those are my eggs. I don't fucking know where they came from. Why did I have eggs in my inventory? I don't know. Where did they come from? I don't know.
Are they green?
No.
Oh, well, it's not the green eggs for the ham then. I've been quoting Dr. Zeus a bit lately. Specifically green eggs and ham.
No, I think that you've been talking a lot about the Lorax, and he was the anti-Lorax earlier, and he said, specifically, I think it started from you, Horton.
Yeah. I'm engaged here in the food.
I'm not typically really creative. That's why I'm just kind of like building things, breaking things, building things, breaking things, building things, breaking things. Because, like, I'm not feeling it. And this is how you learn, though, right?
Yeah.
Just by trying out random shit and seeing what works. Because I've been working on this since, like, I woke up way earlier than Tristan did.
Mm-hmm. really
like
good.
way earlier. I've been working on this all day.
I woke up briefly and I went back to sleep.
I did also go back to sleep, but that was way after.
I went to bed. I went up a bed. I can't even speak right now. I went across the road to get a light bulb.
Yep.
For my lamp.
And then I went back to bed.
Finished setting up my model and then went to sleep.
It was.
still said
It's,
this.
I'm gonna tell you something. It's really funny listening to Tristan get his model set up because it's just like, "Bleh, bleh, bleh." And then he starts giggling. It's so funny. He's
I'm
adorable.
having fun.
He's adorable. I fucking love him.
No.
That is the best person in the world. I have the best person in the universe.
No, you got the stinkiest.
I mean, can it not be? Can both not be true?
No.
Best and most stinkiest person in the world.
You got the best person in the world.
The best person. I used to have a neighbor named Beth.
Oh.
I used to have a neighbor named Beth, and then she died.
Oh.
Well, we went out to her house, and because she was like having drinks and showing off this new guy friend or boyfriend that she just started dating, and so we're sitting there drinking and everything like that. And then the next day, she died. I found out she died because she got into a car with that boyfriend. That boyfriend was not driving; she was drunk, and then totaled the car.
Oh.
What would people like for lunch? Not. And look. I just don't know if I want you cooking for me anymore, Jesse. I just don't think we're gonna agree on food.
I will have whatever you're making.
I'm not even gonna say that. That's a lie for me. I would not. I don't want you.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Just like
It was.
alcohol and smart decisions don't correlate. Don't ever get in a car if you have drunk alcohol.
That was the first time I'd ever seen a dead body.
You found her?
No. It was she. I went to her funeral as a wake.
Oh yes.
I lied. That was not the first time. I've seen 2 dead bodies. I've seen.
I am unfortunately familiar with.
I have not seen many dead bodies. I have seen my bio dad's cousin Junior, and I have seen my neighbor. That's it. I didn't even see my granddaddy dead because he couldn't fucking wait. I told him, hey, stick around, I'm coming this weekend, and then he died. So he obviously didn't want to see me, bitch.
Maybe I knew you were gonna cry if you saw him.
People tell me that he probably wouldn't have wanted me to see him that way anyways, which is true.
Yeah, from everything you explained to me, he was like a tough manly
Very
man.
tough, manly man. He was in a very vulnerable position at the end.
Yeah.
I see my grandma, but I couldn't get to Scotland for the funeral. Yeah. Well, I mean, he was also cremated, so that was another reason. Put this down there. Okay. Do this.
Honestly, like, props to people who just, as a career, deal with death.
That sounds awful.
It is hard.
They're probably like, do you think they'd just be numb to it at this point? If they do it every day, like do it all the time, kind of numb to it. Maybe it works
Yes,
for
they
people
do
who aren't
numb.
empathetic. You can't be empathetic with that job.
I've heard that no, in fact, people that are empathetic tend to do better in a job.
Really?
But like, yeah, because people who aren't empathetic sometimes overlook certain things like evidence. But like you have to train into like become mentally strong enough to actually not overlook things. But people who are empathetic tend to do a more thorough job from things I've heard.
Oh yeah. No, so I went to nursing school for like a little bit. Before I was kicked out. Oh no. So I was in nursing school and I saw these ladies, they were like being very, very aggressive with like cleaning up after a person. And I didn't like that. But apparently, I don't know, it's just what they did. I couldn't imagine being that aggressive towards somebody to do that, but I guess it's just used to it.
I suppose that does also depend on the profession you're in. Like if you're in
Wiping an adult's ass.
if you're in that profession, then probably some level of lack of empathy would help.
Why?
Maybe. No, you still want some empathy so you can actually connect with people. Because if you just become an arse while wiping asses, then you're just gonna potentially take advantage of and abuse people.
Yeah.
But if you're in like crime scene investigation and you've seen like brutal things, empathy can cause a lot of mental health issues for you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Weirdly enough, the job of like all dangerous elements, police have to have a team dedicated to like keeping track of conspiracy theories
Uh-huh.
because they just turn radical. But weirdly enough, it's got a high turnover rate because the people working in them
Start believing.
start believing conspiracy theories.
Oh, that is so funny. They're like, oh my god, I could see this.
Mm-hmm.
Makes perfect sense.
I like how I have to explain to people I have a 24/7 job, and unfortunately, you might not come first.
Yeah.
Like,
What was that? Is there somebody at my base?
no, this
Me?
maybe
I don't have a
could've been
visitor.
me. Me, he would have spawned in the wall somewhere, and
I don't have a visitor.
was it the base I was teleporting to? Hello, you at the back? I teleported to the wrong base, but you now can't. No. Let me go back to my base. It was literally as I was teleporting, dude. Oh, the notification. Speaking of that, like my sister has had a very tough time trying to find a job that accommodates for the fact that she has children and she needs to be in certain places at a certain time to pick them up.
Yeah. And now she's not only that, but now she's having back issues too.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just like typical back issues. She's like literally something with her spine.
She had one of her discs,
Not just, oh, my back hurts.
it didn't like a balloon disc or something like that. And it's getting better, but she can't do a lot of heavy lifting, and in her job she has to
Lift people.
She works in social work, so sometimes she has to pick up people, so just trying to get into doing into working with people that are less physically intensive has been a chore for her to actually get them to help with stuff because like they hired her for a specific role and not to do admin, but she can do admin. But they have employees who can do admin, so she's trying to do like she has been trying to do some admin stuff while she's healing because the doctor recommended it,
Yeah.
and they just don't have positions in places because it's filled with someone else that needs to do it. And unfortunately, even though it was most likely caused by her work, because there wasn't one specific incident where, like, oh, she had a fall or something and then injured her back, she can't get work cover because there's not a specific incident. It's like a
Tristan,
drawn out.
are you willing to be incredibly brutal to me?
Yes.
Okay, I need you to come to this base and tell me everything you hate about each one of these so I can fix them. Because I hate all of them,
You hate all of
but
them.
I don't
Okay.
know why. So I need you to tell me what it is you don't like about them.
Okay.
And then you can also tell me what it is you do like about ones. So, if you want.
I will do that. So you've got like 3 different builds.
4.
A few different builds going on with.
4.
Give her the beans. Do you have a cow I can purchase with 8 magic beans?
So far, the one you're near right now, the one behind you, that one right there, is my least favorite.
I don't think these type of doors work well with glass and in the format it's in. Yeah, it. Okay, I see that the roof is the same across all of them.
Yeah.
Do you like the roof? Because I don't
Okay.
hate it. It just does feel a bit empty up here. So like you feel like an add more.
I don't know really what I'm gonna do with the roofs. I haven't made it that far. I'm currently trying to work on the walls.
Mostly just adds. Yeah. These sliding doors just do not work well with this style of build.
Okay.
I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but
That's exactly what I'm saying though. Like I already knew that much. But I guess hearing you say it also confirms it, I guess. Not like I was ever gonna fucking keep it like that anyways because it was driving me insane.
This one's just okay. Oh. Yeah, the other 3 I like more. Okay, let's nitpick, which is what you wanted me to do.
This one I think I hate the least.
Yes, I would agree with that.
But I want more of, I would like to use the doors. But I don't know how because of the corner pieces don't get, it's like, okay, you see.
Yeah, the corner pieces don't have a door.
Right.
Yeah, like the Japanese architecture, beautiful.
Yeah.
But like, unless you're building roofs, this one doesn't really fit anywhere.
Yeah.
And then like, this one seems to be the best one to put in most places, but it feels more like an indoor door.
Yeah. And then there's this one right here.
This one's more of like an outdoor door, but like,
I think
there's
that one
no-
has the most potential, but there's no corner door for that.
yeah, there's no corner door, and also like,
It doesn't look good.
the wall
I don't think
doesn't have the same pattern.
I don't think it looks good with this on top of it either. Or does it? I don't know. I think it's too busy. Is it too busy?
It's all the lines, all the grid pattern in this. I've just never found a good spot to put this style of door
Yeah.
because the walls are solid color.
Yeah.
The So like you physically have to do an entire wall of them to get a good pattern going. But then yeah, you run into.
Maybe I could. Hold on. Hear me out. Oh yeah, you run into the corner. Yeah, the corner issues. Because I could
Yeah.
do this, but then I've got to miss the corners.
Which then the only solution to that, I think, would be to have the corners blocked.
Yeah, but the corner's
then we
glass
don't
looks
get
really
it.
weird.
It does look really weird.
Does it look really weird? I mean, I guess.
It's just... If you're wanting like a solid fill, it makes it look...
What if I
odd.
just like... That make it look better? You think if I just put... If I put these pillars instead? That'll
They
make it
help.
cleaner.
That helps a bit. Yeah.
Then, would I then take the windows out of the top, these parts down here? The bottom parts? Not the bottom parts, the middle parts?
Would it be replaced with more of the doors, or more, or just like the wall?
I don't like the futuristic doors. And also, I want to stick with the Japanese theme because I want to, like, basically turn this into a Sakura biome in itself.
That I feel is too busy when you stack the doors on top of each other. But it's... But then if you do the wall... It just, like, it doesn't fit pattern-wise. What if all of this wall was this? Make it even more busy.
Oh lord, I hate that.
No, ugh. Yucky.
We put that break there, it's slightly better, but it's like, it's still, the top is really busy.
No, yeah, like...
What if, hold on. Oops.
Yeah, the windows could be a better part.
What if, okay, hold on, hear me out.
Ooh, that looks better.
Not the room
And
for
then
it. We could put this back.
That back.
Yeah, because those match.
Yeah. I've genuinely never found a good use for this door. It just, it doesn't match the pattern.
I'm
of
stuck!
anything.
I think it looks alright with the windows.
Yeah, this looks good with the windows.
Just on the bottom part?
Let's test bottom and top, but I think just the bottom. Yeah, just the bottom.
Okay, now I can fucking work on the other. I'm gonna do the same thing to all of them.
They genuinely need to add a wall with this, like the side pattern here.
They need to add this Japanese style door A, but as a diagonal wall. They need to make all of these diagonal.
Yeah, the Japanese style. It already has more because it's got like style A, style B. It's got multiple style doors.
Yeah.
But they need to extend that to the walls as well, and then like they need to make the roof accommodating for certain things.
And they also need to give us corner stairs while they're at it.
Corner stairs would be amazing. I don't know what I just auto sorted into the inventory, but
I don't know, like I've got much.
oh, it's from the glass. That's what I auto sorted. Yeah, that definitely looks a lot better.
Yeah, I agree.
This open thing as well, just being completely open, isn't bad, but
What do you mean?
like this one over here where you deleted all the walls.
Oh, I just deleted that because I hated it so much I didn't want to look at it.
I know. But like, just the design of the building is nice.
Oh, thanks.
Like this style of building is nice.
Basically, you wanna know how I designed it? Is basically I made as big a base as I possibly could on the ground, and then I put the places that they would fit, and then I deleted everything around it.
Mm.
I put the walls around. I made. I put the walls around the breeding things instead of trying to put the breeding things within the walls
I want to see. There's that.
because I could never make them fit. But then I made them fit because I actually made the walls to fit them. No, I don't like that.
I don't like that either. I was just testing.
Yeah, that's
something.
why I left it open because I didn't like it.
Oh, I want to test this.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, so as far as the top goes can have the windows, but the front needs to not have the windows.
Oh yeah, this is stupid as well. They need a they need a corner piece fence because it doesn't snap to the corner. If we were to put like the Japanese style like fence up
I've
there,
been putting fences, but they're like I have to
can't
put
be
it,
on
and
fence.
it's not the same. It's not the right length.
Yeah, it's just not. That just doesn't look good because it feels like it's just missing the corners. We are ferocious and fierce. We are not cute.
Rar,
Garar, garar.
garar, magarar. Just need
Well, just like a mini. It's like a gazebo. I like this.
what, the little one?
A little one. I
Yeah,
like
the
this.
little one's gonna hold the power. One of them's gonna hold the power thingy. All the power stuff, because I need power, you know.
3 by 1 corner by 3. Got it. Totes stealing that.
Ha 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 ha.
Don't use Japanese if you're gonna steal it at the very least.
Yeah, make it futuristic if you're gonna steal it.
It just. I can definitely see mod packs that add more like built-in things within styles would be good, or like just complete different styles. Because, yeah, like there's also no corner window, which would be nice sometimes.
There's weirdly not a lot of mods for this game yet. I'm actually kind of surprised.
It could be the limitations for modding when you can only mod through Nexus, but now that it's got workshop support, it might have a lot bigger range of what can be modded.
I feel like that's backwards. I feel like Nexus allows for more.
It depends if they've given the modders the tools.
Because like it's UE55, isn't it like UE something some SS or something? Something like that needs to be downloaded. That you can't download through Workshop.
You can't download that through Workshop because you don't need it through Workshop.
Oh.
That basically just like enables you to have a lot of certain files for modding, whereas if you have Workshop support, you typically that's typically already built in. Workshop typically is a lot friendlier to modding. It entirely depends on what the modders need. If the modders like not the modders, what the game allows.
Yeah.
You can be very hostile with some games with modding.
Can you replace the pillars in this building with the Japanese ones? I'm gonna do this one right here. I'm moving on.
Yeah. No. This is something also I'm more than happy to do to help with.
Yeah.
And like more than happy to help with building
Building stuff, helping me design stuff.
need to replace stuff. Oh, no, okay.
I want to
If you need me to like build storage and you place like the first one and you just want like more down in like a line, I can just connect storage and focus on building that while you.
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to be your assistant.
I appreciate it. I know you are too.
Wood? Are you also going to replace the pillars on the small gazebos? They look fine as is.
I don't know. I have not made it that far. I will figure it out.
I will test.
Oh. I was like, why isn't this there? I can't see it. Maybe because...
Replace that, you can also have to replace this.
I still haven't even touched the roofs yet. I still need to work on the roof. I'm not 100% sold on the roofs. I'm not against these roofs. It's just like the flat part is a little inky.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Jump and jump.
Do this.
Jumping, jumping.
Very
We
easy
got
to
a
replace.
man, we got a man, but the party they can stop, so let's make it hot, hot. Well, I'm making some progress with this at least. I'm actually like going towards something I actually like. Instead of just being like, ugh, God, everything I do sucks.
Stairs up. Oh.
This is kind of the vibe though, babe. So that's why I was saying earlier, if you wanted to work on like workshop things, this is kind of like going for. Like different buildings, they can be bigger buildings though, depending on how you want to build it. I actually recommend them be bigger buildings because like I find that I've seen bases that are all like really small, but like it's like the pals are big. It's like
Pals are big. So if
even
you
even
build-
like cute small pals are still big.
Oh, yeah, I've seen some really cute like people have made like whole towns, like small villages.
Yeah. See, I'd like that, but I also don't like the idea of it just looking like standard houses either. So
Yeah. I put everything back on that gazebo I was testing things with. I can see the pros and cons of the Japanese style.
I think as long as the roof stays there, it should be fine.
Yeah.
Because the roof on the gazebos, I think, looks fine. I think the gazebo itself looks fine.
Gazebos are like.
Do you know what they need?
I love that.
Diagonal stairs.
Diagonal stairs, so you can put a stair just.
No. Different diagonal stairs. Okay? There's two different types of diagonal stairs, I mean. This is a diagonal stair. Is this the one you thought I was referring to the whole time?
No, this was the one I thought you were referring to for this specific instance.
Yes. In this particular instance, this is the diagonal stair I need.
And then they also need this diagonal stair.
Yep.
They need an inverse diagonal.
They need an inverse diagonal and a normal diagonal too. The one where I can do like, hold on.
Yeah, that way this entire thing could be a stair and you wouldn't.
So if I did like this. What's here? What's here?
Stair. You're overlapping with this stair underground.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, well, never mind. You know what I mean. I don't have to show you. You get it.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Just the building options are good. It's just not. It doesn't. It's not encompassing of like a lot of situations with certain builds. Okay, so I'm going to.
I could try to do.
Which side would be better with workshop? Not so much the same, but like I feel like it's better. Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised that they weren't more in depth with their building. Maybe it just wasn't a priority, and they just wanted to get like the full game released in like a really nice state, and then they'll work on building later.
Well, here's the thing with 7 Days to Die too is like the way that they're so in depth is they make it to where you only have to make like one structure piece. Say like I made I made a wall, right? I would be holding the wall, and then I would hold another button that opened up a menu that let me choose exactly which shape and which direction and which everything for this one wall. Like this wall could turn into literally anything. Instead of it being a list like this that I choose from like this, it's like you make the wall, this is it, and before you place it, you choose what you want this wall to look like. Because otherwise, can you imagine how long this list would be? Can you fucking imagine how long this list would be? It needs to be general shapes. Like this wall means this is how you can place it. Okay?
All the general shapes have are great.
Yeah.
They just need more variation. Yeah, like just
So
more
if I
variation.
want, like, okay, let's say I want inverted stairs, right? I could pull up the stairs and I could open the menu that lets me choose, do I want stairs that are straight? Do I want stairs that fit a corner? Do I want stairs that fit an outer corner, inner corner? Do I want stairs that fit the diagonal? And that's how I would choose there.
Yeah, only like you could hold a button to do that, but no.
Also, everything is a 1 by 1, not multiple by multiple area. Yeah, you're right. So it does actually make it a little bit easier. Okay. In a way.
They've got a incredibly solid base game to work off of.
Uh-huh. They already did. They have already done like a lot.
Uh-huh. It is phenomenal.
No, but like, I mean, there's always room for improvement, like when it comes to like anything. But
Yeah.
but they've already done a really fucking solid job.
Mm-hmm.
Their housing update was already massive. Was it completely all encompassing? No, but it's all right. Tristan, what do you think about this roof? I have not seen it from a distance.
Oh, ooh. Becomes more of like a dome shape. Okay, okay.
Sold on it. What is it that I want? What is it that I'm looking for?
It's again a situation where this piece would be useful.
It just
Have a bit
feels
of
very
overlap.
like for it being on the small gazebo, it's fine. But there's a reason I'm not adding a top because it makes it look. It's like a weird round.
Yeah, this is another state. Like if you come over here, it looks better with like a little lip, but you only get that lip from the fucking door.
Yep, exactly. What if I do this? Ooh, yeah. What about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? Go down there. Go down there and tell me how this looks.
I'll wait until you add this right now.
No. There is one thing I'm gonna add because I am just curious.
While you do that, I work on these stairs a bit more.
Oops.
If I then add this here, no, it doesn't.
Age again. What's my age again?
That doesn't work because it's not quite there. Don't want to work from up here. Where up here can I get? Like, let's just do this across. And then do this up.
Oh, that is so fucking close, but it's not it. Not yet.
How can I get this to be where I want it?
It needs a better top. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out right now. I'm on to something. I just don't. It's not there yet. That's exactly what it is, though. So you want to sit there and talk about creative? Just like literally put shit down. Put shit down and figure out. Be like, what is it I don't like about this? What is it I do like about this? I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm the best builder. There are so many people out there who do these fucking amazing builds. I can't do that shit. But I am. I'm cooking. Doing this. I want a better top.
Aiko is very self-deprecating in what she can do. I think she's an amazing builder, an amazing designer, but she does not think so.
I just compare myself to everybody else. That's all it is. I'm really good at that. I'm real like if you want to say like I'm really good at something, I am so good at comparing myself to others. Oh my god, I'm so close. I'm so close. I'm so close. Why does it need to be this big? I don't know, but it does. For those reasons.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yep.
Yes.
This could just be extra storage, honestly.
I like that. There we go. I don't know what I'm gonna do with up here, but I like this. No.
Oh, yeah. Do you want to know what the mutated egg is if you breed Adragons and they get a mutated egg? Would you like to know what it is?
Oh, it is lovely.
It's an Adragon.
Yeah, Adragon and Adragon makes Adragon if you get a mutated egg.
Mm-hmm.
It's an infinite loop of Adragons.
What do you think of this, babe?
Huh?
What do you think of this?
Give me a second.
It seems really high up, but like, it's something.
Do this here and then.
Now feeling though, like I want to add. I don't know if that's gonna fucking work. Do I want to add these back? Maybe not on all sides, just like this side. Most sides not this, but that side yes. Yeah, maybe. Most sides no, but this. Who would have thought I would get this one? I did not Ignis times 2. Is that what you got?
Oh, Adragon Ignis and Adragon Ignis, yeah, they make an Aegadron. A lot of things
I
make
call it
either an Adragon or an Aegadron.
Yeah. Okay.
I really like the top part.
But
I don't know if it goes well with the bottom. I'm just thinking.
I'm wondering if this part right here might be too much. Hold on. Just on this side. In the same way that like it might just be too much.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me move that. See that? Hold on. And that way it can be extra storage.
It can be. You can just put something. Ooh.
And that way it's just, first of all, we have the bit on the front and then we have the bit on the side, you see? So it kind of comes down a bit more. Do you see it?
I do, yeah.
How do you guys like this? Do you guys like this at all? Or am I just deluded? I really want more of the lips of the...
At the very least, I love how this top part just looks like a barn.
It does look like a barn, doesn't it? Ah!
Could be a better at a different angle, not the corners. There's nothing inside.
It'd be better at the different angle, not on the corners. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Making the ruse is so hard.
I think that would be better at the different angle, not on the corners. What do you mean? I think that would be better on the different angle, not the corners. I'm trying to figure out what you mean.
This is the lower one.
Maybe.
Yep.
Like the top's facing more towards the middle and be symmetrical. Top facing more towards the middle. I mean, like I'm looking off center, so hold on. Just looking examples. Be symmetrical. Everything's more symmetrical. What do you mean? I love symmetry. The fuck you talking about?
It would look weird off center. It is centered.
It is centered. I'm confused what you mean by it's not centered. Like, how are you... What do you mean off-centered? How is it off-centered? I can believe the design. It looks weird. It's... I mean, I'm going to be doing it to all of these. It's going to be on all of them. All of the big ones. It's not just that one. It's going to be this one, this one, this one, too. I don't know how to describe it. The front face of the top is switched 90 degrees. Oh, okay. Okay, let me see if I can fix that then. I know what you mean. Okay, I'm seeing what you're talking about. I'm seeing what you're talking about.
Oh, this to be angled the other way.
Yeah. Well, that brings another question. Should the door part with the lips be facing this way or the other way? I don't know. I do like this if I do this. But then it's gonna do it. Yeah. No, because it's gonna have to be on the side. Stop flipping. Stop flipping, Chippy. That's backwards. Flip that.
I fell off my legs, my ankles. I'll flip it. Oh,
Get fucked.
No, I'm useless. Wow. It's always just that one on each side.
Oops. I think the plain face is fine, just the angle of the roof is different. Yeah. get it?
Yeah, I got the other side.
No. No. Wait a second. Did I somehow add another floor to this?
Yeah, you built it on top of.
Whoops. My bad.
I was wondering what you were doing.
I'm clearly losing my mind. So sorry. My bad. That was on me. That was
So this is supposed to be the roof.
yeah.
I'm getting some hardwood.
Move your body. Thank you.
I help.
Release me.
Never. Cute. Keeping you forever.
Whatever you want. Put something in there.
We had the window up here last time, and then these were.
Look better with the window. Do you think it would look better with all three being windows?
Maybe.
It's not too bad. What do we think? Do we like it the other way better, or do we like it this way better?
What if it's better the other way?
That's okay. That's okay. This is how we try shit out, though. You know, we don't know until we try it out.
Look at the other side. Yeah, how quick it is with teamwork.
Mm-hmm. Now we have to try. We just have to like live with the fact that whatever the fuck we build is gonna have to look ugly for a while, because it's gonna be made out of not the right material. Yeah, I like this so much better.
This is better. Did you test with these ones here as well?
What do you mean? I did test with that, but I think I had something off. I think there was something
I
off
feel
about
like
it.
that gives more of like the off with the corner piece that you can't do anything with.
Does it? Because I mean, I didn't think it looked too bad, but only in the top. Maybe I don't know. Can you put it back? I want to see it. Can I do something with this maybe? Does that make it look better? It doesn't. It does not. No.
You can have just like there really is not a good outside corner piece.
I don't necessarily hate the way this looks with the top roof. I think with the way the roof was before, it was terrible. But with the way the roof is now, I think it looks better. But I do wish they had a better diagonal
Do
one.
it like pretty, but put hanging lamps on the side. Only thing is they're supposed to be lit, which sucks. I think they light up at night time. Don't know. Go to.
Can you go get the hanging? Can you go get the lanterns? I haven't seen what they look like.
I think the recipe's at your base. I think. think the recipe's at the other your
What
base.
the fuck did I do? Did I just like start replacing these pillars and then just stop? I was like, oh yeah, that's enough. Don't need to do all of them, just the ones on the back.
I think you can light them, but do they go out after a while?
Yeah, that's I think what he was saying. Oh, your pals have to light them well then. Hold on. The lanterns?
I've lit lanterns.
No, I know about the torches. But the lanterns? Like the paper lanterns? Those don't just stay on?
Where is the paper lantern?
It would be in
Schematics in the workshop or something?
schematics in the workshop.
Yeah, got it here. And then under lighting.
Yeah, we'll see whenever he gets here. I know that like if you look at these lanterns right here, these lanterns are lit. Like you don't have to do anything with them.
Right, we need some ingots and some.
This paper lantern here is what I'm wondering about. Because I'm wondering if it is just like this, where it's just automatically lit. It's not a great light. It's not great. It's decorative. This redwood lantern's also already lit. This paper lantern right here, I'm thinking is probably already going to be lit. It's made with electrical organs though, so I don't know. Was the other one made with electrical organs? Like the red one one is, but the Japanese paper lantern's made with flame organs.
If I then go and get, I don't know, like a bunch of ingots. Yeah. How many ingots we're wanting? That should be enough to do. And then electric organ, material.
You got me only one you wanted. And touch me, I'm not in the mood. That I'm not wasting my feelings on you. Every time you with so much more than everything you ever felt before.
Okay.
Crazy,
These in his
I
chest.
just can't leave. I'm so excited, I'm in too deep, oh crazy, and it feels so right.
There we go.
Baby, thinking of you keeps me up all night. I just can't see. I'm so excited, I'm in too deep. Everything inside. You driving me crazy, baby. Excited, I'm in too deep. Feel alright. Thinking of you keeps me up all night. Driving me crazy, baby. Thinking of you keeps me up all night. Maybe thinking of me keeps me up all night.
So where were we supposed to build the lanterns? Was
The paper lanterns.
yeah, the paper lanterns. I've got them.
I don't know. Can you put them on the wall? Like, kind of
No,
make.
that's attached to a ceiling.
Oh. Well, then it doesn't work. Can we attach the other lanterns to the wall? The ones that needs flaming organs?
I don't think I found that recipe before, so.
It's not a recipe. Like, it's under Japanese for decorations.
Oh, I haven't unlocked that. Japanese set furniture. Maybe. Let me go get some flamin' organs.
So I'm gonna come over here. This makes so much more sense than what I had before. That way it's an entire fucking room. You know what we could do is actually just hide beds up here, because if we wind up getting insomniac babies,
Yeah, we could.
would that be considered an exploit?
Maybe. Trash these two.
Don't get stressed out. You have a bed here. You just can't get to it.
Unfortunately, these ones must be touching the ground, but you can place them on the roof. If also not that big.
Yeah, they're very small.
Yeah, they have to be placed on the ground.
Damn.
Oh, the Japanese style chest.
You could also put them on a table.
Oh, that's cute.
What?
Japanese style chest.
Yeah.
You're back from your meeting? Welcome back, Lucy.
How
Did
was
you
your
win?
meeting?
How was your meeting?
Oh my god, he comes in and immediately starts beating me. How rude.
No. Yeah, I do think I'd like this.
Pelting me with love. Yay. I was just thinking of setting them on the other side of the door walls. But that's a lot of them. Well, you can't, because they have to be on the floor.
Yeah, unfortunately, they have to be on the floor. Is there like a wall lamp set?
Just to help get work and discuss it. Oh, okay. Well,
Antique lamp, large
that
mounted
doesn't answer my
lamp.
question of how did it go. But alright. I didn't say
Any of
what was
these?
your meeting. I said how did your meeting go. I don't give a fuck what it is. It could have been about discussing how to eat fried chicken. Yes, eat fried chicken. Some people need to take classes on how to eat fried chicken. Without getting their fingers greasy. I feel like there's some people that can just like envision, like have like the perfect visions, can be like, oh, I know exactly what would look amazing here. And then they just build it. And I hate those people because they make me feel incompetent. It's like I have a million ideas, and every time I try and implement it, it looks like shit. I'm like, well, fuck, I thought this was gonna look amazing. I was so confident.
Unfortunately, there are 3 types of wall lamps.
And they're all terrible.
And we don't have a... I'm gonna go see if I have the other one in my base. I don't think you had it in your base.
He is looking for lamps that go on the walls, like you said. Ah! I fell.
Oh, he was replying to Lucy's.
Oh, I see. Never mind.
Let's see if you have this at your...
I always think everything's about me. So I became a streamer.
Don't worry, honey.
Generally.
Everything in my world's about you.
Oh, so sweet.
I'll lean into your narcissisticness. I don't think you're narcissistic too much.
I have moments. I am narcissistic about my model.
Yes, you have
I
some
am
narcissism
fucking
out.
gorgeous. Okay? Can't even fucking argue with me. My model is gorgeous and adorable, and I love her to pieces. What do you mean not everything's about me? I refuse. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Nope, everything's about me. Can't tell me now. I mean, you could tell me if you want to, but you're wrong. Everything's about me. There's a song that I used to sing that's really like, okay, do you guys want to hear the song I used to sing on the way to school when I was in high school? Oh my god. It's a song from the Bratz movie. Hold on.
Oh, let's go. I am gonna try and go and get the recipe for the last wall mount
Okay.
thing.
Okay, I found it. Are you ready? This is what I used to listen to on the way to school so I could feel better, but like pump this right here. You know it's all about me. 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 Don't hate me 'cause I got it going on. It's just me, I'm hot, never cold. I can rock it any way that I choose. I'm so good, oh yeah, I make up all the rules. I can help it if I set all the trends. Everybody wants to be my best friend. It's infectious, come on, don't you be jealous. Just join in this love fest, you know that it's all about me. It's all about me. Oh yeah, me, myself, and I. It's all about me. It's all about me. It's all about me, 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 me. And everybody knows it's all about me. MySpace, I have 10 million friends. Text me BFF to the end. Page me on your cell and press send. Diva what? Diva who? Diva where? That's me. Download all my crazy new hooks. I upload all my video looks. So buy my ringtone, fashion line, and cookbooks. Diva what? Diva who? Diva where? It's all about me. It's all about me. Oh yeah, me, myself, and I. It's all about me. It's all about me. It's all about me, 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 me. And everybody knows it's all about me. Don't blame her, I'm so beautiful. Not her fault, I'm platinum and gold. She's the queen and my reign is supreme. So follow the leader, you're all on my team. I can't help it if I set all the trends. Everybody wants to be my best friend. It's contagious and it's so outrageous. Grandparents, grown-ups, and kids of all ages. You know Madonna ain't got nothing on me. But Beyonce ain't got nothing on me. Christina ain't got nothing on me. Diva what? Diva who? Diva where? That's me. You know Mariah ain't got nothing on me. Fergie ain't got nothing on me. Gwen Stefani ain't got nothing on me. Diva what? Diva who? Diva where? That's me. You know it's all about me. I'm a specialty. You know it's all about me. I'm an anomaly. You know it's all about me. Who else could it be? Upload, download, page, you text me, MySpace, use me, don't risk me. Fergie, J-Lo, Gwen Stefani. You know they got nothing on me. Indoor, outdoor, I'm so clever. That's why I will rule forever. Me. That was it. Anyways, I'm going back to the other playlist. I had to look at the lyrics to sing that, so I haven't seen the chat at all. I haven't sung that song since fucking 2008. I don't know what the chat says now, and I'm kind of nervous. Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you love it? I did. I listened to that every day. Because like here's the thing, I have really poor self-esteem. So that was my way of like psyching myself up to go to school so I didn't feel like people thought shit of me. I still have poor self-esteem. That's why I'm a VTuber and not like a live cam streamer because I don't want to show my face. But I had to it was my attempt. I've always tried the whole like fake it till you make it thing because I have always been like bullied and shit. So all I could do is like try and make myself feel better. It really is. It really is. It's fun and it's fun too. It's really poppy. And it's fun to just like it's a good way to wake up in the morning on your way to school. It was great. That was a blast. It is incredibly narcissistic though. It was sung by the bad girl, the popular girl, but she was the enemy in the Bratz movie. Babe, why are you quiet?
Oh, I'm just typing stuff and googling
Are you
things.
typing? Are you typing about how you're gonna leave me because I'm so narcissistic?
No, I'm trying to find things in Power.
My paranoia gets so fucking weird sometimes. It stretches things. It stretches like the worst shit, the weirdest shit. I'll sit there and I'll just be like, whoa, I just had the worst random ass paranoia ever. And he'll be like, what? And I'll be like, well, okay, so, hold on. I'm trying to remember. It was yesterday I was brushing his hair. He said, we were having a conversation while I was brushing his hair. And he said, sweet, like sweet, but he's like, sweet, kind of like that. And my brain went, he said sweet like that because like suey, pig, pig, pig. He's calling you fat. That's how my brain works.
Right? Oh yeah. My brain was doing some brain things yesterday.
That's what he has to put up with. Now I'm going to look at that building and that building.
Set it up with like it's not easy. And completely.
Okay.
Just
Which one
off.
looks better? Which one looks better, guys? Left or right? And if you don't know your lefts from rights, the first one is the one on your left and the second one is the one on the right. Need more monster. Left. Okay. Right. Okay. So we're getting some differing opinions here. No, I'm not that bad when it comes to like. I don't think I've had a dream of Tristan cheating on me. I think I've had a dream of you cheating on me.
We've actually had this conversation where Aka's like she's never had any worry or anything about the relationship.
No, that's a good thing. It's just real life. Sometimes my brain just gets stupid. Babe.
Yes, honey?
Left or right?
Oh,
I'm being invaded.
left or right? Oh, ooh. Ooh.
Lucy says left, Horton says right. I don't know if that matters. Influences your opinion at all. The only difference is these walls. Everything else is identical.
Window ones instead.
Hmm?
I like them both for different reasons. I know, I gave you the perfect answer, just what you were wanting. Saying left is good because of extra windows and lights. I genuinely would love if they just had more options with them.
Okay, hold on. Does it?
Combination of both would be nice.
Does this make a difference? Hold on. Hold on.
great base design.
All right, does this make a difference? This is gonna have doors on all sides here, like that. Because I know, like, I know the biggest problem with this one right here is that because of the lip, the roof lip part would look great here, but it doesn't have that. So this technically still has doors, but it's like, if you just did the, yeah, I know, right? You still like the right one better? Okay. So what do you guys think? So I'll make a vote. I'll make a vote on it. Hold on. Manage poll. There we go. I haven't made a poll in like fucking forever, dude.
I really haven't.
Which roof is better? Or which roof is better? Question mark. Left, or let's see, yeah, left, the one with the door roof. Oh shit! You know what? I'm just gonna say left and right because apparently I can't have 6,000, whatever. Left or right, and I'll just leave it up for a minute. Okay. You like left? If the lip wasn't there, left, but I like left. See, that's kind of why I'm torn about it. Is because I really like this right here. It would be way better if it were here, but that doesn't mean I don't like this. And it's just conflicting.
You see, what the problem is? The problem is there's just not enough building options.
Mm-hmm.
They need a combination of the both of them.
Mm-hmm. I really need to gift stream elements again so that I can actually see my fucking emotes.
We can afford it right now.
Sure. Let me see if I can figure out a gift sub somebody.
Ceremony, fantastic.
Gift sub somebody. Do I just like random gift sub? Hold on. Go to my own channel.
No, random gift sub will randomly give us a sub.
Hold on,
You have to click.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, hold on. Okay, clicking on name. Stream elements. Get yeah. My options are highlight messages of this user, native. I think it's just because I'm in Stream Manager.
Oh, yeah, in the stream manager. Do you see? Hang on, let me come over here.
Left ones. I like the left, but it's literally just a left one. Huh? It looks like left is left one.
Looks like left one.
Yeah. Is there a gift a sub option here?
That's for like I have something at the
This? Gift a sub?
get to sub, click on that.
That was fucking unhelpful, wasn't it?
It didn't. Okay.
What if I click this and then gift?
What's this diff?
Is it because you're using Firefox?
Maybe no, my stream in the manager layout is different.
Be a spoon in this game for two. Have fun, Jesse. I love you so much. Which one do I like the most? I don't know. That's why I'm just like, you know, I think I'm just gonna leave both of them here like this. And you know what? I think what I'm gonna do is just occasionally just come by and like fly by it, and like whichever one I seem to like the most, it'll come to me.
It's possible.
I think Jesse was the one who voted. Yeah. Jesse likes this one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go to my channel.
Yeah, you'll easily get it on your channel.
My fire. Oh, am I muted? Yeah, okay, good. My fire, the one desire. Take your time.
what I click on the chat thing in my in my stream manager. I can do that from there.
Oh my god, thank you so much, Dream Elements, for the sub!
Lizard.
Thank you so much.
Lizard!
Thank you so much, Aiko Hit Blossom, for subbing to for gifting a sub to Stream Elements.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Now to be able to see my emotes.
Yippee!
I need to make a Tristan Stinky emote. Or an Aiko Stinky emote. 2 emotes. I need 2 emotes, okay? I need you guys to draw some emotes, okay? I needed to draw me and Tristan Stinky.
So
Separate.
I love.
Or together. What?
Other thing I was tippity tappity typing about was because I've apparently used up all my eligible leave for university, I have been withdrawn from my course.
Uh-oh. You got kicked out of college.
Yeah, no, it's elective withdrawal.
He got kicked out of college, guys.
Because I
He's a
can't
fucking
fucking-
dropout. No, I'm just kidding.
So I could apply for compassionate leave if I get go to the doctor and get like a mental health notice, but I don't know if the doctor would fill out enough that they would accept for compassionate leave. So yeah, basically, if I want to continue at university, I've got to like full on reapply
Oh my god. Wow. Like full on
to the
reapply.
program. Yeah, but I can then apply for credit for everything I've done so far, and it will all be credited. So I
Oh,
would be in the
jeez.
same spot. I just
Oh jeez.
effectively I've dropped out of uni.
Well shit. But nothing but a mistake. Tell me why I never. I'm trying to see. See, I'm gonna have to see this as a whole too, because we're gonna have to build a workshop over here, and we're gonna have to build a farm, a ranch farm. Oh, Tristan started building something. Holy shit! Look at.
I started, and then now I'm doing something.
That's fine. Saying
Saying there's an enemy camp in this cave.
that away.
This is schematic tower. This isn't an enemy camp.
Okay, so with this right here, I do want to make sure that I have the thing for power. That's this right here. Whoa. Not sure how I pulled that shit off. Did you know I can go under that? Breathe like a rocket wave. It's a celebration.
Yeah.
While I got it together. Oh, while I figured it out. Yeah. Only looked, but I never touched. But in my heart was a picture of us holding hands, making plans. When it's happy for me, you understand what a girl wants, what a girl needs. Whatever makes me happy and sets you free. Thanking you for knowing exactly what a girl wants, what a girl needs.
Basically, I'm in a state of fuck me for having mental health issues, right?
Well, you didn't chat with them. If you'd talked to them, it would have been better.
Probably not.
I'm putting the blame on you. This one, babe. I love you and I want to support you, but you were to blame in this particular situation.
I've already hit my amount of leave I possibly can.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So I have to do compassionate leave from now on if I want any form of leave. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just letting you know.
I know.
Die,
Die, bitch.
you talking to me? You want me to
Yeah,
die?
definitely.
You call
Yeah.
me a bitch, rude. Okay, I swapped out these stairs. I think these look better because they've got the railings, but just for this area. And then added this because I thought it looked better with the stairs. And then we can add this sign here that says Heart Blossom Breeding Base. Yeah. And then we're going to have probably a fountain because we're going to have some crops, right? So where are the crops going to go? Where the crops going to go? We need to think where the crops going to go, where the incubator's going to go. How hard is it to get up on this roof? Not that I don't want to have to get up on the roof every time. So I'm like sitting here thinking, could I just put the incubators up here? I could. I don't want to, but I could. I would rather have a dedicated incubator spot.
Dedicated incubator spot? More central or something? Yeah. That could be good.
Yeah. So one of these is going to be for power. One is going to be for cooking. For sure cooking. Okay. Because this is like the breeding and cake. Breeding and tweak base. Somebody guess what? So I imagine that this is going to be the breeding and cake base, right? One of the other two is going to be the workshop, right? And production. But not like ranch production. Like, I'm talking like stone, wood, stuff like that. Sorlite stuff. And then the other one will be like the ranch production. And I think in that one, we might be able to build a house, like a cute little house that's for you and me to sleep in. By cute little house, I mean, obviously, I do want them to be kind of proportional size-wise. So little is subjective. Guess what? It's gonna be May. Could build this. It's gonna be May. Oh yeah, yeah. Here comes a day when I'll be the one you. Babe, is there a tree here? Is there a tree here? It's gonna be May. All that I do for you. I don't wanna lose it, but I'm not like that.
You.
Finally, you can love. It says it's overlapping with another object or character, and like I don't see. Anything here, so like. Babe,
Yeah?
did you hear me?
What was that?
Can you come check to see if there's a tree in this spot?
Oh, give me a sec. Yes. She's got tree blindness.
I don't.
But the weird thing is, you've even tried like swinging your axe in the spots and it doesn't hit anything.
No one is around you, say baby. When you spawn in, I think it'll be behind you.
Okay.
What game version does it say for you at the top? WinCV what?
WinCV 1.0.2.101108.
8.
8? 3.
Okay.
I can't tell because it's on something grey right now. I'll tell you when I go through loading screen. Probably 3.
Yeah, I see 3.
Yeah, 3.
All right. Where I'm facing. Behind you, in front of me, is our tree.
No tree, it would be that staircase.
Oh.
Yeah, the staircase still takes up the full square. It's just underground now.
This won't let me still.
Is it this staircase? Or what are you trying to build and where?
Trying to build. See it in real life.
It overlaps with something.
Character.
Not overlapping with a character. Let's go throw this grenade here.
Oh, I could build it here. I think it might be in this area because of the thing.
Oh yes, it has like an area where you can't build and.
Damn it! Oh, that's
If
fine.
you turn it the other way around, it'll probably fix it. The power box, but then it'll destroy everything that it all
Yeah,
agreed.
no, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not super worried about it. I just want to see if I could.
What was it you're trying to build?
Wooden counter.
Is it in furniture?
Yeah, it's a wooden counter furniture.
I'll have that reset.
Probably do it here. Say my name, say my
Wouldn't have it
name.
in-
No one is around you. Baby, I love you. Why can't I rotate?
Overlaps with another object. Oh, I got it there.
Wow, really?
So you're trying to have it face like this way or something.
I'm trying to.
Weird. The only thing I can think of is maybe there is a tree and it's not there for Mia as well. If that's the case, Celestia.
Hold on, I know who likes trees.
Oh, yeah, they're cutting something that's invisible. I think you were right. I think there is a tree right there. And now I think they're just cutting things from wherever. Okay, you should be able to place it now, hopefully.
I totally didn't even think about pulling him out and see if there was something there. Yeah!
Yep. It was an invisible tree. That's the first time it's been invisible for both of us. Maybe because I've been here since you've been building.
Maybe.
Okay, good to know that you can just chuck Bushi down. Yeah, I go back to.
I don't even necessarily like this here. I just wanted to build it. I want to see what it looked like.
I think if it's blue, you can build it. It's just something's not loading that's in the way, or it's the NPC that's just standing in the way. And you have to aggro them out.
I'm gonna go get the materials for a power generator and a cooker,
Oh nice.
just so I can see what they look like in those spots. I'm sure it'll look fine. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I think I did it again. I made you believe Oh, baby, it might seem like a crush, but it doesn't mean that I'm serious. But to lose all my senses, that is just so typically me. Oh,
This
baby,
is the Xavier
baby.
voice we talk about all the time, right?
I think so.
This is what
I
Destroyed
need you
was.
to be loved, not lost in the game. Oh,
Oh,
baby,
my
baby,
days.
oops, I don't think I'm in love. That I'm sent from above. I'm not that innocent. Yeah. Wishing that me was like you.
Can I enter down here? The front. Since Meow 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 meow. Baby, baby, oops.
Why is not this allowed? Why? Tell me what it's interacting with, please.
Tell me why. Why is this place so bright? Please, my eyes. Please don't watch my stream right now. My eyes.
Okay.
Oh. Unless you want to experience eye torture. This entire tower is way too bright. Aiko is not that innocent.
I'm
No,
super
no.
innocent. What do you
They didn't
mean?
pursue the charges.
It's true, they didn't pursue the charges.
They decided she was innocent.
I don't know why I have to build this first before I can build the electrical thingy, but good to note.
Build what first?
I have to, if I'm going to build the electrical pylon thingy in here, I have to build the roof after I build the electrical pylon.
Oh. Weird.
Because for some reason it counts as interacting with it.
Good.
Like,
That is
oh, it's
really good.
something in the way. I'm like, not really, there's not, but okay. Some things are just like that, though. Like stairs.
Yes. Stairs. Stairs do like to... Okay, cool. Got the schematic I was after.
They got the cooker over there, and the electric thingy over there. Not to figure out where the fuck. Oh, she's busy. She's like, it's okay, I'll harvest these bushes for you. Okay.
Oh my god. Bird of destruction. Doggo. He's in the cage, I'm freeing him.
Did you just give the messenger of love berries? Alright, I don't know what the fuck she's doing.
gotta eat somehow. Usually she's not in the base.
Welcome to Miami. Alright, we need to find a place to put a farm. Put it in the center. We are literally just doing wheat. So this farm is just going to be wheat, tomatoes, and wheat, tomatoes, and lettuce. I'm building, but I'm not like going to be adding any piles or anything. I'm not using that base. I'm just testing it. Mostly because that's a lot of fucking moving that I don't need to do. I like what I have here. It's very cute. Welcome to Miami. And then, of course, we can decorate with the red lanterns and stuff like that to be cute.
Yeah, I have the recipe for the last wall-mounted lighting, and I'll put them all next to each other so you can see if you like any of them. I'm at the wrong base.
I mean, I'm here. All right, bye.
Let's put them on the walls at the Japanese base.
I would say new base. The Pantaru base.
Yeah. Okay.
I will check them out shortly. I just have to go get the things needed to make the crop plots. You guys know tomorrow what we're doing tomorrow? You guys know what we're doing tomorrow? Guess what we're doing tomorrow, guys? Guys, guess what we're doing tomorrow? Oh my god, guess what we're doing tomorrow, guys? You'll never guess what we're doing tomorrow.
We're doing something tomorrow. We're going to the pancake parlor.
That's so true. Yeah, I mean, yes, pancakes. Debuting our new models, motherfucker. I'm so excited. You guys don't understand. You don't understand. You could never understand. You could never understand. I say that. I don't know. Maybe some of you understand.
Just knew I barely stand as it. Okay. Where's yours? Well, you're across the pond. A very, very, very big pond.
We did get ours from China, so. It's in China, where ours was, but is now not.
Pancakes?
Oh, pancakes? Never mind. I thought he meant model.
Model China. Pancakes? Australia. How this look?
Oh my god. No, no, no. Bushi, I need you to take care of this invisible tree. Thank you. Thank you. Apparently it only had a fiber.
Oh, might have been one of those like low bushes.
What a weird bug to happen with the update. Like,
Yeah.
like Whippa was like, yeah, we're having a hard time. Like, we're just like walking sideways. The bug we're having, we can't see trees.
You can see them for first spawn, but when they get broken and then respawn, you can't see them. They're invisible.
Trees don't respawn. We're like, oh, why aren't the trees respawning? They are. You just can't see them.
You can't see them or hit them yourself. You have to get
Your pals to do it.
Oh my god.
I will
there's
hydrate.
trees
Thank
here.
you. I will hydrate with this absolutely surely water.
What is one of its
Water.
main ingredients?
Water. Alright, so here's gonna be this.
Water,
So I
water,
need,
water.
I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 minimum. 13 minimum. 15 if we add, or 14 if we add add Lulu.
This tree
Which we
just
want
went
to do.
invisible in front of me. I know it was there. Wow. They're going invisible as I speak.
Trying to count to make sure I have all the right ones. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Berloha. Hold on. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 with Lulu, 15 with Berloha. Dynamoth can serve dual purpose, so 15. Cornelia can serve dual purpose. Oh, the wall lamps things. Not the middle one. For sure not the middle one. I guess if I had to choose, it would be the metal one, the majestic wall torch. But I don't like any of them.
Yeah. Yeah, very much. Well, Celestia said fuck you to that cat heaver. I walked into the base and got pelted.
Do you know where you got that majestic one from? I mean,
The
I guess
majestic one,
I guess we could always find it.
you get from the volcano camps.
Okay.
Enemy camps.
Okay.
It's 25% chance to get it. I put it in my storage, but I can. Actually, no, it's here. I put it in one of the chests.
And I think we can put beds up in the ceilings because, like, there's nothing up there. We could put beds up in the ceilings. I really don't like the look of the beds, anyways. Especially when, like, all of your pals are insomniacs. So it's like, what's the point?
True, yeah.
I will probably put 2 beds in each breeding area for the pals that are breeding so they can sleep in it. But they probably still won't sleep in the beds themselves.
Yeah.
Somebody else might come in and sleep on it, and that's fine. But then the rest of the beds will go up in the roof. Actually, I could put one bed over here. And then one bed over here. Maybe, I don't know, we'll figure it out. Oh, shit, right, okay, hold on, that was 15, and then 16 for a cooler. And if we take the cooler, see, first it's just gonna, okay, let's do the fridge, and then we'll do the fridge, and then we'll transition it to a cooler, fridge cooler. Like, because I don't think we need to have 2. I would like more cookers than anything because they'll cook fast. And I think we need to prioritize kindling for that reason because cakes take so long.
Cakes take ages, so yeah, prioritizing kindling on both research and pals we can do. So kindling research is going to need a lot of flame organs.
Okay, so we're definitely going to need to build the farm.
As soon as we can get a ranch with a flame organ pal, we should put multiple in there.
Should we make something similar to this over here, but for the ranch animals? Similar, but not same. It doesn't need to be as big.
Yeah, it could just be like one.
No, I don't want it to be one
Or
specifically.
2 symmetrical.
No, I don't want it to be one. I want lots of buildings, but like I want to rebuild the big thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna rebuild the big thing over here. And then I'm going to see. I think I'm gonna leave the breeding thing the way it is right now because it looks good.
I'm basically just filling everywhere with foundations, and then I'll get to design afterwards.
Yeah.
Just don't want the fucking things respawning and just and making it so I can't place anything.
Yep, I get it. I'm gonna do exactly what I did last time with this. Oh my god. I'm struggling. I'm in a West Side Story. Why not up in Spanish Harlem? Just like a movie star. Oh, Maria, Maria.
Think I'm past trees. What's happened to Twitch? I don't know.
What happened to Twitch? Did it update?
Are you on mobile or are you on PC?
What's the difference?
If it's mobile, then who knows what they've done. They butcher it all the time.
Yeah, I don't touch that. I specifically do not go on Twitch on my phone because it sucks.
It sucks, the prices are more inflated, it's just all around horrible.
I understand that that's sometimes the only way that people can watch.
Yes.
So, that being said, thank you for dealing with the pain. Thank you for dealing with the pain to watch us. 4, 5, 6, 7,
Katiba's body? No. It's not Katiba's body. There is an invisible something here.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. 1, 2. I could have told you that.
Is it not? Is it a rock? It could be a rock that's here, that's
1,
invisible.
2, 3, 4, 5.
I think it is actually a
6,
rock.
7, 8. Okay. Let me see if I have a rock breaker.
I can get one out of the pal box.
I just want to see if I had one on me already. Oh, the dude can do it! Come on, dude! Where you at? Where you at? What's it? What is it? What is it?
You'll see the hole in my base. So,
I want the dude to do it. Get in there!
is it a rock?
He's
It
mining.
is a rock. Oh, it's gonna take ages, but that's okay.
Look, he's doing his best.
Oh, the rock is mining keeps having the damage popped up here? Surely it's not this rock.
Baby. I mean,
Dude?
no, not here. I'm gonna come down here. Oh, hold on. There's a Kativa body in here. Maybe that's it.
I moved the Kativa body on my screen.
Okay. He's not mining anything here. I will put... Are you in here? Is it a tree?
I captured her.
Oh no! Gary Lee! He's breaking something.
Breaking trees.
I don't know.
Transporting fiber.
Transporting fiber.
Was it invisible wood?
I don't know. I tried to put it there, but then you jumped in, so I don't know. Tristan, get the fuck out!
I can do that.
What?
It's not a foundation, it's a roof.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes I have to do that just because.
You see Pan's human she has her mark on a bunch of other work speed things? Works fast as fuck. That is awesome.
Oh, wow. My human's slow. I named him the dude. Basically, I was trying to get a I think it was like a legendary work. I was trying to get a legendary worker of some type. Don't remember. But basically, yeah, it did go. Oh my lord!
I'm gonna go back to my base.
Can you chop down all the trees that are on here, please?
I will chop down trees.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Ryuma's got it.
You must got it. Okay, cool. He's happy with that.
I was trying to catch a legendary something or another, and my ball hit his bodyguard. So that's who it is. I got a bodyguard. That's who the dude is.
I would like to grab probably
2,
2
3,
advanced chests worth of
4,
materials. I need a
5,
bunch of materials
6,
for the test workshop.
7.
Are you okay if I had this one as the workshop?
That's fine.
Yippee! Yeah, AI cores.
Suck monkey dick. However, you need to get yourself a couple good Celeste, get yourself an ancient workbench, good to go. Celeste. And by Celeste, I mean Celine, obviously.
They get a little bit faster once you get up to the ancient workbench because it's got better speed, but then you need 2 pals that can actually use it.
That shouldn't be a problem where he's at right now.
Probably shouldn't be. Yeah, it's not really a problem once you get to that point of building the ancient workbench.
And come on, come on.
I am going to need stuff for production.
Thank you so much for all this wood, Ryuma. So kind. I'm not gonna really worry about trees ever. They call it that.
Oop, this one's good. This one.
Tell me, please tell me why.
Take it out for your... Okay, let's do something I don't plan on keeping. If that's the case, I can make it a 1 point of failure.
As to me, I am my own worst enemy, and every now and then a beat, kick, not beat. I know the words. I know the words to the song, don't you know? Tell me why.
Oh, this one works. I'll get those 3, then I want to pair, sphere, crafting. Got this. This is a base. Brochure. So the workshop will also have all the production stuff, right?
Yes.
Cool.
And it will have most of the storages.
Perfect. I'm just basically going to my base, placing down things that I need to place within a workshop.
That's fair. It's a good way to see if it looks good all together and stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it means you're gonna have to make things like, I mean, you can make it with whatever the fuck you want. Like if you want to make it with the product with the
Doing the lowest level assembly lines, except for the weapon, because I apparently didn't have enough wooden boards, simply because they take up the most space.
okay,
So this is like the
will be good for a long time.
yes, yeah.
I'm doing the max thing is because they're just, like not the smallest, but they are, but that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it because I want to make sure it's gonna look good later. And honestly, as far as like stuff goes over there, it's not the size doesn't really change all that much.
Yeah. So the production will also have. Will the production also have all the farms and stuff?
The production will have carrots, potatoes, and onions.
Okay, so it still will be worth having the silo and
Yeah.
stuff.
The other option, there is another option to like do just berries over there, and we can put the carrots and stuff at the ranch farm, but it's up to you. Either it's going to be one or the other.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So carrots and what do you say?
Potatoes and onions.
Carrots. Oh yeah, to get the minestrone.
No.
Or no, not minestrone. Gale claw.
Yes.
Okay, and then I will also need.
I like that he's been very proactive in chopping down these trees for me. Did we just listen to this song? Did we just listen to this song?
I feel like not too long ago we listened to it. Yeah.
I feel like we just listened to this song.
I didn't get
I feel like we just listened to that. Turning on shuffle.
Everything up to the snowman disappeared. God damn it.
It's not the size of the boat, it's the motion of the ocean.
I'm at the wrong one.
Oh no, I'm gonna be a criminal.
I reckon a cool mod would be to like have a bunch of saved like base layouts tied to a like when you place in the thingy mabob.
Okay.
When you place in the
PAL box.
The PAL box,
Yeah.
yeah. And then like you can just select which one, and then it will add like you need this many of all the ingredients to craft it.
Someone likes mine colonies.
Maybe.
4, 5, 6.
Just so you can like have a.
I know. So you can have an idea of like how much space you're gonna need, stuff like that.
Yeah, you can build it in like in a main world, and then have some.
Well, that's why I'm building it now. Is so at the very least, if like I need to reference it for size, I can.
Yeah.
Also, super weird. There was a wandering merchant here, but then suddenly he died out of nowhere.
Oh, some mysterious reason?
Mhm.
Oh, wow. Might have been a heart attack.
Probably. It was probably a heart attack. It's the only thing that makes any sense.
But he ruled as a heart attack. Ignore the bullet holes. And the arrows sticking out of him.
Arrows, multiple. Psh.
Ignore the arrow and like explosive debris.
Yeah.
Like burn marks he has on him. That's just, signs of a heart attack. Menacing seems to be struggling with it.
Ah, shit.
Base cows are hungry. Speaking of hungry, I might need to make
Getting some salad from this other base first.
Oh yeah, earlier when I was going to the shop and like surprise me. I was tempted to go over to a portal and just get some pork and bring it home, but I didn't have. I should have.
I'm already forgotten if you got me a surprise. Chips. CC's.
It was the taco chips and the bars, and
yeah.
I was gonna get Gatorade, but I didn't get a Gatorade.
Because you hate me, and not because you didn't feel like carrying all the
Because
bags.
I thoroughly.
Yep, in fact, they are indeed out of food. Oh, look, everybody can eat now. Oh my god, everybody's starving! You guys are stupid! Why don't you tell me beforehand? I should have checked on them, to be honest, because the server was up all night, wasn't it? At least nobody's depressed. They're as stressed out as they are, nobody's depressed or anything. They were just fucking hungry.
Nice, you got to them early enough that they're not depressed.
Yeah. Well, the second that it said menacing is struggling with their tasks, I was like, oh yeah, I gotta do something about that. It's the only reason they'd be upset. Because I have someone at the medicine thingy. No, I don't have someone at the medicine. Yes, I do. I have someone at the medicine thingy. I have a sanity thing over here. I have 3 different types of fucking, no, 2 different types of pools. I have, video games upstairs if they want to play. They don't ever choose to play. It's weird. Sometimes people get upset and go upstairs and take a nap. They'll be like upset and doesn't want to do any tasks, and they'll go upstairs and take a nap. That's fine.
Sims, hello.
Okay, I'm done. Everybody ain't gonna stop to make it hot, hot. I went to the wrong base. That's okay. I guess I'll have to walk back to it.
I go.
And then just, hi, Justin.
Hey. Hey, Sims.
What's up? Tristan!
Sims thinks I'm stinky. You'll be right, but he thinks I'm stinky.
Hey, what?
Hmm?
What?
Sims thinks I'm stinky.
Oh, I thought you said she thinks I'm stinky.
No, Sims thinks I'm stinky. He's right. I was 100% yesterday.
It's true.
Can't get much more than that.
There, he went and screamed your name now. Hold on. Tristan!
Or should we shout out Sims like this? I am.
Have a good night, Horton. Thank you for hanging out with us and helping me with the build.
Yeah, thank you, Horton. I hope you have a wonderful bed, rest, sleep time.
Wow. This is the first time he's ever talked. Don't worry, just wait.
I am human. I do the human thing of sleep and consume sustenance. This one, and then this one.
I don't know. He tells me that when he thinks about stuff, he doesn't visualize them. That doesn't sound very human to me.
I'm sorry about my disability.
Shut the fuck up. Somebody's gonna come in right as you said that. And they're gonna like, wow, this Echo person's a bitch.
Yes, rest well, Horton. the materials I need for a simple storage. Not storage, for like, it's actually called aphantasia. It's a real thing. I know it's a real thing. I suffer from it.
I know, I was just making fun of him. Am I not allowed to make fun of my husband?
No. Fuck you.
Fuck you. Without you.
Yeah, have this. Surgery table not as important.
I'm gonna make fun of anybody, it's gonna be him. Because he's the cutest. He's trying to out-cute me. Ain't gonna work.
This.
Out of hand.
All of these will be fine at other bases. That's gonna be useful to have at any base. Probably a control device too.
And the sad thing about the fact I have all these goddamn pillars over here is the fact that over in that other section, I don't know if you fucking saw it, it is still too fucking high or too fucking low. But I have to make it look good. I have to make it look good because if I don't, it's gonna look like shit. We don't want that. You don't have it too? Oh my god. Now I gotta wait for my Sims.
I know it goes in stages, and like some people see it like black and white in their like imagination. Some people can see like outlines. I don't see anything. I think in words.
Look,
and-
I'm just gonna say this, okay? It was really fucking funny. No, never mind. I'm not gonna say that. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into that.
I think, but I can dream.
You can dream.
Oh my god, Ken.
Hey!
Welcome in now that Walton's gone, he can't tell you off.
Do you know what we've been doing all day, Pan? We've been building this fucking base here.
We've been doing a little dance.
This base
making love.
is not something that we're using for this world. This base that we're building, we have been building this as a practice for what we want to build on your server in 1 to 2 weeks. Because if I don't, I will lose my mind when I get there and I won't know what to build and I will spend 10 years trying to figure out what it is I want to build. And then I won't get any leveling done. So I figure I go ahead and figure out what I want to build now so that the building part will be easy later. Also, we've noticed a bug with the update. Our current bugs, everybody seems to have their own bugs with this update, okay? Our current bug is can't see trees or rocks sometimes. So if we can't build something somewhere and we think we should be able to, we're just like, do you see any trees? Do you see any? Do you see any trees, boy? You see any trees?
God. Every tree in the island's gone for me now.
Really?
I don't see anything between us.
Oh my god, that is hilarious. I see a bunch of trees here.
There's nothing. Oh, there's a tree over here. There's a singular tree right here. And then everywhere else is
That is
clear.
so fucking funny. I had to keep calling Tristan over to be like, can you help me? I can't see the tree. Is there something right here? Hey Tristan, you want to see something? I'm going to make wood appear out of nowhere. You ready?
Oh?
Okay, okay. Look in front of me. Look in front of me. Ready?
Yep. Witch! Witch!
No, actually, you can't just start swinging your axe because if it's not showing up for you, it doesn't work.
I'll go through
That's
here.
why we have to pull out our pals. It doesn't work.
Am I near a tree?
Hold on.
I'm walking around. I can't.
You're not. Okay, okay. Right in front of me.
No, nothing.
You're hitting it.
I'm hitting it?
Yeah, you're doing damage to it.
I'm using an axe. It should be gone by now with the tree.
No, you're damaging it for a lot. You're like 1,000 damage, 974. It just shows damage numbers. It doesn't show you actually breaking anything though.
I can't even walk into them.
No, he'll just walk straight to them, through them.
Like, a tree in front of you?
Yeah,
A tree right in front of you?
yeah.
Okay, move it out of the way because I can hit you. Whee!
You walked past it. You're walking. Oh, okay. There you go. You walked into it eventually. You're like, I wish I could get you. Hold on.
You were moving.
Just okay. You see this pillar that I'm placing here, right?
Yeah.
You were like, "Is there a tree here? Is there a tree here?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And you're like, "Okay, back away." Wee! Walked around it. I was like,
You backed away before I said anything. I was like,
Ugh.
yeah, that's a tree.
uh,
I
lightheaded.
love
Me too. Oh, geez, so funny.
So right now I can't see any trees on this island. There was a rock somewhere that was like pretending to be.
Oh yeah. So we don't know if there's a rock over there or if it's a tree or what, but basically, my miner didn't break the rock. Bushi didn't break the tree. There should be no reason he couldn't have placed a foundation there.
Yeah.
But so we just put
can
a seal.
now.
Oh, you can?
I just had to break the roof that was there. Okay. So whatever was there despawned.
What the fuck? I think it was the Kativa because I could see the Kativa down there.
Maybe. Maybe its body was still in the way on the server side. Yeah, whatever they did done Dadle dude in the update as broken servers.
Yeah. At least ours is functional. Like Whippa said that him and he was him and Dami were walking sideways. But they also said they weren't on a server too, so
Yeah.
they said that it was like so fucking laggy they couldn't even stream it.
It looks like if you're on a server, it's playable, but expect bugs now.
Yeah.
This is why when you release something in a very little broken state,
They did a good job and then they patched quote unquote patched it. They made it better.
Hashtag never again.
Is there a tree here, boy?
Never patch. Just revert back to 1.0.
I know, it was so perfect. It was like perfect. And they're like, oh no, we need to fix the infinite boss loading glitch thing. And we're like, oh yeah, okay. Well, yeah, we did experience that. Can't say no to that because we did see that for sure. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I'll tell you what I want, what I... Tristan, can you stop dying? Tristan, I'm trying to sing. Shut up. You're interrupting my Spice Girls.
It's too spicy in my throat.
You're just fine. Tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want, what I want. Wait, was this bigger sometimes? No. Wanna be my lover. You gotta get with my friends. Oh my god. We did! Why is this song like, what is wrong with this playlist? We do love the Spice Girls, but we have been listening to the same. This playlist has 146 songs on it. It should last 10 hours and 2 minutes, and we've heard the same songs back to back. Apparently, there are only like 6 songs in the 90s, and they're just on repeat.
Yeah.
Let's play this one.
So a new breeding fix is an army of perfect 100 as a main with legend and idiosyncratic passives. So far, I have 7 of them fully stated. Ooh, I'm fully stated.
Nice. That's fantastic. That's gonna be fantastic. Against that's gonna be really good against Cinelord. No. That's gonna be really good against Artalis.
Oh yes, yeah. It's just gonna be really good in general.
It is really good in general, but it's gonna be really good against Artalis. Specifically. Now she took her eyes off me.
How many do I need, you think?
We use 20. So basically just what would be filling a standard box. I mean,
yeah, I want to make raid games. We make up 20, and
we don't do more than that because we feel like it'd be cheaty.
It'd be very cheaty to go at a boss intended for 20 pals that doesn't scale with more pals in a box. I am actually tempted to it'll be
Walking with the
okay.
girl next door. When we were both butt naked, banging on the bathroom floor. How did I do better?
It's 20 years. Oh, Dad need a break there. Oh my god.
Ugh. It was in me.
They've been having a hard time, giggity.
Oh, whoa.
Now the next thing is to put souls into them.
Oh my god, yep. I really hope you've been breeding, what are they called again?
Collecting souls. Or
Adragons, man. Collecting souls, breeding Adragons. Because they're gonna need so many fucking souls, brew. Brew? Yep, brew is the word now. Whatever, I don't
So
even
many
care.
souls, Bree.
Bruh.
Spinning around in a glider.
You not to breed here, motherfucker. Or build here.
Apparently, as a main does my base power, but they look really cool.
So I'm thinking each one of these will hold 4.
It's fat chicken. Fat chicken.
So we can probably get like 4
Mom,
of them.
did you enjoy your lucky dynamo?
I did. He's still wandering around somewhere.
He's so chunky, isn't
He's
he?
very chunky. Ah.
There's so much breeding to do.
So confused. Used.
Where is my
This is wrong. I did wrong somewhere. What?
Egg pick up boy. What is?
I did wrong somewhere at some point. I don't know what I did.
You can do no wrong, my love.
Oh, probably here. Then I should never took her eyes off me.
It's impossible for you to do wrong, my princess.
You're so full of shit.
Not anything you do is right. Especially that time at band camp.
So I was trying to look up the other day about, was it the other day, yesterday, day before yesterday, trying to see if there was a setting we could change to be able to make bases closer. There's not.
And unfortunately, there is not. It's just decay, I imagine. Is the only thing you turn off for that. Gotta go chuck in these eggs. We are gonna play the shit out of that server when it's off.
We are. We're really excited about it. But we also have our debut tomorrow. I don't know why I felt the need to yell that. I'm so sorry.
We will be half an hour into our debut in 24 hours. 23 and a half hours, we start our debut.
I'm so excited.
And we'll give you with that forever motto.
It has been a long time coming. Long time coming. I'm so excited.
This time last year, we weren't even married.
Oh my god. You're right. But we practically were. I mean, like, we already knew it. We had already proposed at this point, this time last year. Weird. No, why are you like this? Why are you like that? No, I'm just bitching. This is hideous. Why is this thing so tall?
No, it's over now.
You're not sure what you're gonna build? You haven't put much thought into it? I gotta put thought into it, because if not, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Some people can just go with the flow. Aiko is not one of those.
I'm not one of those people.
Mimo.
How peaceful it must be to be other people.
Yum, yum, yum. Mimo. Mimo, you.
There's gotta be something I do here. Because otherwise, this is gonna be fucking floating. Should I find a way to... I should find a way to lower this.
And then. Ren.
I think this has gotta be lowered. I can't. This is way too high. Like, how are the pals supposed to get down? I mean, I get that they live in there, but damn. Come on. Okay, can we just, like... Hold on.
No, I'm out of money.
Okay, I need to look at
No.
this. I need to look at it like this, okay? Okay, I need to screenshot this so I can rebuild this lower. This is why we test things. Because sometimes shit works and sometimes it doesn't. Pan! Actually, I have a question for you. Okay, well, fucking never mind then, bitch. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Take it up.
I was gonna say, which one of these two do you like better? If you're still here, which one of these two do you like better?
And if you're not here, fuck you. Fuck the dog. Just a side note, please do not fuck the dog.
Huge fan of Larsa also has a huge factor for me. Yeah, I completely agree. You don't think you'd play it yourself? You're not a huge fan of Larsa. I thought you said you did like the art style. You mean positioning the buildings? No. Okay, look. This right here, these, and this. Like this versus this. See, the thing is with this looks already kind of similar to this, so it's not so much of a drastic transition, and it doesn't have the lip piece. This over here, we love the lip piece. The lip piece is really nice, but the side pieces don't have it, and there's only one. You like left better? Okay. Most people have voted left, so I'm gonna go with left. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Thank you. Now you can go walk the dog. Love you.
Thank you. Take as long as you need. Oh, wow.
That was terrible timing. She's just like, I was like, can I ask you a question? Taking the dog out. Fuck. Art style's way too realistic compared to the pals. The art style's way too realistic compared to the pals, which are super cartoony, and clash between them is weird to me. I get it. I get it. I see. I see what you mean. I think originally that threw me off as well, but I have a stash. But I got used to it, and it was fine for me. Okay, I think I can redo this way.
Art style bothered me. There'll be so many Chinese comics I would not be reading. Oh my god, some of them get really bad. They start off good, but China like mass produces their comics.
Oh really?
So over time, the chapters that get shorter and the art will get worse.
Oh no.
I'm curious. Ooh. Curious
How
indeed.
bad is this? Okay, surely this isn't that big a deal, right? Yeah. Okay, I had to pull up the other one. I had to figure out how it was laid out. We know that the other one... Oops, shit. Okay, I can't read chat right now. I'm just telling you guys I can't read chat right now.
What? Where is Pal?
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Okay.
Evade! Hello.
Hi, Evade. How you doing?
Why did I put my Gruntail in my base?
Mm.
Oh, because I swapped them with the Mimogs.
I want to lift it just a tiny fucking bit, dude. Really? Ugh.
Maybe turn the game volume down a bit. I was overpowering Kristen when he was talking. I'm just soft-spoken, I guess.
Is the game volume really loud? It could be, because I am breaking a lot of shit. No.
It could be. It could also be just like I'm quiet.
Could be both.
My mic could be doing the weird thing again where it set its volume on Discord to 50. Let me check my Discord volume.
Okay. I turned it down. Just got of stream, though. Got of stream. Thought I would stop in. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah, it still looks good on my end.
I shouldn't have let you go.
I need a rest.
But now you're right outside, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Blushy. I need to.
Help her with all the plushies. She loves them.
You love plushies. I say things like, "You guys hit me," because it makes you guys throw more plushies at me.
Plushies are her favorite food.
I.
There's just one egg in there. Oh, but it's not all of them hatched.
I am in pain in my heart.
Pain?
Yes.
Why pain in heart?
Okay. So I'll show you. My option seems to be either have it up super fucking high or too low. And I'm trying to find a middle ground. But I'm trying to find a middle ground while staying in line with these fucks. So how?
Ooh, that's gonna be...
How am I gonna lift it? Kinda.
Curious. This will determine your fate, Nemog.
Baby, how was I supposed to know? Okay. What if we put this like that and then can we do this? Will it go higher? No, can we go higher? Can we go higher? No, it's the same. Don't you know I still... Come on, man.
Song requests on probably not.
No,
But
Spotify hates me.
yeah, Spotify's been doing some weird janky stuff.
I know in ARC there's a way to lower foundations. There's got to be a way to...
There is a way.
I know I can manually do it, but I don't want to fucking manually do it.
Yeah.
Because then it'll be out of alignment. Everything needs to be perfect.
No reading of Mimogs.
I'm gonna Google it. No. Are you kidding me? Did it literally stop mid-song just to go back to this song again?
This is like the third time I've listened to this song.
Alright, this playlist is haunted. We're going for another one.
Like, this song is good, but just like, please, variety playlist.
There a way to build upgrade? Yeah, I mean you can. It's just like it's like I can do that if I can just build over here. I just don't want to. I'm trying to keep it in line with these because everything else on this island is in line with these. I specifically set them up to be in line with each other. Welcome back, Phoenix. I'm having troubles. Okay, how can I raise foundations power roads? To do this, align the top of the stair borders to the top of the foundation service in your business. Let me see.
I
Okay.
adjusted where my foundation was.
Raising foundations like this enables you to pretty much completely connect the two sets of foundations. I've had no problems building them. I know real issues placing walls between, but lowering foundations follows the same concept, but it's a little more intricate involving these curves. The walls coming down.
Didn't realize you could line them up until your 4th base.
This one, huh?
No.
Hold on. They made a YouTube video. I'm gonna watch it. You guys can watch it with me. Hold on. You guys can watch it with me, okay? Look, stop. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna watch it in like 320p. I hope you guys love that, especially with all the like.
Did you know you can snap the wooden gate to a defensive wall? Or the gates to a defensive wall?
But not the wall. You can't snap.
Yeah, not the other way around.
Jesus Christ. Quality. There we
So
go.
this is where it wants to be relative to the wooden wall. And I don't like it. I genuinely do not like the defensive walls. They're terrible. Used to be made with
I'm trying to figure out. Is this okay? So he's just done it like he's put like the walls like that, maybe. And that's just like raise it up to the size of like. I mean, you don't need to do that now. It snaps to the top this way, but it is a good way to, I guess, keep things in line. I didn't think about that.
How are you doing, Pan? How you going today?
Yeah, I guess we could test it by doing this and then test like yeah, let's try this and see if we can get it in line, and we'll know it's in line if it's in line. I don't know how else to describe that. Oh really? Yeah, basically what I did is hold on a second. So I just placed foundations, like I just kept clicking foundations from this one, and then I moved it out this way, and then I clicked it over here, and then I moved it over here, and then clicked it over here, and that's how I lined them up. You know, I sleep for 13 hours and lay awake for my thoughts for 5 hours. I know I'm here. Aw. Well, I mean, 13 hours is a long time sleep. At least is for me. I'm not a long time sleeper.
13 hours is a good sleep. It's officially 2 weeks until you move to college. Congratulations! I just dropped out.
Proud of you.
I'll go back at some point. But I do want to finish. I just can't do university. right now.
Will it let me?
Wow! Eating lemon chairs. Yes, I said a lemon chair. Glad you're doing good.
Did I do something wrong in the
Sometimes-
video?
Sometimes stare at roof and think is.
All you can do.
Yeah, I applied for leave, but like I've already used up the maximum amount of leave I could do through my course. So
They said, no, get out of here.
yeah.
I use a different floor. Does it need to be stone?
I'll go back in the future. They did encourage that if I want to continue my course, to reapply.
I mean, I can do it up here.
I just
Can I do
can't.
something different than in that fucking video?
What?
To be fair, it is a 2-year-old video.
Well, living on a prayer, if my hand will make it, I swear. Well,
Okay, it does look like they're not putting it through here first. So they're like, ugh, stop snapping. Maybe if I don't have it on. No, keep snapping. Oh, okay. Oh, no, stop snapping. Oh, hold on. Did we snap? Nope, we did not snap. But kinda did.
will make it, I swear.
That's not in line. Fuck. It's on. We're onto something though. So it is. Oops. Okay. So if I hold this button. I just like slowly start.
Oh, I've got a mutated duelist. Not hot and ask if I'm gonna make it an army like yours. Ooh.
Oh yeah. Duelith Not's amazing. Have you seen
What
my
a-
army? They're beautiful. They're my babies.
They are very strong once they're leveled and
They're like fucking, I would say maxed, but the only thing they're not maxed is leveled.
they can level up more. We can get world free passives eventually. If they seem to be awakened, that's a thing that can still.
My babies!
Your babies can get stronger.
I love them. Purple's my favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's new world tree stuff. We haven't touched on it at all. Sometimes you can catch pals that are lucky that also are awakened, but that's very rare. That's basically how we know to see a micro a pal and we're like, why is it glowing?
And then he looked it up and he's like, oh my god, it's awakened.
We have no idea how to do it. We have no idea what
It means.
it means, other than probably a stat increase. All we know is it's world tree stuff. That's what it said in the patch notes.
Yeah, it specifically said world tree stuff.
Yeah, world tree stuff. We were going to hit up the World Tree today, and then we've been distracted building.
But it's fine. So I ain't
Yeah.
mad about it. Furthering. Look, I know I'm doing this manually. Look, there's only so much I can do, okay?
I threw a ball at the ground. I have so many soul spears now. Don't I not? Why are you eating that?
You're
You
fine.
shouldn't eat my chicken. Don't eat my chicken.
Is Kit Kat over there?
Yeah, he's in my my breeding farm. Make lettuce. Make salad.
They are touching the ground. What do you mean?
Currently being Relaxosaurus.
Are you fucking kidding me? I was literally trying to place something and this motherfucker Paldium fragment thingy comes and just spawns right in the middle. I'm like, bro, really? Come on.
I've been.
I wish you could see like the preview of this so you could tell me the side.
The preview of the thingy.
Whippa!
Thank you for the raid.
Aw,
That's still not coming through Lumia. That's a shame.
you hear
Hello,
it though?
Whipper. I can hear. I'm jamming out to One Piece music.
Which song?
Yeah, it's typically the song whenever something epic's happening.
Oh, I see.
Welcome everyone. Welcome.
Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome in Owl's Nest.
We're having a party tomorrow. You guys want to come?
Yeah. I'm Tristan. This is my wife Aiko. We are the Heart Blossoms. Tomorrow is our debut. We are doing yeah. We're having a big debut tomorrow.
That's
This
okay.
time tomorrow we'll already be streaming.
That's just what Whippa calls us. I don't know why. Crazy.
YouTubers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Proper supermodels that are really amazing.
I do have proper V. We do have proper VTuber models. They just suck. They suck because I made them. You think trash tubers, man. You should see the VTubers I made. Those are some real trash tubers.
I want to eventually buy an asset to put that one in the trash can, but no, that's gonna come later. You want Aiko to make the
So
world
close.
She tried to do like a different art style and then just got frustrated at the rigging and then it was like, here people in China, take our money.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone had a fun time watching Whipper do Whipper.
Is there a tree here? What's here?
Did you lose your mind in the other rivals?
Here. What about you, dude? Is there a rock? No?
Ah, you did lose your mind. Congratulations. It is now gone.
Mines are overrated.
They are a little bit.
Push down my spine, body's aching all the
If you need a raid and run, what's left of it anyway. Yeah, fellow person who has lost their mind already. Let's go. If you need a raid and run or
Get food.
anything like
God
that, get food.
damn it.
If you don't like running, if you need a raid and walk, that's okay too.
You need to raid and sprint. If you need to
If you wanna
raid
go
and
sprint,
roll. I don't know. Maybe you're a really big guy. I don't know. Maybe roll away. I'm kidding.
But yeah, that's okay.
That's
we
me.
understand that streaming.
if end stream means probably can't stream anymore, either from mental fatigue or physical fatigue, or you have something on and need to go to bed.
Basically, the philosophy is if you have enough energy to raid and hang out, then you probably have enough energy to keep streaming.
Hang on, Discord. Oh my god, Discord, dang.
Mm.
Dang. I guess you got that Discord, John.
Does that come with Nitro? Didn't even know that was a feature.
You grab a snack and come back. There was one I came up with before, and I completely forgot about it.
Miko.
I can't remember what it was, but it was funny. It's definitely funny. Laugh even though I don't know what it was. I'm sorry.
I think maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Oh my god, maybe that's it. We're just gonna pretend that's it. If it's not it, it is it. Okay? Look, if it's not it, it is it. Okay? I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yeah, we haven't touched the world tree yet, but we're looking forward to the ancient breed and the hatchery thingy.
Ancient breeding.
Ancient
We
breed.
breeding old people.
Yeah.
We love breeding old people.
They might have lived an entire life, but now even in old age they can't escape working. We will breed them.
That's fine. Hope you enjoy.
Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a wonderful Power World time. Is Domi gonna play with you too? We love breeding old people as well. Well,
I think it works. Like
there are some interesting stories of what old people get up to
in nursing homes.
About in nursing homes. Basically, they have nothing else to do, so what else do you think they're gonna do?
Get lots of STDs.
And confess to decades-old murders. It's one of those two. Probably both. Nice. I hope it works for you. I know last time it was having some weird things going on since the update. We've been having some weird things going on since the update too.
Like no trees.
Oh my god, why are there flaming, scorching eggs in the pen, in the branch chest?
I knew I was gonna confuse you with that later.
So many berries.
They're scorching eggs because my inventory was heavy and I dropped off the scorching eggs. And I was like, haha, this is really gonna confuse you later.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you even said that out loud.
I did.
Found out what it was. I am confused. So, my love, my darling, my best friend.
Oh my god, what do you want? What do you want?
I am definitely not influencing bad habits. I'm not an enabler.
Oh my god, please tell me exactly what you're getting ready to tell me because I've been thinking it. I've been thinking it and I haven't said it. Please say exactly what you're thinking.
Do you want pizza?
Yes! My darling, dear husband, I adore you.
I'm gonna get put through a door. That's what it means, right?
Yes. This is why we're married. He gets me. I knew exactly what was coming. I was oof.
Are you standing here like a god?
I've been thinking it. I've been thinking it for like freaking 2 hours, dude. I say 2 hours as if that was fucking.
When have you not been thinking about pizza today?
That's true. I really like pizza. The pizza's really fucking good too.
This pizza place is, oh my god, chef's kiss.
And they're open till 2 a.m.
Yeah, but they stop accepting orders at 1:20 a.m. So. Trying to make it not a regular thing, but like it's fine to not be a regular thing as long as we don't have too much else. I mean, to be a regular thing, as long as we don't have too much else. We're trying to watch our calorie intake. Ooh.
What?
20% off on orders up to $9. But I have to spend $40 plus. Do you want to get a pizza pasta combo to get $9 off?
I'm hungry. I don't care. What
Okay,
kind of
so
pasta?
we will see.
Is it
So they
carbonara?
have
Is it?
bolognese, neapolitano. They do have carbonara.
Do they have Alfredo? You're gonna tell me no. You're gonna break my heart and tell me no. Why does this country not have fucking Alfredo pasta?
Yo fungi. Matriciano. Napolitano. Yeah, we do not have Alfredo.
This country.
That's because we're racist towards guys named Alfredo.
I knew it.
You want some carbonara?
No, I don't even know why I said carbonara, because I don't think I ever had carbonara.
Carbonara.
I think I was thinking Alfredo and said carbonara.
Nice. Let me. Here's a list of the pastas. Otherwise, we can get like something small. I need to spend $10 more to get $9 off. Basically.
Ooh, the pollo fungi. I like that one.
Pollo fungi?
Yeah, it's chicken, mushroom, spinach, garlic, and cream.
That one does sound really nice. The first time I looked at it, I thought you would really like that.
I can't get Alfredo. It's the closest thing.
It's effectively Alfredo with spinach and chicken. It's chicken Alfredo. With spinach.
It's not Alfredo
mushroom.
though.
And
That's the big
not
difference
Alfredo.
between that and Alfredo is that's not Alfredo. Specifically, not Alfredo. It says it's made with cream.
That one's a no. Spaghetti, fettuccine, or gnocchi.
We can't have that one?
Well, I mean, no, the type of pasta. I'm gonna say no to penne.
Oh, rotini.
Because
Rotini.
no, the options are penne, spaghetti, fettuccine, gnocchi.
Fettuccine.
Fettuccine. 1, 2, 5, bottle. That is nice.
Officer Beppis.
Beppis Maximus. Me buy the deal. There we go. Yippee! Spending $12 more to get $10 off. Actually, is it $12 more? No, it's more than $12.
So confused.
But it's still cheaper than if we ordered like 2 meals from somewhere else. Another brick in the rock.
2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bone to pick with you.
What?
It's a fish bone. Gonna pick it out of your teeth. I don't know why you have a fish bone in your teethies, but you do.
I'm confused. Who are you talking to?
You.
Me?
Yeah,
I have a
yeah.
fish bone in my teeth?
Definitely, we haven't eaten fish for ages. But it's still in your teeth. From the last time we had fish. Definitely. And I'm gonna pick it.
What?
The best little fish bone. I have picked it as the best little fish bone. I have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, okay.
The best little fish bone. I am insane, alright? I have... Oh, wow. I've got a bunch of treasure maps I can use.
I'm gonna go treasure hunting. Oh, there's one just here. We don't need no self-control. We just need a coffee scroll.
1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
My ass is getting kicked.
Will.
Ding, 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 ding.
When?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Ancient armor schematic legendary.
That's amazing. That's better than what I'm wearing.
Uh-huh.
By like a lot.
Uh-huh.
Fuck.
Holy crap, that was a good treasure.
That was a good treasure.
Okay, I was not expecting to get that, but that's gonna take a ton of AI cores.
Maybe not. Because mine only took like 5, I think.
Yeah,
And mine's
but
epic.
I looked at some things from epic to legendary, and it's like a big jump
Is it?
sometimes. I just made like 19 AI cores, so oh my god, I can get one.
Only one?
Celine.
Oh, yeah. Before you couldn't get one because I was stealing them all.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what's in this one. Well, the logins are the least important. It's really surprised that the login is literally the least important thing because you just get so much wood.
Mm-hmm. And you don't even need it past a certain point.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that we don't have to spend a bunch of time trying to get Celestier Nox. However, you're probably still gonna get a Celestier, aren't you?
I like Celestia.
I know.
Celestia Noct is actually really good in a battle team, not as the battler, but as a buffer. As long as you have immortality or something with lifesteal. And help.
Does it just boost all life stealing things?
No, it increases attack by 60%,
Ooh.
but your pal that is out takes constant damage. So it's, but from what I've heard, if you have just like immortality or idiosyncratic, it's like negligible. It's not noticeable. The damage that ticks down. Superman, I am made out of super ham.
Are we listening to the same song?
I don't know.
What are you listening to?
Kryptonite.
Nope.
Oh.
Ugh. I think jam broke.
I will leave the jam.
I will end the jam.
Smells like Teen Spirit. That's the thing as well, is we never know when the jam breaks.
I only know when we start both singing along to it, and I'm like, the fuck are you singing?
We get double the songs for the same playlist.
Mm-hmm.
I did find out that it is not worth breeding Mimorgs past the point that you have all your Mimorgs at 4 stars. Because, I mean, you can...
I don't have them all at 4 stars. I have 2 at 4 stars, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. Or, like, if you want to put a bunch of transport and books in them. It's just... They do not get dissected, disassembled for dog coins. It's just regular coins. So if you want coins, they're actually pretty good.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't gonna do that anyways. I didn't even think about it.
And they drop the purple training manual as well. I can't get enough of you. Lightweight ancient armor schematic. Oh. I'm actually looking forward to the lightweight ancient armor schematic whenever we get a legendary of that. I can't get enough.
Oh, got a driver. I'll pick it up.
So hungry, I'm dying.
Oh no. We have a driver going to the store right now to pick up our
I'm dying
food.
of starvation. I need that.
No, she's not gonna make it.
Why is there a dupe in here on this page? What the fuck? Guess they can spawn here. Maybe it's an incident spawn.
Version of me, is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater? Does she speak eloquently? And would she have you, baby? I swear she'd make a really excellent mother. 'Cause I love that you made the kid for the label, I can't get enough for you to be open wide. Now, and every time you scratch your name, does she know how you told me until you die, till you die? You on the song, babe?
Yes.
Okay.
I just don't know the words.
Oh,
to
that's
it.
okay. Not fair to the nightmare of the cross I bear that you didn't make. You ought to know. Seem very well. Things look peaceful. I'm not quite as well. I thought you should know. Did you forget about me, Mr. Duplicity? I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. There was a slap in the face, the month I was replaced. And are you thinking of me when you fuck her? 'Cause the love that you babe wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide. No. And every time you scream her name, does she know how you told me until you die, till you die, when I'm still alive, and I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not. Oh God, I don't know how to get back to low. That's what happens. Struggle whenever I'm singing. Is like I stay high and I don't want to.
To do this, you ought to know. There we go.
There you go.
Sexy.
That's my whiskey voice. Aura. Sorry, you guys are gonna unfollow me. I'm so sorry.
Oh. Oro.
Sorry. wasn't able to not gonna say it as soon as you close your eyes. You know it. Every time you scratch my nails down someone else's. Okay, Lucy, but the thing is you like feet, so we already know you like things that stink. I love you, Lucy. I love you, Lucy. When you went. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know why I'm there. If it's any consolation, it was mostly an insult towards me. I just had to bring you down with me, you know? I mean, I can't take just myself down.
Getting the ancient armor legendary from a treasure map was a 0.297% chance.
What's the change mount redeem? It changes the mount I use for today. You get to pick it. Although, like, I'm gonna put a restriction. You can't choose the last one that was used because otherwise, then everybody would choose Nightwing. Okay. Like right now, this is my go-to mount. This is who I use for the day. It changes the mount for the day until somebody else changes the mount. All right. What would you like to change the mount to? I will say that there is going to be one caveat to the change mount. No, no. Worst PAL in general, or worst flyer. Why do you guys do this? Literally, both you and Lucy, exact same thing. What's the slowest PAL you have? What's your worst PAL? My worst PAL is a fucking lift monk. I can't ride that. It's this fucking slime. You want that? This is gonna be my fucking mount for today. Okay? No, actually, red slime is a little bit more dangerous. Green slime.
Green slime is the worst slime. If you want the worst flyer, that's a different story.
There's gonna be a caveat to this, okay? We do plan on doing
World Tree
stuff today. So, yeah, Lucy at least gave me a flying one. Damn.
When we're going to the World Tree, it will be World Tree.
Yeah.
Okay, it is still 5 AI cores. Oh my god, I can make... Do you want me to make you a an ancient armor? Legendary?
Yes, please.
So what are you going from?
What? Epic.
What?
Wait, hold on.
Epic?
Yeah. I have 960 defense and 2880 health, and it gives me 3 attack up.
This will give you 4 attack up, 1040
Nice.
defense, and 3120 health.
Nice.
Gonna be a good jump. I'm going from like the base ancient armor.
Yeah.
Which is
Can I build with this?
240 increase and then like 700 and...
There's an attack called Slime Press. Oh, that's all it is? Alright. Well, this is what I will use as my mount when I am using a mount. Unfortunately, I am currently doing a lot of walking. So... That's where I want to build those.
Why do you want my wife to suffer?
What's wrong with you guys? You hate me. What's the worst mount you have? What's the slowest flyer you have?
That was a rough one.
I need to fly Wanderer around. It's fucking nightmare. I love Wanderer, don't get me wrong, but... I go from, like, my Celine I bred to have Eternal Engine. I will say, this one is kind of hilarious. Babe, I'm coming to you.
You coming to me?
Yeah, I'll be there in about 3 years.
Oh, I'm in my base. You can probably just teleport to me.
Oh yeah, true.
What do you want, honey?
I'll show you what my mount is right now.
I'm upstairs.
I'm at the right upstairs. Torturing me. Come on, let's go show Tristan this mount. slow.
That's the fucking chest.
It's so slow, babe.
It is so slow. Here you go, my love. Here's a gift.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say I would upgrade that is lightweight feature panel.
The what?
Provides more defense, more health,
Oh yeah.
same attack up.
Look how high I can jump though, babe.
Whoa! Hops. Hop. 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 Yeah, the lightweight ancient armor just overall.
I'm still not going very far, but I could jump really high.
Nice.
I'm kind of curious how navigating these arenas are gonna be. Let me see if I can. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna try to get to that base over there on this. Okay.
Health is the
That's what
same,
I'm gonna
just
do.
need to-
That's gonna be my caveat. Okay. Can we make a deal? Can we make a deal, Sims? I could put this mount away. I could teleport back to here. I could continue my building. And then anytime that I need to use a mount today, I'll use this line. Or I could, right now, use this mount, go all the way back to where I'm going to be building. And I have to only use this mount to get there. On the ground. But once I get there, I can swap back to my other mount.
She doesn't like the mount. Depends.
Yes, the only use for the slimes is jump. Actually, the best use for the slimes is breeding.
I don't want to see it happen. Go back on your mount. What? What? Go back on your mount.
You wanted to hop back to...
You want me to hop back? Is that what you're saying? Oh, go back on this mount. Right, okay. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. It's gonna be a while. It's a long trip.
That is a long trip. Even on a fast mount, it's decently long.
Yep.
I see that.
Gotta get
behind you.
going.
You're not beating the pizza, definitely.
I'm not mad. This is great. It's level 36. I hope I don't get hit. If anything attacks me, it's gonna be because my mount's so slow.
You'll be fine through most of these areas.
Yeah. Most of these areas, yeah, I should be fine. Go, slime boy!
You got this, my love.
Speed! Wait, can we sprint? No.
I am speed.
There's no sprint. But it doesn't look like I have very much. I mean, I guess the jumping is stamina, but it's not really using a lot, so.
The one thing it's built for, it's good at.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna tell you something right now. I'm just telling Sims. Sims, if I get attacked right now, I'm not worried.
Jeff Hardy said what's long, hard, has a head, comes in different hardnesses, sizes and colors, and women use it every morning. A toothbrush.
The men not use their toothbrush every morning? Oh my god. Disgusting. I say as if I brush my teeth every day.
You never met a depressed person, Mr. Joke?
Yeah.
Yeah, but...
Why'd you call him
That's
Mr.
Jeff
Joke?
there.
His name is Jeff.
Mr. Jeff the Joker.
Just Jeff Hardy.
Jeff
Jeff the
Hardy said,
Joker.
do you remember blowing bubbles back in the day?
Look. That has an entirely different connotation for me, considering as my ex's name is Bubbles.
And I think that's also a joke. Not particularly related to your ex, just like...
It's just...
That's the point of the joke.
I know, but that's why it's funny, because, like, my ex's name is actually Bubbles. Well, I mean,
That-
that's not his real name, but that was his online name, so
Yeah.
that's what I called him. Come on, let's get out of the water somehow. I fell in the water. I couldn't jump that much. Now I'm in the fucking water. Yeah, pretty much. I could take a bath with bubbles. I'm sorry. I did. No, I didn't. I didn't take a bathroom.
Just underscore Jeff Hardy said, I wanted to say yesterday I was with Bubbles and he misses you too, but let me don't do it.
Oh, God.
You can have him.
You can have him. Ugh.
My condolences.
Stinky man.
Anyway.
Stinky man. You'd think with the name like Bubbles. Actually, he changed his name now. I'm not going to tell you what it is because then guys will go probably looking for him or whatever, but he did change his online name.
I don't even remember what. I know he's changed his name. I don't even remember what it was, so I can't even tell you if.
It is mythological, so
Ganondorf.
yes. It's basic bitch. It's basic bitch mythological.
Oh, boo.
Like if somebody were to name themselves like by example, this is not it, but if somebody were to name themselves like not Thor is too much. It would be like Loki. You know.
Yeah, I've seen a few Lokis online.
But it's not Loki. It's just that was an example. The dumb old age joke for myself. Oh yeah, no. I know. I made that joke all the time when I was with him. When I was like literally if you check my fuck. I'm trying to remember Pokemon Go. My Pokemon Go character's name is Blowing Bubbles.
Yes, do.
That old joke from your youth, as if I'm not older than you, Panic.
Back in my day.
Back in my
Says
day.
Pan.
Welcome back, Jesse. Don't ask.
Welcome back, Jesse.
Come on. I believe in you. Fuck.
Oh, you find the fat
I have
fuck?
too much fucking. No, I'm still
Oh,
on the
no,
slime.
no, it's fine.
Oh yeah.
Someone really needs to change your mount the dynamo at some point. You love that.
Okay. Well, the question is, okay, we had an arrangement. Okay, so I have a change mount routine, but we're planning on doing the world tree stuff today, so I can't exactly change my mount. So he said, well, what is the worst mount you have with this right here, right? So I made an arrangement. I'm working on stuff over here, right? Which means I'm not really on my mount. So I came over here to show Tristan what mount I was on. I was like, wait a second. What if I ride this mount all the way back to the base, and then when I get back to the base, I could switch back to my other mount? And he said, okay, because he wants to see me suffer. Because otherwise, I'm just at the base building and not really on my mount anyways. So he wouldn't really be able to see much. Now I have to, I am currently navigating the world on this green slime. And he sucks. He's awful.
I am not.
I kind of want to kill
a good
this.
person,
I want
so
to kill this
I'm fine
Clovey
with,
though.
like,
I killed a Clovey.
talking about Ico's exes and things like that. I'm more than fine with that. It's like
Yeah, we've talked about it a lot.
we talked about a lot before we even got started.
Also,
so-
he's met that ex, so
Yes, yeah.
he's met that ex and he's smelled that ex. So. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad you find it amusing. It is mildly amusing. I'm not saying that. I am not saying that I am
It's
not.
not like hee hee ha ha stinky. It is legitimate hoarder house was his bedroom.
I was talking about. Being on the slime. I think that's what Sims was talking
Oh,
about.
the slime is great, yeah. Oh, I thought that was Panic. I thought that was Pan. Sorry. You any blue names? I'm blue blind. I'm not actually, but. I'll be right back.
Okay. I like that my pigtails just kind of bounce. I cannot wait till you guys see my model tomorrow. You can look, Jesse. If anybody deserves to like read fanfic after reading 107 fucking books, that's you. Like literally, you'd be the only one. if anyone deserves to read fanfic right now, like, read whatever the fuck you want. 108, that's what I'm talking about. Like, fucking go for it. Read some fanfic. You have accomplished your, you've smashed your goal. You're good. I wonder if I'd go faster or if things would be better if I wasn't, like, heavy. Let's find out. Okay, I am a bit faster. Yeah. Jesse's cracked. At least we know it has the ability to traverse water. Nice, nice. Oh, shit. It's gonna start dying. I'm sorry. Oops. Nope. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Stop dying. I'll crawl. I'll climb the wall. I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare. I'm just a kid. I know that it's not fair. 'Cause that I'm alone and the world is having more fun than me. Wee. Blue, I'm just seeing how many I can. Oh, yeah. Well, her angle number was 100. And then she did it. Pizza! Pizza. Can I shoot in the back of this? I can. Nice. Bebes! Oh, it did start as 50? It just keeps going out. Okay, babe. See you soon. I guess. I love you so much. I don't want to go back in the water. Oh, I guess I have to go that way anyways. Okay, ready? 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 Go! Oh, that was the worst jump ever. We're just gonna pretend you guys didn't see that yet. It's fine. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare. I'm just a kid. I know that it's not. Come on. Yes. Come on, bitch. Come on, I believe in you. There we go. Oh. Okay, we got it. World is heavy against to be alone in the world. Guess 'cause I'm alone in the world is more fun than... Hi, Ika. Tristan's in the bathroom, and then we're gonna eat pizza. And I'm suffering for the cause. I want to get up really high, and then I can jump off with my slimy boy. Or a girl. Sorry, it's a girl. My bad. I say as if I don't misgender people all the time. In the right, Ika. No, it's not Taco Bell. It's pizza. I haven't had Taco Bell since I was in the U.S.
We could go for a drive and get Taco Bell.
You should.
I don't know why I got two for.
Maybe we'll get Taco Bell on the way home from Pancakes.
We could.
Just swing by Taco Bell on the way home from Pancakes. Yeah, we got some pasta to share. Also, I don't know where the fuck I am. I know I'm okay. Did you just milady me?
My lady. Those pizza box.
Oh my gosh.
I don't need a fedora, I just need a pizza box and a tilted.
I picked such a small piece.
You did. I'm taking the one next to it, which is also pretty small.
That half of the piece is gonna be really big.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like they weren't in the center when they did the first cut. Everything
What's in the Taco Bell lettuce?
Is it lettuce?
I just said be careful of the Taco Bell lettuce.
Oh, it's like a British team. It's gonna stab you with
Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything that's wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Thank you so much for the follow, Stricken. Welcome in.
Stricken Yeti. Thank you very much for the follow as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna mute my mic. There's no echo, but it'll be over at my wife. Like, nom nom nom. Is it still picking me up on Discord? It is picking me up on Discord. God damn it, why didn't this work?
Lots of shits. Almost worse than drinking the water in Mexico. Probably not in Australia. Australia's probably fine. I gotta like unbutton my hoodie. I wasn't talking about the water. I was talking about the lettuce, babe. Clearest, most drinkable lettuce ever.
Lettuce, yeah.
More of a big piece. Getting this. This is the biggest piece and it's mine. You can't have it.
It's all yours, my princess.
This pizza's so good. So, for those who want to know what's on this pizza, we have pepperoni, hamburger, onions, green peppers, jalapenos, and I think that's it. Well, obviously cheese sauce. Did I say beef? I thought I did say beef after pepperoni. Oh yes, and lettuce juice. Ew, gross. I like this specifically, a diarrhea virus. I don't know. It's lettuce. We're talking about lettuce, I think. So apparently the Iceberg brand lettuce and having been... Iceberg is not a brand of lettuce. It's a type of lettuce.
Standards are a lot higher in Australia
Yeah.
because we have not a lot of dangerous parasites.
It's true. They will not let you take shit here, ma'am. You have a banana on the plane, you better throw that shit away before you get off the plane.
You better eat it or throw it away.
No, it's not a brand. It's just a type of lettuce like romaine. And they call romaine something different here in Australia, did you know?
Cod lettuce, yeah.
They call it cause lettuce.
I don't know why.
And it's not just romaine that's called cause lettuce. It's like romaine and the other different kind of leafy lettuces that are called cause lettuce. His favorite brand of lettuce is Roman.
It's a yes or no.
Police is armed with a banana. It's more like it is, but it's in a ball. It's like a cabbage leaf, you know? It's like that kind of leaf. But I'm talking about the other kind of leafy ones, like more
Not crispy like
more leaf in the leaf, you know?
less crispy, so not like iceberg, not crispy, but more like
Lettuce.
spinach.
Yeah, like spinach.
Bendy, floppy.
Yeah. And it's got more vitamins. Mm-hmm.
Iceberg is typically one of the worst lettuces for you because it just has nothing in it. It's got no value.
Oh my god. I don't know if Stricken's trying to rage bait me here. It's baby cabbage! Oh my god. Are you rage baiting me? I need to know. I need to know. No, Brussels sprouts is not baby lettuce.
But I meant like a different culture.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know where you're from.
He keeps posting the troll face, so I'm thinking he's rage baiting
Am I
me.
what?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I've tried to like Brussels sprouts.
And now I don't know if you actually don't know what I'm talking about. For those who don't know, rage baiting is when you say something wrong on purpose to try and irritate another person. Oh, yeah, all right. That last sentence just answered all of my questions.
Yes. Welcome to the community, totally innocent Yeti.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Yeah, rage baiting is incredibly easy because a lot of people do have a lot of pent up frustration.
Like me. I have anger issues. I'm not mad. I could have been. Depends how long it goes on for. If he was like dead set on yes, lettuce.
Just put a mathematical equation on a Twitter post with multiple choice answer of the correct answer. Don't include the correct answer.
Sure.
There'll be a big fight in the comments. People saying that an incorrect answer is a correct answer, or calling you stupid for putting it on. And then there'll be people like getting all mathematical on you.
Is that what I need to do for interaction on Twitter?
Hmm?
Is that what I need to do for interaction on Twitter?
Let's rage bait the Twitter users.
Oh my god.
How many Ultra Balls are gonna get? How many pieces of pizza have I had?
3. You have the other 2. Yeah, well. I don't want a lot. I just want some. Mostly because I just wanted the pizza. I just want to try the pasta.
You can't.
Oh my god. Yeah, you have a problem. 490. Whoa, this is fucking hot.
Uh-huh.
What the hell? We had this delivered. It should be cold. Apparently, our delivery driver's car was on fire the entire time he brought it here.
I think he literally teleported from the oven to our doorstep.
Oh my lord.
The pizza's very warm, too.
I really hope this is good, because if not, it's going to be like leave a bad taste in my mouth right after I just had delicious pizza. I don't have a problem. I'm addicted to Ultra Balls. I swear I could stop anytime I want. Yeah. Yeah, same with me in Power World.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no addiction.
It's very good. It's very good. It's very mushroomy. Mm-hmm. I pulled up a really long noodle.
She's attacking herself with mushrooms.
I yeeted a mushroom at myself. Trying to spiral it on the fork, but it's so long. I'm back to bother you both. Can never bother us. Hey, you gotta try. You gotta try really hard, Nikki. You got competition.
No, we gotta go tsundere. We didn't miss you at all, Barker.
I miss you. It's not like we missed you or anything. Baka. Fucking hot, but it's delicious. Here. Take it. It's really hot. Alright. Now it is time for me to continue my perilous journey across from here to here.
I'm gonna be staring at my Neptilius and dolphin.
Whee! I always miss my jumps. This green slime. This green slime comes with a bad luck debuff. Oh my god, Lucy.
Is that 100% again?
Yes.
Oh my god. You've taken my stink.
Jesus fucking Christ. It's gonna take me forever.
No.
You went out into the world? No fucking wonder you're so stinky. Tristan got mad, took 7% of his stink back. Ah, yes, the deep bamboo thicket. Here we can find the wild. Nothing, it seems.
Oh, I'm one follower away from my goal.
Nice. Somebody follow him. Follow him so you can reach his goal. Come on, guys.
No, never.
Oh, yeah. Reverse psychology. Gotcha. Here we found the wild Swees in their natural habitat. First creature I come across, fucking Swee. Oh my god, are there more Swees? Oh wait, remember this spot? We built a temporary metal base here at one point because we're like, whoa, there's so much metal and coal. We need this. It was a good spot.
Apparently you're close to Panic's base location.
Am I? Is it up there? Is it up that way? Is it up high? Because I'm not going high, dude. I can try and look. Is it up there? Who's trying to hit me? Was it the Hangyu? 139, negative 251.
No. There's like 2 places.
Yeah,
On the map
okay,
that
so here.
Swees.
So what's this spot? Fuck! It's fine, I know where it is. I know where it is. I know where it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. This spot? Okay. Just trying to leave a marker here. Now it's not letting me leave a marker. Why? Why you hate me? Alright, we're gonna come here later and see where Panic lives.
I hope all of you are having a wonderful day.
I'm having a great day, thanks. I had some pizza and some pasta, very tasty and very hot. One was hot in the spicy sense, and one was hot in the temperature sense.
Oh, and I got Beppis.
We do have Beppis, yeah.
Where's my cup? There's my cup.
I don't have a Beppis. You have a Beppis.
I got cup.
Oh, okay. Good for you, I guess.
I see you, P.
What?
I cup.
Oh my god.
Touching your tip to a parallel universe. Oh my.
Oh lord. This was my base for a good long time. I loved AR. It's a really nice spot when you're trying to like bide your time for the like sakura biome. because
And
it's
not in front of Lucy and his innocent aunt.
yes, he's yes. Whoa, shady pal merchant. Excuse me, sir. These pals, or whatever they're called, have an awful stench. Well, I think so. They're cows. It makes me want to vomit, don't you agree? Not in the business? Must be a wanderer then. Sorry, I've got nothing to sell you. I'm delivering these goods to the next village over. You know, these are just the weirdos who throw away their money. I just want to sell off my stock and get off this blasted island. Sucks to suck. I already have enough cows. Oh my god, look. I could go up higher. No, who's chasing me? No! This Dig Toys hates me. Whee! I got some distance, dude. Damn. Alright.
Neptilius, please do.
Huh?
I'm hoping my Neptilius does like the thunderstorm thingy inside the building. It's always great when it does it in a building.
Can't you ride him and make him do it?
I could. Neptilius, come here. Thunderstorm. There we go.
Getting closer. Could be cheaty and just like go to the nearest way shrine. Like, haha, I made it. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna do this legit. Tristan has been doing this entire game without a flyer.
Yes.
He has Skywalker on his Sky Marcher on his Celestier.
Walker might have gotten approved by Disney. That would have been perfect.
Sky Marcher. And that's how he's been bouncing from place to place.
I would be in hell if I didn't have Skywatcher.
Basically, he has a lot more navigatability. 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 Navigate.
Navigate about it.
He has the ability to navigate better than I do at points. Wee.
Limited on ground.
Wee.
All
No, like when we were on Faybreak, he was like, hell yeah, this is my jam. Nothing's changed for me. Let's fucking do this shit. Whereas I'm like, oh man, now we have to walk.
And while Celine's fast, like on the ground, Celestia is much faster.
You know what this reminds me of?
Happiness. What? What reminds you of what?
Me bouncing around in a slime.
Ooh, what does it remind you of?
It's gonna sound really bad. Does anybody remember that one episode of South Park? And you'll only know if you've seen that one episode of South Park, and you'll know exactly what I mean.
I do not remember. School of Rock?
No. No, bouncing around on the slime.
The one episode of South Park I can remember off the top of my head is when Stan becomes a dolphin. Or Stan, his dad. Stan's dad becomes a dolphin.
Well, I will say
And at the end of the
it
episode-
very strongly features Stan's dad in this episode as well.
Is it the one where in Guinness Book?
I don't remember if it was Guinness Book. Maybe.
Probably not the Guinness Book of World Record one. Oh, that was an episode.
Basically, something happened to his balls, and they became gigantic, and he was bouncing around on them like this. And then all the guys wound up getting giant balls, and they were all bouncing around on them like this. And this is just how the guys moved about town then.
I vaguely remember nothing about that. I've
Oh
probably
no,
seen
not
it,
the song.
but
Not the
I don't.
song. No, bouncing around on this line reminds me of Stan's dad's balls.
Funnily enough, like that seems to be a feature of like quite a few episodes. Is his bull.
Bounce. I can float.
Ooh, garlic bread.
Infesta.
I'm so
sick,
I'm
dude.
so close to the base. I can go pee after I get back.
Pardon me. Oh my god.
Going to be my reward.
I drank pepper, so I'm probably gonna be burpy for a little bit.
Hesitate to like reward myself. Look, I'm just gonna do this. Okay, look, hold on. Am I running out of stamina? Is he running out of stamina? I'm gonna do this. I have to pee. I'll be right back. If I don't go pee as soon as I get back and I'm like, oh, okay, well I can go pee now, somebody's gonna be in the bathroom, guaranteed.
I love you, honey. You got this.
Okay, quickly, I'm gonna run and take the bathroom from her. Alexa, stop. Oh shit, this isn't that time. I swear, for like the past week, Aiko's gotten up to go to the bathroom right as Alexa does that alarm. Tell her to take meds. It's like on cue, that's her pee time.
Let's see how good this pasta is. Oh my god, it's still so hot. Fuck my hand.
Welcome back. The owl told you to take your meds.
Oh, that bitch. Fine, I guess.
Oh. Ooh,
But
this.
I will say, we're not gonna be up super late tonight, because we have to. Oh shit. What time is it? That means it's past midnight?
It's past midnight, yeah.
Shit. I don't know if we're gonna do the wheel today. Maybe it'll be an event thing. We do the wheel during the subathon, you know?
Yeah, sure. Do the whale, start exploring the world trip, and something. That's like, yeah, I'm fine with that.
Because basically, we're not going to be able to stay up much longer. Because we have lunch tomorrow for our anniversary. We're going out for pancakes to the pancake parlor. Basically, we went to the pancake parlor one time. I don't get out much, okay? And most of the time when we go out, it's like fast food or something like that.
If it's not across the street, it's we don't go places often.
So we went to this one place called the Pancake Parlor. Fucking delicious, right? Best fucking pancakes I've had since Cracker Barrel. Okay? And like, that's saying something. Cracker Barrel has some fucking fire pancakes, right? But the thing is, even with Cracker Barrel's fire pancakes, when I went to Cracker Barrel, I didn't order pancakes, even though I had the option. There were other stuff, but I was like, yeah, I like that, whatever. These pancakes are so fucking good. I swear to God, they're so fucking amazing. And I can't stop thinking about them, you know? So it's just like, I keep talking about him and thinking about him, talking about him. And he's like, you know what, for our anniversary, we're going to go to the pancake parlor. And when we get a car, we're going to go all the time, but
The pancake parlor is gonna be the reason why poor in the future.
yeah. Because it's open 24 hours.
It is open 24. It's one of the things, one of the few things that survived COVID.
That's because it's so fucking amazing.
That like basically there used to be quite a few things open 24 hours before COVID, and then since it's like nothing. Like pharmacies close at 10. If you get lucky, you might find one that's open after midnight. They used to get subsidized if they stayed up.
Oh my god, my slime trusts me. This is embarrassing. My slime trusts me. But to those of you who are here who haven't followed, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you do, since we have a debut tomorrow. That's basically what we're doing after the Pancake Brother.
We're probably gonna come home, go to sleep, wake up for debut.
Well, we do have to do a little bit of testing, and I don't know if we're going to do testing tonight before we go to bed, or if we're going to do it tomorrow before stream starts.
I will be doing some tomorrow because we need to still get like some cables for me.
Oh, that's fair. Okay. So, the testing I was referring to was like presentation practice,
Yes.
because
yes,
we
can
haven't
do
done
that.
that. Huh?
We can do that tonight.
Okay. Basically, there's a way that we're wanting to present the models, and we need to make sure that we're in sync. Because we're going to be using VTube Studio Multiplayer, which we haven't used. And, I mean, we used it once to, like, test it out on our own.
Tested it briefly, and it was like...
It's cool, but, like, we don't remember anything about, like, things that we're able to do. Like, are we able to interact? What kind of things we can interact with? That kind of thing.
Like, we're gonna be able to like set up redeems where like I get a hat and like I get something random put on my face or something.
Yeah, but like on my, like, yeah, but it would only, these redeems would only really work when we have them up. That is something about the models. They're really, VTube Studio is already really intensive. VTube Studio Multiplayer is insane intensive. And it's only really going to work if we are doing a just chatting thing. So tomorrow's stream, when we do start streaming and do the debut thing, we're going to be in the just chatting situation. Well, I mean, it'll be a special events. That'll be the category, will be special events. But it'll be essentially just chatting at first, because we're not going to be able to run a game at the same time.
In order for us to run with both our models up while we're gaming, the game would have to either be very low intensity,
like Undertale.
Yeah, basically like text-based games. Or we need to upgrade our computers. And to upgrade our computers, we need money.
We are working towards that also. So,
a car first.
A big thing, the big thing that we need is more VRAM. And my GPU has 12 gigabytes of VRAM. My old one had 8. My new one has 12, which is way, 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 way better than it was, which is why I'm able to run a lot smoother nowadays.
Mine had 11, so it was...
It is borderline. His is borderline. We're trying to get to the point where we have, I think it's 16.
Yeah, we want to upgrade to like the 5000 or the 4000 series.
Yeah.
For NVIDIA.
And so it's going to cost some money. So partly subathon things, you know? Yeah. Maybe I'll add it to our thread. Maybe somebody will be randomly generous. And I don't know. Well, that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy.
I'm absolutely not an expectation, but you know, it's like, I say it's partially, I say partially subathon things because our first savings goal is the car.
Yes.
But if something happens to our GPUs, our current GPUs, then we'll replace them first. Because that's priority. We have to like stay streaming. This is our career.
Like
Lucy. Terrible time to change mount. But sure, for the next hour or however, not even fucking how fastest flying pal. Bitch, I got you. Easy peasy. My fastest fucking flyer. Easy. Thank
She's
you.
currently
I
a
love her so much. She's so beautiful. Thank you so much for this recommendation.
She's currently a fastest flyer because you have no like perks on Jet Dragon. Jet Dragon technically would be fast.
Actually, I've never ridden a Jet Dragon. I don't even have a saddle for Jet Dragon.
I don't like the look of Jet Dragon.
Mm.
With the skin, I might, but
What do I have on her? Hold on, hold on. Oh, I've got Swift and Runner. So, yeah. Yeah, she's speedy. She's speedy. Watch this. Watch her on the ground. Watch her on the ground. Just say now. Just say now. Wee. I love her. She's amazing. She is best. She's best girl. Okay. Would you like to? Do you want to see another reason? Another reason I picked this location? Because I told you guys yesterday one of the big issues, or no, I didn't tell you guys yesterday. I was talking to Tristan yesterday about how one of my big issues was that. Oh yeah, no, I did tell you guys that I kind of wanted to build in Sakadrima because, you know, that's where the meteor spawns, right? And I was like, well, I want more chances to find Celine. Look, Sakadrima's a hop, skip, and jump away now. It's right fucking there. It's fucking perfect. It's right there, dude. Right there, dude. And it's an early area, so I don't have to worry about the dangerous stuff. And it's big enough that we can build all this shit. It's fucking awesome. Oh my god, did you know I'm breeding a Celeray? Crazy. Oh, nope,
nice.
Celeray escaped. Celeray, come back. I need to breed you.
poor Celeray getting used for its body. I'm not doing entertaining things right now. I'm literally just standing here eating food.
That's fine. I'm gonna keep, I don't know, I'm gonna try and...
We also captured a messenger of love in the space plan.
Oh yeah, so if you guys want, like, whenever we have to do server up, Pan and then we're gonna have to come visit our base, because, if you want the messenger of love, we're gonna have to.
I don't know if the MO changed, but she does beckon.
No, yeah, she definitely still does beckon. Beckon? It does not look like beckon. Beckon is not beckoning. Beckon is not beckoning.
No, it really is. It's like shouting out there. Beckon. More like you're cheering them on.
Yeah. Also, their facial expressions don't change. That I wish they'd fix. I'm glad they gave us the ability to sit, though. Like, some games didn't. Do you know how happy we were when we got the ability to sit in fucking New World, dude? Lost it. Everybody started sitting everywhere. It was awesome.
It was.
Man.
Apparently they added
No,
a bit
oh
of-
my god, not New World wasn't the big one. Palia was the big one. Because we all had all sorts of furniture, and it's a decorating game. We had so much fucking furniture, and we couldn't sit on it.
Between this and the pancake tomorrow, I'm not gonna need the entire sub of them.
We're gonna gain so much weight, guys. Okay, you know what? You guys can help with this. You guys can. What did I say? Oh, the breathing. Okay, so you guys are gonna have to help us with the fact that we just ate a bunch of pizza and tomorrow we're having pancakes. Okay. Here's how you can help. At 100 subs, we'll have to do 100 squats. We both do.
Here's how you can help. Make us take care of ourselves. We don't do that.
But only for the subathon, okay? Not now. If you want to gift 100 subs now, you can. But you're not gonna make us do squats that way.
I think I'm too full to do squats right now. This one will be this one.
I'm so good. So good, babe. So good.
So
Oh
good.
my god.
So good. I got you.
A visitor has arrived at the base. I don't know which base.
I don't see him at my one. Let me go over to the breeding one over here. Who knows where they spawn? I think visitors. Imagine if the visitors spawn in invisible.
That'd be so funny.
That's possibly what's happened.
Yeah, I haven't seen a visitor in a while. Every time it says there's a visitor, we're just like, what? This looks like crap. I have to swap this out to stone, maybe? No, nope, that'll look bad. Nope, maybe, I don't know, glass?
This
Glass would
pretty
look
much
like
what
shit.
I have like over here.
Beside me. It's not working. Okay. So if we do this, come on. This. That's what I want to do. So I could do this. I could do this easy. Oh, it's not good. That's beside me. A shallow heart's the only thing that's fine. Okay. We will do this. I fell. Fuck. Alone and I walk up. We are gonna have multiple ranches. We can have, I'm thinking 4 might be good. 4 ranches.
Yeah. That could be good. Could be excessive as well. That's gonna be 16 pounds.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. 16 should cover. Like, go count how many fucking, because we have.
It should cover everything. Yeah, you're right. No, you're right.
Think about how many fucking pals we're gonna need. How many pals do we have at the base now?
Less than what we can possibly have it now.
Is it? Is it though?
In the ranch.
Is it though?
I mean, it's less than 50. I know that much.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, like. Shit. That's fine. Singing in the moonlight. Singing in the moonlight. Cedric came back. He knows he wants it. I'm sorry.
Salary came back.
Nope. Oh my god, stop fucking rotating it, bitch. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just here. Here's the issue.
Oh, nice energy drink.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Nick gonna be wide awake.
Ooh, that's gonna have to change. I was so confused. I was looking at it like, no, please don't do this to me. Although I am gonna struggle with building this fourth ranch.
We're getting a lot more of them lately. I've went most of my life without drinking many energy drinks, and then we started drinking Power.
And I was like, oh, I want an energy drink. And he's like, oh, I'll try an energy drink. Fuck yeah. Jolene, Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Beyond compare, between us and the love and hair. That's correct. Nope, don't like it. Jolene.
They can get really expensive really quickly. Luckily, what we got here was on special, so it was like
God, yeah, right?
it was very cheap, 16. Well, I guess 4 pack is what I got.
Well, that's 16.
Yeah. I didn't buy 16 individually.
You bought 2 individually, and that shit was expensive.
Mm-hmm. Unless the even when the individual counts on a special, they still tend to be more expensive than a 4-pack.
Jolene, Jolene, what you gonna do? Please don't take my man. One, 2, 3. Yeah, okay.
This base you got down here is very well positioned.
I don't know. Which one?
The one I'm building stuff at.
Oh, yeah. Why do you say it's well positioned?
It gets some of the upper bit on this cliff, and it's not like so little that it's useless.
Mm.
There's not any overlap getting into the water, so early game we can actually use all of it without having to wait for aquatic thing.
Then I pull and rain.
Just a nice location.
Don't look like shit. Give me the beat force and play my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away.
I don't know if my brother still does, but he used to buy like a 4-pack every day. Or every other day. I don't think he relies on energy drinks so much now.
I'm wasting time. Okay, I'm gonna try and push this one back. One more row. Chemistry. That you give me. When I believe the sound. I could. Lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Just for some kind of visual difference, I don't want it to be a box. Lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Drift away. Come on. Oh no. Okay, that's it, and then put that on. Well, alright. Never mind. Fuck me. See, plenty of fucking room. Plenty of fucking room. Could abso-fucking-lutely be placed here. No problem, except for it wants to be a picky bitch. So,
Tree?
no. It's not that. It's just, it doesn't want to be placed here.
What are you trying to place? Or
Ranch, yeah. If I change these, you can see right here, like, majority of this is not in use, of the square one.
Yeah.
But if I replace it with a triangle, it refuses. It's like, no, I don't, there's not enough room. There's not enough room! I'm like, but like, literally there is.
Maybe if you did it without the walls and then build the walls on.
No,
No?
no. Well, the walls, I need the walls up. I need the walls up, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to tell if it's... I didn't put, like, some of the walls I took down. Four. Oh my god, what the fuck did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Two, three, four. It'll work. It's still gonna work. I'm gonna kind of modify it. I say it's gonna work as if I'm that fucking confident. I'm not. I'm fairly certain it will work.
Yes.
Overlaps with another object or character. Okay, well, what about this one? Look. Boom. So good. I got this. Now we gotta hope that this doesn't look like shit when we put it in here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, perfect. Ad break ended. Your community is back. I'm so great. Glad. So thank you. Done. I can't words.
Words over aided.
Apparently. Me when words. Exactly. I'm just like, bleh, bleh, I think I had a stroke.
That is my recital of
Your recital?
yeah, my recital of name a song that sounds like that. Party in the USA.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh, she's turned into a pterodactyl.
Thinking of the screeching part of Party in the USA. This looks so weird. It would look better if it was both diagonal, but then like the heights would be different. I'm not sold on this design at all. This is why. This is why we test these things out. Because if not, this is what I'll be settled with, and I'll be like, oh yeah, looks great. Looks like a headless man.
Me when me when
Something's being built over here. Are you gonna have walls? I'm just curious.
yes, but I'm not sure if I want these in like small little workshops or if I want it as a big shop.
Ooh, I love the idea of the small little workshop. Like
over there would be like a kitchen.
yeah, separated. I have a little separated thingy. Also, if you're gonna place this, you should place it the other way.
Yes.
Because otherwise we're looking at Reptara, bud. Booty.
But he pulls out the food.
Reptiro, not Reptar. Reptar!
Reptario. Mwah. Ah, he. And Mario. Where's the head? The other side of the statue. If I was to have this with the and this one's a good little. It's a good little.
He's a good little workshop. The best little workshop, yes you are. Poor horse doesn't have a name. Why would you not name your horse? You're just walking around with the horse, spending all that time with him and don't even learn his name.
No. He gives the horse a name.
Oh.
The horse named Lorraine. The horse called Lorraine. I've been through the desert with a horse named Lorraine. That's how it goes, right? I think that sigh was because of me.
That side was actually not because of you.
Oh, it's not? Yippee! I've not won the years when the Natalie. Surely more of it's done by now. Yeah. Speaking of not
What?
Aline, it's Natalie.
Why not? That was weird for me to call her Natalie. I didn't like it. Never doing that again.
I found it weird calling her Natalie.
Natalie.
Oh, Natalie. Yeah, I find it weird calling her Natalie too.
Yeah. I like calling her Nat.
How you doing that?
No, we're gonna have pancakes tomorrow. You better be jealous that you're not having pancakes. Are you jealous? Wait, you see, she's not. She's tired and jealous.
Jealous of the no pancakes. We know how you think.
We already know. This is not even correct. Fuck. It's fine. I'm gonna make this work. You going home to chill? As opposed to going to home to make your life worse. Make things way worse. Things terrible.
How art thou doing, Natalie?
How art thou Dear Natalie. Natalie, no Natalie. How art thou, Natalie?
Wherefore art thou?
Wherefore art thou, Natalie?
Natalie, oh Natalie. Wherefore art thou?
Natalie. Oh my god, he's getting ahead. That's not exactly the way I meant this to go. I did not think about the. Babe, I made a creature.
A creature.
That was so unintentional. God damn it. Let me break his arms.
Thank you for almost finishing building that. Now I'm going to destroy it.
That happens all the time. I'm like, Celine, stop. I'm gonna build it. I'm gonna break it anyways. And down, like place, like somehow you just don't belong, and no one understands you. Look yourself alone, but the radio will turn up the low, and no one hears you singing, so you don't know what it's like. When nothing feels alright. You don't know what it's like to be like. Is this excessive force? If he gets out, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay. Wellness Watcher and Ace Swimmer. Very nice, very nice. I used a Gigasphere and a level 2 bunny.
La criatura. Oh
I was
God.
worried I wasn't gonna get it because it has happened before. Where it's like been that close and I'm like, the fuck, really? Yes.
Oh no, that has complicated. Wait, no, it doesn't. I can do this.
You don't know what it's like. Nothing feels alright. You don't know what it's like to be like me. To be there, to be lost, to be stuck out in the dark. To be tipped when you're down, to feel like you've been touched around. To be on the edge of breaking down, and no one's there to save you. No, you don't know what it's like. Welcome to my life. 1, 2, 3. Fuck! It'll work. We can make it work. It'll be fine. We're gonna put a roof on it anyways. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter, yeah? Doesn't really matter? Okay, hold on. Let me pull up my screenshot from before. I closed it. I closed the screenshot from before. Where'd it go? God damn it.
I'm sorry for burping. If people don't enjoy it, I can't control it.
I'm offended. Personally.
You are offended? Oh. Fuck you.
I did kill Jim Bob, I'm sorry. I didn't know he had a name, but yeah. Sorry I killed Jim Bob.
Not Bob of the gym variety.
Now I have reference. In my life. Welcome to my life. Oh, no, no, no. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
That was in love with Jim Bob.
There's something I need to tell Anthony about Jim Bob. All the rain is gone. And see all obstacles in my way. Yeah. Oh my god, she's so deviated. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to deviate you, Nat.
It's sometimes good while driving to deviate. It helps you avoid oncoming traffic.
Get your shit together. You shouldn't be deviated over this little situation.
I'm not trying to build this below sea level game. I'm trying to build it on top of the other one.
Oh my god. Nah, I can't even say anything. I am having a similar issue today. Where I also can't words.
Natalie.
What? I told her about pancakes already. She knows.
No, university.
Oh. Oh. Did you tell your mom?
Oh, she's asleep. Kind of hard to tell why she's asleep.
He's gonna surely have opinions. I have opinions, but you know,
It's basically
nothing I
like,
can do about it now.
Basically, it's like I just gotta reapply.
Yeah,
Fine, I'll
but
get
like,
it. Credit.
it's not. Oh.
It doesn't cost anything more. Just gotta go through a process.
I'm not gonna say I'm happy about it.
I was expecting the leave to get approved.
They told you that you couldn't get approved, though, right? Did they just say your leave was unapproved and then just kick you out? I don't know how it worked.
Basically, in the form, you can select either like keep doing calls or withdraw. And I was like, yeah, if it doesn't get approved, I mean, I'm not gonna do it anyway. I won't be able to focus on it.
Okay, so that was your choice.
That was my. Okay, that is so creative.
Became a light on the dark side of me. I can't go that high. I think outdone by Seal. To be fair, he is a professional. Oh my goodness. Ryuma, can you see something I don't see? Yep.
Me?
I see it, Ryuma.
I'm gonna go over as well. See if I see anything.
Okay, he's dropping it.
I would be useless. No, there's only one tree in the entire house. I don't know when it's gonna disappear.
You can say you became my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. To me, like a girl addiction that I can't deny. You tell me that it's too faded. My eyes become larger. The light that you shine can be seen. Baby, all I can fit. Oh, fuck.
Mm. Eh.
Kissed by a rose on. I've been kissed by a rose on. I've been kissed by a rose on. I've been kissed by a rose on. My power, my pleasure, my pain. Feel like a contradiction that I can't deny. Won't you tell me that it's healthy, baby? You know, once knows your eyes become large and light that you shine can be seen. Baby, I can peg it to a kiss from a rose on. Oh, stranger feeling. Oh my god, reimagine. Can't see shit. This is a fun bug.
Yeah, it's very fun.
Using my best sarcastic tone.
Uh-huh. I know. Funnest bug that I ever bagged.
You see a tree there, Rihanna? Rihanna, that's a tiny tree. Get the big one. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's the dude needs to help me. Okay, he's chopping a tree. Not what I was worried about. Oh, he is chopping a tree. I don't see that. Rihanna, what the fuck? Yeah. Oh, we gotta walk when he's done.
I'm walking here.
Donny, 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 doll. over here first. And then we're gonna see how much wood we need. Could be simple. Could be easy 1-to-1. I hate everything, dude. I was like, we're gonna end soon. I'm not here, so.
We're always like that.
Just keep these hidden. You know, I have a level 4, I have a 4-star Gumos that I could have been carrying around this whole time. But I'm just fucking not. I guess I'm just living on the edge.
Out on the end.
I don't know what I'm doing. Fuck. I think I'm gonna have to scrap this entire idea. so fucking busy. Like, in a good way, but it's gonna be so fucking busy. There's something that somebody said maybe instantly ages you. For me, it's like, oh my god, this game is so Fortnite coded.
Shake my head, Sims.
Sounds so goofy, dude. To the ground. Why do you hate me? Maybe I did it better this time. I don't know. Do I know what I'm doing? No, I don't. Fuck no, I don't. I know I want to make kind of like the breeding area, but smaller. It'll be smaller because the ranch pens are smaller. You know, I want to make 4 of those. Right, that's 16 pounds right there. Well, what are these stones here? But I've stuck
Then we just need what? A couple of transporters and a planter /
yeah, berries, planter, gather, water.
and water could be like
It could be a fucking Phidia, dude. She does planting and watering.
oh nice, yeah.
And she's pretty. She's really good at both. But like, I want... It's just berries. That's why I'm not super concerned about it. Like, I'm gonna want Lulu and Pernelia over at the breeding side. Because that's vegetables and it's vegetables and wheat. Dance with somebody. I can't sing. I need more wood. Fun begins to fade. Too shallow. It's not so bad. Oh, oh. Dance with somebody. With somebody. I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. Somebody who loves me. What am I doing? What shape am I going for? Excuse me, there's nothing there. So, Ryuma, can you prove me wrong? Ryuma, that's not where I was trying to get you to go. Oh, it's that piece of invisible wood. My bad. Dang, somebody. I want to see how this goes. Does this interact with this negatively? Yes, it does. So maybe we'll just avoid building there. If we can. Oh, dang, somebody. With somebody. What the fuck did I just? Oh, okay. It could have been so much worse. Ooh, somebody. Ooh. Drop this invisible tree. No? There's not an invisible tree here? Dang, somebody. Is there a tree here? Maybe there's a rock. Can't. Overlaps with another object or character. Can't build here. Is there somebody dead here, maybe? There's something in the ground. There might be. There's something in the ground. That's why I can't build here. Is because there is already something built underground. Fuck! How do I do it? How do I get rid of it? Like, look.
Oops. I was just.
Oh, it's fine. Like, look. Oh.
Is that attached to it?
It's attached on the other side. But it's like, it doesn't look like it is, right? So if I put it there, I can't put it there. But, like, I can see the outline of it. Which leads me to believe I should be able to see the fucking outline of what's under there. But I can't.
Is there anything that will delete if you remove the pillbox?
No.
Okay. Do I have a direct attack?
I have a bow.
Oh yes, your bow has explosive arrows.
Yeah.
Okay, pillbox down.
Got it.
Nice. Okay, and pillbox rebuild.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome, honey. That's just
Wait.
the best way to... You not fix it?
No, I think I did it. I think I did it twice. My bad. Can you break the power box again? I'm just gonna shoot the ground a lot in this area, because basically I was trying to do stuff and I was like building a lot underground by accident. Oh, got it.
I got the one that's pending, wasn't it? I heard something else break. Is there another one here? I think that's all of them.
I love my arrows.
It's so useful for everything.
Yeah. I'm glad that that's a thing that you can do, though. For real.
Oh, it's a gourmet hunt, another legendary gourmet. Oh, 6 grilled
Are you
gale
kidding
claw,
me?
yay.
Tristan. I found another one. And another one. There's 2 more. Okay, I'm just gonna put those there so I can see kind of where they are. It's still connecting to what?
I think I got them.
Not this one.
Hang on. I did set the base on fire with water somehow, but
That's fine.
there we go, got it.
Nice. Make sure. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. I will. The padlock's back. And then repair whatever.
That's fine. I'll make Celine do it. You're good. There you go. Go repair my shit.
I think most of the things that were damaged broke. Did you have more pillars here? You did, yeah. Okay, I'll fix that.
That's okay.
At least those pillars. Let's see.
Looks good. Ooh. Oh, babe. Babe.
Give me a second.
You remember whenever I said
Yes.
remember when I said to try and stick to the same aesthetic as the other buildings?
Yeah.
Did you just say you fucked that?
No. I sort of forgot. I was like, oh, futuristic workshop would be cool, but then at the same time, like, I'm not liking this at all. I'm trying to make it work and see if I could do a futuristic workshop. I don't like these. And I had a shit ton of Sorrelite laying around. Although, to be
More
fair,
Sorrelite than what?
Nah.
I might have more Sorrelite than hardwood.
I genuinely do not like.
I feel like I'm disappointed. I don't want you to think that I don't think what you're doing looks nice. I haven't seen it, so I can't tell you. It's
It's definitely a different aesthetic. I'm just like,
I thought they were gonna be separated.
they are separated by walkways. They're sort of connected, but at the same time separate.
Oh, no, they're definitely together.
Yeah. But these are just like stairs and like walkways to the other buildings. The doors were better. The doors in the futuristic tech is ugly. Well, the ancient tech. Like the archways, just they're like the ancient wall and door, horrible. Worst door in the game. If I was to do fully separate them without walkways. You'll need a path here. Stairs there, which is nice. Jesus. That would be a really.
Glad to see.
Well, I'm not. Fuck you. No, I'm glad to lose him. We are so excited for tomorrow as well. We are. Oh my god. Tomorrow is gonna be
Very chaotic.
very chaos. Many questionable decisions. Why is... I've literally built this just before. Huh? We overlap it. This is nothing new. I don't know what it's overlapping with. Hideous.
Oh, I'm not a suspicious person. Just, yes, that's right, a gourmet hunter traveling the lands. I don't believe you. You always eat the same thing, don't you? So here, take this. Don't get grateful or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not worried about you or anything. It's just that if you don't in front of me, I'll get my bad dreams, okay? Thank you. With a grilled gale claw. Gourmet my ass. Okay.
I get talk computer. Nice. Yeah, very interesting gourmet menu, Scott. Celestia, please. Oh, I can see them! Dyewood. Oh, fucking damn it. Celestia, surely there's something else there for you to whack with your head. Yep.
I'm gonna tell you what I just heard in this song. And I know that's not what he said. But it definitely sounded like he said. Hiding jizz in his eye.
That would be a spot no one would be expecting to look for it. This bug.
Think there's gonna be a patch tomorrow?
Probably.
Think there's already a patch? Check. See if anybody said anything.
Maybe? You even see any Celestia?
Type bug and see what somebody says.
I'm genuinely like, I don't like any of the like indoor or any of the Japanese floorings for like most things.
What? What'd you say?
The Japanese style floorings, like one's a roof that is not gray,
Okay.
and the other one's a tatami mat.
I'm gonna tell you what I heard, and like, I thought you said that you didn't like the Japanese style friends.
That's Japanese style friends. What
I don't know. Like,
are you?
I thought you were being racist towards Japanese people.
I don't like the Japanese. You know me, ultra racist Kristen. That's my name.
Change his Twitch name. Ultra racist Tristan. His nickname. Make sure you guys make the wiki.
Yeah.
Include his nickname. Ultra racist Tristan.
Yeah, it's my final form. Devourer of worlds, bankrupted of... I don't know.
Mother of Dragons.
Hmm?
I don't know, I thought we were talking about long names. Long, weird names.
Yeah, I am the best racist. Number one.
Tristan can't drive a car. He's too scared.
I've driven go-karts before, no problem.
Oh, okay. Go-kart racer. Race go-kart rider, driver.
To be fair, most like race car drivers train in go-karts because it's just you know, sort of like steering if you're in Formula One. I'm gonna do some of your wood, which was ton of my wood. Wood. I'm even slower on Celestia. I can just teleport to this space. I don't even need to walk, I can just teleport with a full inventory. Right next door. I could, then I would. I'll go wherever you go. Way up high. Down.
I'll go wherever you will go.
Okay, designers of city infrastructure, please make sure you have some hot springs right next to your power generation facilities.
Okay.
This is how you design a city. In fact, the batteries need to be right next to one of the hot tubs.
Okay.
The city planner.
Whee! Hey, honey.
I could, then I would. I go wherever you will go, way up high or down low. I'll go wherever you will go. If I could turn back time, I'll go wherever you will go. If I could make you mine, I'll go wherever you will go. I'll go wherever you will go. Look, I was out of hardwood. I just had to dip over here to grab it. Guess I'll just go back to my other base.
Where do we?
I get teleported from one base to the next because my inventory's heavy.
Same.
My
I think
hardwood.
exactly.
All my hardwood was at the breeding base.
Mm-hmm.
Run away.
Why is the wooden floor better than the Japanese floor?
Oh.
You really need like an outdoor floor. That's not a roof in the Japanese aesthetic.
Run away. Maybe.
Yes, honey?
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary! I love you, honey.
Hey, it's past midnight. I forgot. Didn't even realize it. It's like I knew our anniversary was coming up, but you know.
Still on US time for the anniversary.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love you, my darling.
Cheating.
I think we're just still on the. We haven't slept, so it's still yesterday. Brain thingy.
It's okay. Get together and be alright. Get together and feel alright. Get together and feel alright. One night, let's get together and feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright.
Yep.
One night, let's get together and feel alright. Get together and feel alright. Alright, I'll probably use this back area here for berries. Berries and beds, maybe, I think.
Better than cream.
There's no green.
Mm. Mm.
Lord, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
Hmm?
Just nothing. Pain.
Sorry.
Look. All right. I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna say we raid out.
I
Because
agree.
it is 1:35 and we have to be up early tomorrow to go out for lunch for our anniversary, and then we have to prepare for the subathon starting tomorrow on the debut. And I hope everybody's excited because I'm excited.
I'm so excited too. I can't wait. I really can't wait.
See who is streaming. See if anybody we know is streaming. Mostly, I keep wanting to just raid people who are playing Power World.
Sure, yes. Find out what people.
That's why I love you.
You're great, buddy.
Here's the raid message. Here's the sub-raid message. And here's who we're raiding. Turn off my dark mode, because apparently I'm not able to watch her whenever. Anyways, you're excited for tomorrow? Me too. Me too.
We are so very excited, but we still have some final prep to do.
Yes, we do. Love you, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. You guys fucking better be there. Be